Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Arvada City Council meeting for today, June 16th, 2026. I will call upon Councilmember Levisone for the moment of reflection and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you so much. Please join me for a moment of reflection. Thank you. Please rise if you are able and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Ms. Rush, if you'll do the roll call.
Mayor Simpson?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Mormon?
Here.
Councilmember Ambrose?
Here.
Councilmember Davis?
Here.
Councilmember Pfeiffer?
Here.
Councilmember Griffith?
Here.
Councilmember Levison?
Here.
Thank you very much. Next, we have the approval of the minutes for April 21st and May 19th, 2026. Are there any edits or corrections to the record? Seeing none, those stand approved. We have 3 recognitions this evening, and I'm going to go ahead and just take them one at a time. The first is the Certificate of Recognition for Cameron Holland's family for the Adopt a Street program. Mayor Pro Tem Mormon, you have this item.
Thank you, Mayor. It is my honor and privilege to present the Certificate of Recognition for the Cameron Holland family. I believe they are present with us this evening. Please come on up to the podium, and I will read a little bit about this recognition and then allow you to say a few words if you would like. The family of Cameron Holland has served as exemplary volunteers in the city's Adopt a Street program. The Adopt a Street program helps keep Arvada beautiful by clearing our streets, parks, greenbelts, and waterways of litter and debris. This volunteer group came together after Cameron Holland died in a car crash in 2019. After experiencing tragedy, the family decided a great way to honor and remember Cameron would be to volunteer in his name. The family has now cultivated a community of volunteers as they lead several cleanups each year along West 72nd Avenue between Kipling Street and Indiana Street. The city recognizes the family of Cameron Holland for their dedication and lasting contribution to the Arvada community. Thank you so much for the work that you do in the honor of your loved one. I will come down and present these, and you may say a few words.
Thank you. I'm Kristen, Cameron Holland's mother. On behalf of Cameron's father, David Holland, and our daughter, Delaney, and all of Cameron's friends and family, thank you for this honor tonight. And when we joined the Adopt a Street cleanup, we were just looking for ways to channel our grief and our energy and do something positive in spite of our situation. As it turns out, we received more in return, I think, than we expected. So cleaning up West 72nd has allowed us to connect with people in Arvada, the city of Arvada, Cameron's friends and family in a meaningful way, in a positive way, which I think Cameron would approve of. So whether it's the volunteers that show up for us 4 times a year to help us clean up that street, or the support that we get from you all, we never feel alone because of things like that. And we've discovered that helping and contributing to society, doing service, has helped us in our grief journey. And making Arvada a better place warms our heart, and once again, Cameron would approve of that. So we're truly grateful for this partnership with you all, and we look forward to extending that in years to come. We don't want to stop cleaning up 72nd. So I wanted to thank our #1 volunteers, the Canzanero family back here. Todd has shown up for every street cleanup 4 times a year for the last, 6 or 7 years. He has literally walked shoulder to shoulder every step of the way up and down 72nd Avenue, over these years. So we invited them to come along with us. And as fate would have it, their daughter Jessica just graduated from Ralston Valley High School, and she won the annual Cameron Holland Scholarship, and she'll be attending and running track at Metropolitan State University in Denver this fall. So thank you to the Canzanero friends. They're very special to us. And thank you to the city of Arvada for this opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Another one.
If you'd like to come up here, we'll do a photo.
Okay, great. Come on, friends.
Thank you. It's a beautiful memory for your son and keeping his honor alive. Next, we have our proclamation for Pride Month. We have two different organizations accepting this. The first is Apex Parks and Recreation, and the second is the Alexander Foundation. I'll go ahead and invite those representatives up to the microphone. And Councilmember Ambrose, you have this item.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I'm pleased to be sharing this proclamation and have it be received by Andy Smith from the Alexander Foundation and also Jeff Klenn, the Executive Director of Apex, along with V. Duran and Dawn Bennett. Really appreciate you all accepting this, the proclamation of June 2026 as Pride Month, and if you all would like to go ahead and make some comments.
Andy Smith, Executive Director of the Alexander Foundation. Thank you to the City of Arvada for recognizing the Alexander Foundation. We are honored to receive this proclamation of pride. As Colorado's first AIDS service organization, we were founded 45 years ago in 1981, in a time when our community was suffering and dying. We were founded as a response to people being evicted, fired, rejected, and our community needed to rise up to support the dignity of their lives while government turned a blind eye. I accept this proclamation on pride on behalf of those founders who would have loved to have partnered with government leaders for a better future for Colorado, for queer Coloradans. As its core as a service organization who helps the most financially vulnerable LGBTQ Colorado residents, we are unapologetically pro-queer and in support of those living in poverty. We, as a community, have experienced systems that financially repress our people. Through our scholarships and assistance programs, in which we partner with 17 other organizations, we seek to support people facing eviction, medical and dental issues, transportation, and a host of other challenges to tell them that they matter. We would like to thank Arvada for this proclamation, in gratitude for the city for affirming the value of all queer people, and in hopes of pursuing a brighter future where nonprofits and government work together for the betterment of queer Coloradans. Thank you again.
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is V. Duran. I'm the Assistant Manager over at Apex for Community Services. Last year, I stood before you and to celebrate the Pride Month and Pride programming that Apex does in our community. This year, I am excited to introduce you and pass the baton to Dawn Bennett, our Recreation Coordinator, who now oversees our teen programming, our licensed child care programming, and our Pride programming.
All the things. Thanks, Lee. Thank you for this proclamation recognizing Pride Month and its importance to our community. At Apex, we strive to create inclusive, welcoming spaces that reflect the diversity of those who serve in our community. We're excited to continue growing our Pride programming and deepening our partnerships across the city. We're honored to continue this work and appreciate your recognition. This reinforces that Arvada is a place where everyone belongs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you. And in recognition for all your work and celebration this month, I'll read the proclamation. Whereas the City of Arvada believes all people, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression, should be treated with dignity and respect. And whereas June is nationally recognized as LGBTQ+ Pride Month and is an opportunity to celebrate the history, culture, and contributions of the LGBTQ+ individuals and to affirm our commitment to fostering a welcoming and safe environment for all. And whereas the Apex Park and Recreation District and the Alexander Foundation have demonstrated leadership and commitment to supporting the LGBTQ+ community, and whereas the City of Arvada applauds and honors organizations like the Apex Park and Recreation District and the Alexander Foundation who foster a sense of belonging and visibility for LGBTQ+ residents. and help create a stronger, more unified community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the mayor and the Arvada City Council hereby designate June 2026 as Pride Month in the city of Arvada and commends both the Apex Park and Recreation District and the Alexander Foundation for their exemplary work in promoting a stronger, more united community where all people are welcome and valued.
Come on up here for your photos. Finally, we have the proclamation for Juneteenth 2026. Receiving this are the Jefferson County Public Library from Arvada High School student Zylacia Gambrell and Excalibur Outreach's Brian Collins. If you guys want to go ahead and make your way to the microphone, we'd be delighted to have you.
Thank you so much for attending tonight's City Council meeting and receiving these proclamation. It's my pleasure to continue this evening of equity, diversity, and inclusivity by reading the proclamation for Juneteenth. Whereas Juneteenth, observed each year on June 19th, commemorates the end of slavery in the United States. Whereas Juneteenth serves as a day of reflection, remembrance, and celebration of African American history, culture, and contributions to our community and country. And whereas Arvada is strengthened by community partners such as Jefferson County Public Library, Excalibur Outreach, and Arvada High School, whose ongoing commitment to education, service, and community engagement fosters understanding and meaningful connections. The city of Arvada proudly recognizes and appreciates young leaders like Zylacia Gambrell, whose dedication to creating positive change and engaging in thoughtful conversation reflects the spirit of Juneteenth by promoting unity and inspiring respect and opportunity for all. The city proudly recognizes Excalibur Outreach for its commitment to the community, as well as Jefferson County Public Libraries. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the mayor and the Arvada City Council hereby designate June 19th, 2026 as Juneteenth in the city of Arvada and commends Jefferson County Public Libraries, Excalibur Outreach, and Zylacia Gambrell for their exemplary work in promoting a stronger, more united community where all people are welcomed and valued. If you'd like to say a few words, please come to the podium.
Hello. As chair of the Jefferson County Public Library Board, I am proud of JCPL's continued commitment to celebrate diversity and supporting racial equity in our community. JCPL works to foster a deeper understanding of Juneteenth by offering programs and resources that highlight its historical significance and cultural impact. Some highlights of JCPL's Juneteenth celebration include, at Conifer, a collaboration with the Arvada Center for the Arts and Humanities explores the language of African drumming and how its rhythms and melodies have shaped musical traditions from blues and jazz to rock and roll. In Golden, a bilingual program presented in partnership with the Black African West Museum and Heritage Center highlights the extraordinary story of Cathay Williams, the only known female Buffalo soldier whose courageous service in the U.S. Army helped shape life across the American West. Stanley Lake Library will host Professor Lawrence Sanders of the University of Colorado Boulder as she leads an engaging examination of Civil War history, drawing on her latest work, They Knew What the War Was About, African Americans and the Memory of the Civil War. at the future Deer Creek Library, an afternoon of live jazz and storytelling that celebrates freedom, resilience, and the rich traditions of Black music with cool grooves. Arvada Balsam Temporary Library will invite patrons to celebrate change, courage, and the freedom to be who you are, and by creating their own colorful caterpillar inspired by self-expression and individuality. We are pleased to connect our patrons and community to the history of Juneteenth and the ongoing celebration of Black history and joy. Thank you so much.
Mr. Collins, Ms. Gambrill, do you have something to say?
Hi guys, my name is Elisha Gambrell, and honestly, can I just say that this proclamation was so needed and so necessary. It shows that Arvada is becoming a community, stronger, being built around the people in the community. It shows that we are not defined by the things that are going around in the world, but we are defined by what we can do and what we can make a change in right now. It is important to make sure that we never forget about what happened, the hardships, the struggles that we have gone through in the past, but to make sure that it never happens again. And we are taking those steps to make sure that we are in a safe community, we are in a well-rounded one. It's important to remember that all ages of people should stay informed. We want to make sure that the community continues to thrive for people in every background. Thank you.
Mr. Collins, would you like to say anything? All right. Well, you guys should know he runs an amazing community nonprofit, and we're very grateful for all the work he does in this city. Thank you all so much. And now everybody knows the secret to getting to me is to bring a really cute kid. Thank you. Perfect. Okay, thank you. All right, next we have public comment not scheduled on the agenda. So this is, I'm gonna lay some quick ground rules because we've got a lot of people in the rules in-house tonight. And this is our 3-minute agenda. So couple of just decorum items. First, we always ask that you address the city council, not that you address anybody else in chambers or somebody who may be watching at home on live stream. Essentially, we want this to be a safe environment where anybody can express their opinions. This is your opportunity to speak to us, your elected officials. As part of that, we always request no cheering, no booing. Sometimes people have different opinions, and we want everyone to feel safe expressing those opinions, whatever they may be. In addition, we have a lot of signups this evening. I am going to ask that you abide by that 3-minute. Please do not make me gavel you down. I hate doing that. So please, the clock will be right there. Please keep an eye on it. Be respectful. We've got a lot of people to get through. I'm going to call through the names in advance so that you can queue up and we can go through transitions quickly. And one final thing, it is your 3 minutes. You're allowed to say whatever you want to say, but we do understand ditto as being the same thing as like, I like what that person said, ditto. We completely respect that. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and call up the first 3 names in order are Darlon Chang, Patty Shannon, and Len Clements. So, and I understand we might have a couple people coming from the court. That's okay. Is Mr. Chang not here? You know what? I will set him to the side. Patty Shannon, I see you. So Patty, why don't you go ahead and take it? If I see Darlon, I'll let him in.
Thank you. Hope that's a good thing that you recognize me. Mayor and Council, I'm Patty Shannon from West Arvada. The idea of solving Avalon's access problem by pushing an emergency-only route through Westwood Links 3, Trail Village, or Trail Village Villas is unacceptable. It's unacceptable as planning, it's unacceptable as process, and it's unacceptable as a burden on existing neighborhoods. Arvada's own comprehensive plan is clear. High density, residential belongs near services, transit, collector streets, and arterial streets. It says residential neighborhoods should be protected from heavy traffic. It says through traffic should not be funneled into local neighborhood streets. It says cut through traffic and neighborhood speeds are issues the city must consider and mitigate. So let's call this what it is. This is a proposal to create a physical access connection from a 435-unit apartment and townhome project into existing local neighborhoods. Calling it emergency only does not make the impact disappear. If it is paved, connected, and physically usable, it is access. Signs do not stop drivers. Signs do not stop delivery vehicles. Signs do not stop residents from using a convenient connection once it exists. This also confirms the core problem with the original application. Avalon did not have a site that worked. Council heard the evidence and denied the CUP. Now, after denial, the applicant and staff are discussing ways to use neighboring communities to fix the defect. That is backwards. Westwood Links 3, Trail Village are not Avalon's access plan. Trail Village Villas is not Avalon's access plan. Morning Star's Corner is not a magic solution to push impacts into another residential area. The Land Development Code requires consistency with the comprehensive plan, compatibility with the surrounding area, adequate roads and transportation, and mitigation of adverse impacts. This proposal fails those tests. It takes the very impacts Council was concerned about: traffic, access, evacuation, compatibility, and intensity, and it exports them into established neighborhoods. We are asking Council and staff to stop entertaining this immediately. Do not encourage Avalon to pursue access through private HOA land. Do not convert neighborhood tracts into project infrastructure. Do not treat local
Ms. Shannon?
residential streets as
Ms.
backup
Shannon?
exits.
I can't give you any grace tonight. I've got way too many people signed up, but thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Chang, I see you. Please.
Dear Mayor Simpson and members of the Arvada City Council, I'm Darlon Chang, Arvada resident in the Geos neighborhood and parent of a 2026 Ralston Valley High School graduate. I'm here to present a group letter of support for the KSAP, which I handed to you. On behalf of Jeffco students and Parents for Climate Action, we urge you to approve and fully implement the City of Arvada's Climate and Sustainability Action Plan, or KSAP. We support this plan because it represents a practical investment in Arvada's economic future, fiscal resilience, public health, and quality of life. The KSAP provides an opportunity to reduce long-term operational costs, attract outside funding, prepare students for in-demand careers, foster a more equitable future, and strengthen our community's ability to meet future challenges. With the recent passage of the Jefferson County Public Schools End Statement on Climate and Sustainability, one of the most promising opportunities within the plan is a stronger partnership between the City of Arvada and Jefferson County Public Schools. By working together, the city and schools can leverage shared resources, pursue grant funding, reduce operating expenses, and create hands-on educational opportunities that prepare students for Colorado's rapidly growing renewable energy and sustainability economy. We encourage the City Council to support collaborative initiatives such as school composting and food waste reduction programs, expanded recycling and waste reduction efforts, solar energy and community solar partnerships, energy efficiency projects and school energy challenges, green workforce development programs, joint pursuit of state, federal utility, and private foundation grants, schoolyard resilience projects, and safe routes to school initiatives. These partnerships would create measurable benefits for Arvada residents. Reduced energy and waste costs can save taxpayer dollars. Workforce training programs can help address labor shortages in growing industries. Grant-funded projects can bring outside investment into our community. Students gain valuable skills and career experience while helping improve the places where they learn and live. The Climate and Sustainability Action Plan is not simply an environmental initiative, it is an economic development strategy, a workforce development strategy, and a community investment strategy. By partnering with Jeffco Public Schools, Arvada can maximize the return on that investment while demonstrating how local governments and school districts can work together to solve problems, save money, and create opportunities. As parents and students, we want Arvada to remain a community that plans for the future, invests wisely in its people, and creates opportunities for the next generation. We respectfully urge you to approve the KSAP and make school-community partnerships a central part of its implementation. Thank you for your service and for your commitment to the future of Arvada.
Thank you. Next, we have Len Clemens, and on deck we have Aziza Jabara, Avery Phipps, and Melina Fajardo.
Lynn Clemens, and I live in West Arvada, and I'm president of Westwood Villas HOA. And I want to start by saying many thanks to the council and the city for approval of the traffic signal at my intersection of West 63rd Avenue and McIntyre. You're going to make many, many people happy. I appreciate that. But I hear some updates of what's happening with the traffic situation in West Arvada from Candelas to Fairmount. And the residents of West Arvada are coming together as one community. I'd like to start with Dr. Cog traffic data for 64th and McIntyre. When 5950 McIntyre Street warehouses were applied for in July 2022, the traffic count there was 18,635 trips. And in April 2024, the traffic count was 24,074, almost 6,000 more trips in 2 years. The McIntyre Neighbors United Traffic Study says the warehouses will add 3,700 more trips to this number. Jeffco's average daily trip count for minor arterials, which McIntyre is 15,000 to 25,000. And it seems that McIntyre may be approaching this top number. Is it time for the county to do another count? The city could request this as a referral agency. As of 11/24, CDOT names Indiana Street from West 64th Avenue to 86th as a congested corridor. No surprise there. Some Dr. Cog traffic counts to consider as of 2023. West 63rd Avenue and 93 at 25,994, 58th Street and 93 at 27,078, and Indiana Street and 72nd at 26,036. Where am I going with all this traffic information? We're going further north to Northwest Arvada, the Candelas area. Arvada has several proposed developments that have been submitted to them. The Creek Residential and Commercial at West 67th and Indiana is 5,936 daily trips. 3 parcels of residential to be voted on July 7th here at the council. Residential and commercial at the northeast corner of 93 and 72, 9,344 trips daily. Trailstone is already under construction. That's 6,700 trips daily. And Candelas Point office and retail completed 8,700 trips daily. I've handed you a full listing of all that. I'm not going to go into that. But my question is, who's going to take charge here? We're going to overburden West Arvada to the tune of 38,970 extra trips, daily trips a day. Who's going to take charge? Can we get CDOT? Can we get Arvada? Can Jeff go together to make some plans and how we're going to figure out all of this traffic in West Arvada? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Clemens. Next, we have Aziza Jabara.
Hello, Arvada City Council members and Mayor Simpson, and thank you for having us here this evening. I'm Aziza. I'm a 2026 graduate of Ralston Valley High School and a lifelong Arvada resident.
And I'm Malia, a student at Stanley Lake High School and also an Arvada resident.
We're here today to ask you to pass the Arvada Climate and Sustainability Action Plan on July 7th. I feel incredibly grateful to have grown up in Arvada with the beautiful Rocky Mountains in our own backyard, nature and wildlife all around, and a strong community that appreciates what we have just as much as I do. But climate change is here right now, and it's threatening all that we have here in Arvada. We frequently see its effect on our city in wildfires, severe storms, extreme heat, and drought, and Arvadans feel it in every power outage and water restriction. The proposed Climate and Sustainability Action Plan has been the culmination of almost 2 decades of hard work, starting with the formation of the Sustainable Action Plan Steering Committee in 2007, but we simply cannot wait any longer. The sooner this plan is approved and implemented, the sooner we can begin making a greater impact on fighting the climate crisis, and the sooner Arvadans begin reaping the benefits. As a student, I have worked within my school's environmental club on improving the recycling system at my school. Meanwhile, there have been elementary and middle schools in Jeffco piloting composting programs at their schools. As small groups of busy students, it's difficult to even just improve upon pre-existing recycling programs within our schools to reduce our environmental impact due to the large size of our schools and a lack of support. It's even more difficult to start composting programs from scratch with no pre-existing infrastructure or systems in place. With the KSAP, schools in Arvada could have the support and aid of the city in improving recycling and implementing composting at schools and far beyond, saving waste from the landfill and stopping methane, a greenhouse gas 28 times more potent than carbon dioxide, from being released into the atmosphere from the decomposition of organic waste. With the recent passage of Jeffco Public Schools' Sustainability End Statement in October, there are many ways Arvada could collaborate with Jeffco to make schools in Arvada more sustainable and to further each other's sustainability goals if the KSAP is passed. From energy efficiency and renewable energy use to water-wise landscaping, we all share the same goal: to preserve Colorado's natural environment and create a healthy and habitable earth where our youth can thrive in the future.
One thing I can tell you as a student is that youth today are worried about the future and how climate change will shape it. We are also ready to do something about it. Many students are eager to get involved in environmental activism and organizations. We also know that many careers that we can pursue are green jobs and environmental work. Having the KSAP in place would help connect not only students but everyone in Arvada to opportunities to get involved in volunteering and jobs related to climate and sustainability. Another way students in Arvada would benefit from the KSAP.
I'm so sorry, young lady. You're two people, you technically cannot combine time, but what I'm going to allow you to do is I'm going to allow you to now take your 3 minutes, okay? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Another way students in Arvada would benefit from the KSAP is the Safe Routes to School initiative. Safe transportation to school and greenhouse gas emission reduction go hand in hand. Constructing more sidewalks and bike lanes encourages more students to walk and bike to school since it's safer, reducing the carbon emissions from cars. The KSAP ensures that Arvada will continue to expand its network of bike lanes, trails, and sidewalks, and ensure that we will respond to funding opportunities for a Safe Routes to School initiative. We are asking that you pass the Climate and Sustainability Action Plan today because it isn't just about our city government making a few strides toward fighting climate change. It's about giving Arvada the opportunity to become a city that other municipalities look towards when making their own climate action policies, and creating a culture of sustainability so that our action isn't temporary and Arvadans feel supported and encouraged to take their own steps in reducing their environmental footprint. Because it won't just take some of us to stop the climate crisis. It will undoubtedly take all of us. The plan is about increasing economic prosperity and quality of life for everyone in Arvada. And finally, it's about creating the hope for our youth that our fighting against climate change is matched and the belief that the future is bright for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Young lady, folks, I agree, but still, please, with the sense of decorum, we try to always ask no applause, no booing, or anything like that. Would you be able to repeat your name for us?
Malia Fajardo.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we have Avery Phipps. Come on up.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Avery and I am 10 years old. This is my little brother James and he is 7 years old. We both live in Arvada in Skyline neighborhood. We are here today in support of the Arvada's Climate and Sustainability Action Plan. One reason I support this plan is because we barely had a winter this year and we are in a drought. This means we need to conserve our water because we don't have enough snow melt because of climate change. This worries me because it is already really hot in summer and I'm worried about it getting hotter. And there is being less water and more fires. I would like the city of Arvada to help by supporting the Climate and Sustainability Action Plan. I would like to see my city partner with school and get more students involved with my school and get more students involved too. This would be a good example to other cities in successfully running a community sustainability program. This really matters to me and my future living here in Arvada. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. It was really cute. Thank you. All right. Great job. Next, we have Mark Breeze. Mark, that is a tough act to follow.
A little higher there. Mayor and council members, we are all aware that Avalon is seeking reconsideration of the failed motion of its project. As a result, we have been closely monitoring what has been happening, and we have already made our position clear. Avalon has not brought forward substantive new information. They do not have a new proposal. They are simply asking for a revote, a second attempt on essentially the same case, and allowing that would undermine the public process and the public's trust in this council. Because if a full public hearing, a full record, and a council vote can simply be followed by a do-over effort, then what's the point of the initial hearing? But what we discovered next is more troubling. Through an open records request, we identified city staff reaching out to Avalon after the denial to request a meeting to, and I'll quote, discuss some ideas that city staff have for the Avalon Arvada project. Those ideas included a suggested emergency access connection from the project through to Umber Circle and Trail Village Villas, a suggestion Avalon quickly adopted. That is a serious problem. Colorado's due process guidance is clear. All parties are entitled to have a matter heard by an impartial person or body. And Arvada's own ethic rules are just as clear. An officer shall not seek or grant any special consideration, treatment, or advantage to any citizen beyond that which is generally available to every other citizen. At a minimum, this raises a profound concern that staff were no longer acting as neutral administrators of the code, but were instead helping the applicant rework a project after it had failed. Did staff reach out to us on ideas to reject the project? And then there is the proposal itself. Adding an exit from a high-density apartment complex into an existing neighborhood is not a close call under the governing documents. It is an outright conflict with the comprehensive plan. The plan states the city will provide, quote, a network of arterial and collector streets so that through traffic is not funneled into local neighborhood streets. It further states the city will, quote, consider the impacts of cut-through traffic and identify measures to mitigate problem locations. Yet this proposal creates a new connection that does exactly what the plan says to avoid. It introduces new traffic into a neighborhood street. The plan also defines local streets as providing, quote, direct land access, lowest speeds, and serving trips, quote, within neighborhoods. That is the purpose of those streets, not to serve as outlets for a high-density development. We've been told that staff is neutral in its reviews, that it treats applicants and residents equally and fairly. These actions do not reflect that. We ask that you remind staff that they must act neutrally. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mike Rollick.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. I'm here On behalf of Protect Westwoods, Mike Rawlick, 18735 West 59th Drive, Golden, Colorado 80403. Before I start real quick, I just want to mention the Climate Action Plan. I do believe it's kind of a revolutionary thought to start thinking about space, weather, and resiliency to the grid. I know Pro Tem Mormon has talked about the resilience of the grid. Just want to think about that as our magnetosphere has decreased 40% in the last 400 years. And that's not something we can control, but we can maybe be resilient too. So along with that, you might want to think about that. Getting to what Mark had talked about, this is directly from that core request. May 14th, that's about 2 to 3 weeks after that vote, from Rosalind Thompson. Hello all, I'm reaching out to request a meeting next week to discuss some ideas that city staff have for the Avalon Arvada project. What's your team's availability next week? And then we hear back from Marcus Partner. We are coordinating internally. We'll get back to you. I do not know when we'll have an internal meeting at 1:30 on Monday, so we certainly could make that work. But we will get some additional times as well. Would you prefer virtual or in person? And then the response back from city staff was, is an in-person meeting possible for your team? And apparently that worked out at 8:30 Monday, May 14th. And then we go into what was sent from Avalon Bay. Hi, Rosalind. Great to meet with you and the Arvada team early this week. Thank you again for your time. Staff suggestion to look at the southwest access point and see if it can be improved with a connection to Umber Circle was very interesting to us. And we've explored that and preliminary confirmed that it can be done both physically and legally within existing easements. We will welcome any feedback Arvada Fire and City Engineering may have on the attached emergency access exhibit. And just want to reflect on that. That seems to be private property for their HOA. And when we looked at the same exhibit that was in the Cora, we can see the Velcamp subdivision, and we can see Morningstar having a legal EVA between them and Welby, but we don't know how it punches through to Umber, and that remains to be seen. But again, looking at the impartial and neutral stance versus eager to meet and suggesting fixes for something you've already heard. We trust your decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And my apologies, I forgot to call up who was on deck. That was my fault. I was distracted by the cute kids. So we have Jennifer Rodriguez, Dr. Damian Thompson, Fatuma Imad, and I'll go ahead and call two more, Jessica Cowett, and John Sakulik. So with that, Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you. Oh. I grew up in Colorado, and about 13 years ago I moved here to Arvada, just a few blocks away from Majestic View Park and the site of Frontline Farming's farm. So I've watched the farm become part of the fabric of the neighborhood and the community. I've participated in their CSA, I've attended their classes, as have my children, and my children have even worked at Frontline's farms. It's actually because of Frontline that my family has felt more a part of the community here in Arvada and met more like-minded individuals who also live in Arvada. In addition to being an Arvada resident, I'm a workers' rights attorney. So I have 20 years of experience representing farm workers and recovering unpaid wages and fighting for safe working conditions at farms all across Colorado. I've also worked with Colorado lawmakers on creating greater protections for workers. In this work, I've had the pleasure of learning that not only does Frontline Farming have exemplary policies and practices at their farm, prioritizing their employees' safety and well-being, but they've also been one of the biggest advocates for laws that protect farm workers. That's something I've never seen, and I know they faced a lot of backlash and criticism by other Colorado farms because of it, but they did not waver in their position. And that speaks volumes to who Frontline is, their values, and why I would encourage the city of Arvada to reconsider terminating their lease at Majestic. As you can see, this matters to a lot of Arvada residents and voters. I've come to understand through my years of leadership and service what accountability and community looks like, and what it takes to build trust, relationships, and institutions that people rely on. And that's what Frontline Farming represents. I've also seen firsthand how decisions motivated by Self-interest and ego can destroy the credibility and viability of organizations and municipalities. And that is what I believe to be happening here. The decision by select city officials to terminate Frontline Farms' lease appears to be purely retaliatory. Frontline has been a tenant of the city of Arvada for the past approximate 7 years without any problems or concerns. And then, in the middle of the most recent 4-year lease, shortly after they raised concerns about the new site director at Majestic View and her lack of communication regarding shared spaces, the city decides to invoke its right to terminate the lease by providing a 90-day notice. To be clear, the legal basis for the city's termination of Frontline's lease is not because of the alleged lease violation of installing an electric line, which is what city officials keep raising as the reason they need to get rid of Frontline. So then, why not simply move to terminate the lease because of that alleged lease violation? Perhaps it's because under the law, the farm would have been afforded the right to cure the lease violation and
Ma'am,
continue
I
their
am sorry,
tenancy.
your time has expired, and I cannot give any grace tonight. We have too many people signed up, so thank you very much
thank
for
you.
coming. Dr. Damian Thompson.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Simpson. My name is Dr. Damian Thompson, a co-founder of Frontline Farming. For 7 years, we've stewarded Majestic View Farms, arriving in spring 2019 to a neglected and underutilized site. With some help from volunteers, but mostly with 3 to 6 farmers per season, we hand-built 70-plus beds, cleared thistle and grass, and planted perennial beds for pollinators. After our lease renewal in 2024, we invested in irrigation and a hoop house to extend the growing season. During the pandemic, we kept farming when many organizations paused, and we even extended stewardship into adjacent areas when city maintenance fell short because this land supports both the physical and mental health of our neighbors. Our production has grown alongside our stewardship. Yields rose from 15,985 pounds in 2021 to 25,000 pounds at Majestic View in 2025. As our largest site, Majestic View is a distribution hub. We partnered with 2 food systems organizations to install a walk-in cooler, and we leveraged that capacity statewide, distributing 226,000 pounds of food to rural communities serving our fellow agricultural workers. Locally, in 2025, we donated 11,000 pounds to the Arvada Community Table and continue to run our 2-week new farmer immersion program, which blends hands-on farming skill with political education, cultural reflection, and relationship building for participants. We are deeply embedded in this community. Mutual aid organizations like Frontline Farming are too often depicted as separate, risky, or dangerous. We are neighbors, that framing mischaracterizes our reality. We are neighbors, educators, food producers, and long-standing servant leaders whose work directly supports local food security, jobs, and community resilience. The diverse support present tonight in the submitted letters and testimony reflect that truth. Our current lease with the city may end at the close of the growing season, but we are here to respectfully request that the City Council support a new 99-year lease for Frontline Farming at Majestic View Farm, with a 3-year grace period to allow Frontline to build necessary infrastructure within the lease zone to resolve collaboration issues with the Majestic View Nature Center. A long-term lease will protect the investments we've made, secure ongoing food production, distribution, and security for Arvada's most vulnerable residents, as well as ensure continued community stewardship for decades to come. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next, we have Fatuma Imad.
It is a pleasure partnering with Frontline Farming. I really appreciate how your team lifts up food access and community education across Arvada and the Front Range. This was written on August 20th, 2025 by Ryan Stevenson, Director of Vibrant Communities here. Those were the last substantive words we received from him. After that came months of unanswered emails, unanswered phone calls, which are documented, requests for meetings that went nowhere, concerns that were never addressed, and ultimately a lease termination. Council, I begin there because it did not begin with conflict. It began with partnership. My name is Fatima Imad. I am the co-founder and executive director of Frontline Farming and head farmer, and without irony, a professor of environmental justice at the University of Colorado, former chair of the Denver African American Commission, former president of Mile High Farmers, and someone who has spent my life choosing to build food systems and serve Colorado. And tonight, it feels important to say that, not because titles make someone important, but because after the last year, I've found myself asking, what happens when people stop seeing the people in front of them? Because this process has not felt like disagreement. It has felt like reduction, a reduction of our expertise, of our labor, of our relationships, of 7 years of stewardship which isn't funded by the city, a reduction of people into a problem. For more than a year, we raised concerns, requested meetings, proposed solutions, and asked for accountability. Instead, communication broke down, concerns are minimized, and inaccurate information continues to circulate, even after being challenged, and in some cases, retracted. Today, retracted and disputed statements continue to be published by the city as though they are settled fact. If a public institution can acknowledge information is inaccurate and still allow it to remain part of the public narrative, then truth itself becomes negotiable. And then there is race. In the Arvada Press, Ryan Stevenson stated that frontline farming threatened to racialize the issue. I want to be very clear. We didn't threaten to racialize anything. We are Black. We do not become Black only when it is convenient. We are Black when we grow food. We are Black when we teach children. We are Black when we receive awards. We are Black when we build partnerships. And we are Black when we raise concerns. Speaking honestly about our experience is not a threat. Yet statements like these shape public perception before people even hear from us directly and causes threats to us. And perhaps most painful was being told by Deputy City Manager Alshin Sheck, it seems like all you say is frontline farming is good and City of Arvada bad. Council, we never came here to be against Arvada. We came here to build with Arvada. So tonight I'm asking you to ask hard questions.
Ma'am, I am so sorry.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right. Next we have Jessica Cowett. After her is John Sakulik, then John Alex Manos, and then Nissa Thompson after that, or Nisa.
Nisa.
Thank you.
Esteemed council members, my name is Jessica Cowett. I'm the Business Operations Director at Frontline Farming. I joined this organization 5 years ago, and I've been privileged to work as a support for farmers and educators, and also a farmer myself. Anna Moore, the Nature Center Director, who was there from late 2024, was a good partner, made it clear that there were certain messages she would not pass on, shielding our farmers from complaints that were racist in nature. Anna was available and sympathetic to our concerns about some incidents in the past years, including once when a neighbor came up to Native youth who were working with one of our Black farmers and yelled at them to leave the property, that she never wanted to see them there. Those children were traumatized. We've not been invited to work with them again. Unfortunately, the police did not respond to our request to file charges against the neighbor. Another time, police arrived to inspect our chicken coops, stating they had a complaint about animal abuse. Thankfully, they left without any action items since our animals are well cared for. In April 2025, Frontline Farming experienced a marked change in the tone, communication, and day-to-day treatment on the land. With Lindsay Gillis as the new director of the Majestic View Nature Center, our farmers and executive director experienced disrespectful behavior, beginning with her first cold-shouldered meeting with Fatima, and again in a follow-up at the Nature Center in May. And then in May, Lindsay sent the following email. I understand the first initial meeting didn't sit well, and I apologize for that. I tend to be very direct, and sometimes it comes off in a wrong way. Again, I apologize for any upset I may have caused, and would truly like to have a better relationship, a fresh start moving forward, especially since we'll be working so closely together. This email did not result in a fresh start, unfortunately. From that point forward, a pattern emerged in which Frontline repeatedly sought clear processes, advanced communication, and alignment through Ryan Stevenson, the Parks Director, and named responsible party on the lease. While we were able to meet Ryan for a walkthrough in June, we were unable to coordinate times with Lindsay. Although we communicated regularly about shared schedules, over the months of last summer, we consistently felt unwelcome and dismissed by Nature Center staff. This culminated in November when Nature Center staff had gathered items they deemed as trash or debris and moved them into a locked room that we couldn't access without asking. We communicated that some of those items were part of our end-of-season process for sorting, drying, and storing herbs and produce properly, and asked that Lindsay refrain from these kinds of activities without communicating beforehand. She issued yet another emailed apology, and our ED followed up with Ryan to restart the process. Ryan has not responded to those requests until February of this year. He made a 20-minute virtual time and asked to submit our comments in writing. We didn't receive a follow-up to those concerns. We do good work on this land. We request that you all review the situation, issue a new lease for a longer term, and ensure that Arvada citizens can continue to benefit from our farmers' hard work on this land.
Well timed. Next, we have John Sekulik.
Mayor Simpson, members of the council, my name is John Sekulich. I've been a resident of Arvada for 15 years, more than 15 years. My children attend local public schools, and I live in the neighborhood not far from Majestic View Farm. I'm not affiliated with Frontline Farming, but I am here to speak in support of the work that they do at Majestic View Farm and the contributions they make to our community. Majestic View, the whole Majestic View area is a jewel. It's a jewel of our city. It's a gorgeous place, trails, parks, open space, and the farm. The farm is beautiful, and the farmers that work there are good at what they do. Others, I'm sure, have said and will say this evening the spectacular amount of produce they can grow on 2 acres, less than 2 acres. It gives me a real tangible sense of pride when I walk up there with my kids, with my pets, to see a small part of our city being used to grow food for other people, for people in need, and to support residents here and all over Colorado. In addition to being a resident here, I'm also a professional ecologist. I do ecological research with Denver Mountain Parks, Highlands Ranch, and the U.S. National Park Service, and I teach biology at Regis University. I can confidently say that small-scale organic agriculture, like the Majestic View Farm, contributes to ecosystem services. Ecosystem services are things like, these are things that happen in natural systems for the benefit of humans without costing anything. These are things like pollination and soil fertility, uptake and filtering of pollutants, and the maintenance of biodiversity. By improving soil health, by increasing the variety of plants grown, especially perennial pollinator-friendly plants, and by being good stewards of the land, these farmers are making a substantial contribution to the health of our city's biodiversity. We heard from a lot of people today talking about the Climate Action Plan, and if sustainability is important to Arvada, supporting frontline farming should be important to all of us. I urge the council to take up the task of developing policies to keep these farmers on the land doing their good work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have John Alex Manos. After John will be Nissa Thompson. Then we have Colorado State Senate President James Coleman. It's either Awa or Anna Schultz. And then Molly Ross will be after that. Please, Mr. Manos, whenever you're ready.
Hi, everyone in the council. My name is Alex Manos, or John Alex Manos. I've been an active volunteer and CSA recipient from Frontline since 2019. I remember hand digging and weeding that field at Majestic View when the project was still in its infancy. What I've seen over the past 7 years at Majestic View has filled my heart, soul, mind, and belly. I've helped Fatima and her team grow fruits and vegetables that feed community members who both can and cannot afford to feed themselves fully. I've seen countless children and elders gain further understanding of food systems and what it means to be a farmer. We have laughed, we've cried, and we've all gotten a chance to be part of that stewardship and growth in such a place deserving of the name Majestic View. While I don't currently live in Arvada, I've traveled here countless times to work at the farm and have contributed to and built community in this wonderful city as a result. I attribute a majority of that experience to frontline farming. I've been lucky enough to meet people from all over the world and even to learn about their cultures through food, as well as some of the unique farming practices that they engage in. I can't say that I've experienced anything like that through any other organization. Throughout those 7 years with Frontline, I have yet to see any instance of neglect, danger, or malpractice while working with these incredible people. Instead, I've seen, learned, and participated in policy advocacy and mutual aid that has improved the lives of marginalized communities across the Four Corners. I've been able to help and provide food to families in need, and I've had the privilege to share a truly ridiculous amount of healthy, fresh food with friends, family, and other community members. These are all opportunities for your community members that would be removed with the removal of Frontline, all because of a rogue wire. We've seen regulatory bodies dismantle and gut state programs to improve efficiency and to save money. We later learned that the downstream impacts of these hasty decisions has led to substantially negative outcomes for those communities. We've seen increasing targeting of marginalized groups across the country, supported by increasing white nationalist sentiment, among other hateful ideology. I think that the city of Arvada has a unique opportunity to stand up for this particular community, who stand in support of Black and brown bodies and who have built something beautiful in and for Arvada. Please work with these people. Communicate with them, negotiate with them in good faith, give them what they need in order to continue serving our communities in even more beautiful ways. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Nisa Thompson.
Good evening, City Council members and Mayor Simpson. My name is Nisa Thompson, and I am 10 years old. I want Majestic View to stay open because to me and a lot of people here with me, it is like a second home. This farm is so helpful to so many people. The community loves the food we give them. They love spending time at the farm because it is so calming. So if we get rid of this farm, you will be getting rid of a home, a relaxing place, and a place filled with love. I have grown up in this farm and I cared for all the plants, all the chickens, and we all cared for each other. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next, we have Colorado State Senate President James Coleman.
I hate to follow Ms. Thompson.
Yeah, it's weird seeing you on this side of the aisle. It's usually the other way around.
I got you. You used 5 of my seconds. I get those back. All right, just real quick.
I'll give it back.
There we go. My name is James Coleman, blessed to be the Senate President for the state of Colorado. Probably wondering why I'm here, and the reason for that is because I serve 34 other senators in our Senate, regardless of party. Your senator here, Lindsay Doherty, is who I would be serving, and in that case, I serve the community that she also represents. And I'm here also second because Fatima asked me to be here, and I thought about growing up as a kid, the many meals that my mother and I missed. As you can see now, eating at Breadwinner is something that I do on a regular basis, so I don't miss as many meals as I did when I was a kid. But I think about those situations, and I wonder about how that impacts folks that are living today. And look, I would say I'm here to thank you first and foremost for the amazing work that you all have done with Frontline, for the amazing work that you have done to provide thousands of pounds of food, as you've heard been discussed here over the years. The second thing I want to do is just advocate. I wanted to advocate on behalf of them. As has been said also, we see them advocating at the Capitol. Once you get elected, which I know you all can agree to this, Election Day is very important. But the most important day after that is a day where you see community come in and engage with you and help and support you in your role as an elected official. And so to see them at the Capitol is really powerful. As has been said, we've worked on many policies together. So they don't just represent Arvada, but they also represent the entire state of Colorado in so many communities that need access to resources and food. And so the last thing I want to do is just really make an ask. And my ask is that you continue to find ways to partner with Frontline. I think it's important to say that if there's been any wrongdoing, acknowledgement is important. In addition to that acknowledgement, additional opportunities to repair what has been damaged, relationship building, and making sure that the work that they're doing continues to be safe, and most importantly, provide those resources to the community. Really would hate to see this go away, not just for Arvada, but for the entire state of Colorado. We see a lot of different community groups working to make sure that communities have resources they need. We've seen this even this year in a policy we worked on with Freedom Makers Ranch. This is in Yoder, Colorado, which is just an hour west of Colorado Springs. It is a black-led entity, but serves so many people around the state. So at the end of the day, I see that this is not just about communities of color, but I see Arvada as being a very diverse community, and everybody is not only contributing but benefiting from the work that you all are doing in partnership with Frontline, and I ask you to continue to do that. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here. I do not envy you. This is why I'm at the state level, but I believe the higher up you go, the greater you serve, and my job is to find ways to support you in your role. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Senator. Next, we have either Awa or Anna. I apologize. I can't always read handwriting the best. So Anna Schultz. No worries. And I'll go ahead and call up the next set of names while Ms. Schultz is making her way down. Next, we have Molly Ross. Then it'll be Jason August, Jeff Lawhead, Lawhill, and then Brian Duricki. So whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Anna Schultz. I live in Fort Collins, but I made it down here because Majestic View Farm impact reaches far beyond the Arvada city limits. I am the regional director of a project called Project Protect Food Systems, and we work directly with agricultural workers. Our partnership with Frontline Farming is of food security, and their food helps many agricultural workers through hard times, and especially now with the economy, you know, all the food is very expensive, so when a farmer worker gets a box or a bag of food, they're really thrilled. Also, seconding local groups and organizations from across the state of Colorado come to Majestic Farm to learn about farming, anywhere from food composting, seed preservation, irrigation, planting, and just getting your hands in there and learning outdoors, like an outdoor classroom. And that has been a wonderful experience for many of my colleagues and other colleagues from other areas of Colorado. The food grown here at Majestic View Farm is helping alleviate the hunger, not only in this area, in Arvada, but also throughout the state in our agricultural worker communities. Terminating this lease means taking food off the tables of many of the families that have right now that depend on the assistance. It isn't just about the farm, but whether we value projects that feed people, teach skills, and build community. Because we come together twice a year where we make food from the whatever is grown at the Majestic View Farm, especially corn. We have made masa and made some delicious dishes from different areas of Mexico, so that is sharing the food that grows there and sharing the cultural, dishes. So I really just want you to touch your heart and think about
Thank you,
what
ma'am.
this.
Thank you. I'm so
Yeah.
sorry. But thank you. Next, we have Molly Ross.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. I am Molly Ross. I am president of Swift Wings Foundation, and I'm a major funding partner with Frontline Farming. And I'm here representing several organizations and lifting up Fatima Imad. I'm a member of Rachel's Network, which is a national organization of women working on environmental issues and funders. And Fatima is one of our Catalyst Award members, which is a national program. And so she's on the stage nationally with our organization, also with Earth Day, and also with American Farmland Trust, has done webinars for us and speeches and things. She is a known expert in regenerative farming. And we work with a lot of frontline communities, not just frontline farming, but frontline communities across the country, very interested in this project and the fact that they grow this amazing amount of food on a very small piece of land. And they have always been diligent and careful and safe about their practices. They are extremely dedicated. You can find people from all over the world working there. You've heard from organizations and people here today that have reached out across the network that this group has. And they work at legislative issues, they work on teaching, they reach out to the community, they have a huge network of people. So I am asking for support here. I'm asking for the city and the mayor and the city council to look to see if we can find ways that we can partner together, that we can get through this. It's a hard time. There's a lot of different issues on the table. There's different opinions going on. I'm hoping that we could find maybe some mediation to come together or something like that. I would personally be happy to provide a grant to get a mediator in here if that is something that you all would like. But at a time when so many people are hungry and really deserving of food, it would be a crime. It would be really a shame and very sad to see an organization like this have to leave this land and start over. It would be very, very difficult, and they have amended this soil and produce this food around the community. So I just hope that the city will consider seeing if we can come to a way to work together on this issue, and I ask for your support on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Jason August.
Greetings, Mayor Simpson and City Council members. I'm Jason Jocelyn August. I'm one of the founding members of Frontline Farming. And I just want to thank everybody who came out here today to support us. I mean, all the work that we put into the land, to the community, to the city of Arvada, to the state of Colorado, is really reflected in the comments that people have been making and will make today. And I give thanks that you are listening and that you are absorbing what is being said. I can see by and feel from the expressions on your faces and just my intuition that we're being heard. And I just want to thank you all for just being receptive and being honorable in your position to hear what is being said and to hopefully take some action to make remedy for this situation that's been going on. Because we love the land, we love Arvada, we love to feed people. Just a quick story that kind of touched my heart the other day. We gave out our first CSA this week for the season, and there was about 50 or 80 AIDS patients. And that really kind of touched my heart because my father passed away of AIDS. And just when I heard that we were outreaching to that community, even just another community who we reach out to, we want support. We want to just uplift. You know, we don't think about ourselves when we do this work. We think about the people who we serve. And we serve the people of Arvada, the people of Colorado, and the people of the United States and the people of planet Earth. So I just want to just thank you all for taking the time to come out, to share your thoughts and your heart with us, and for you all just taking the time to be here and listen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Jed Lawheel or Lawhead.
I failed penmanship, and it caught up with me. I was a kid, stayed in school. Jeff Lawhead.
Jeff Lawhead, with the line of the night.
So I just wanted to, reiterate a lot of the things that were said here. I'm a Denver. Don't hold that against me. I'm a Denverite, But I live next to one of the Frontline Farms, farms, obviously, in over by Aria Co-housing. And, you know, I've been over there, and that's in Northwest Denver. I've been over there now for about 8 years, losing track of time. But I've just really seen the transformation on that site. I mean, and I do now permaculture design work, and I tell you, the amount of effort that it takes to have, you know, that kind of land work. And what really ends up happening is you develop relationships, right? Like we develop relationships here with people, you develop relationships with the land, right? And I think that's a critical part of this whole process, especially now when we're thinking about climate change, because it's not about just relationships with us. It's about relationships with non-humans, right? And I really believe this, that, you know, it's a kinship process. And so I think, you know, you have to really think about the time and effort that these folks have put into this. And building soil is not an easy process. It takes time. It takes time. It takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of love. And I've seen what the transformation that's happened at the Sister Gardens, which is the site next door. So I just want us to be sort of aware of that. I've also seen, you know, the fact that these folks actually give a lot of the food away, and I've seen that. Like I think on every Sunday at noon, I see, you know, people even from our neighborhood coming over and using the services of Frontline. So they're a valued community member, and I really feel like there's just been a relationship breakdown here, is what's happened, and I think that. You know, to put some more effort into mending those relationships, I think is a really critical piece of what needs to happen, especially when we're thinking about, you know, what's happening with the earth. And it sounds like you all are looking at doing some environmental programming. So I think that they're a critical piece of that going forward. So I just want to say I support them, and I hope you're able to work it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will have Brian Dworwicki, and after that is Molly Daniels, John Rodriguez, and Alexa Albanez.
Hi, my name is Brian Dworwicki, and I'm a 15-year resident and homeowner in Arvada. I've also had the privilege of volunteering with Frontline Farming years ago. Let me begin by being transparent about my perspective. I'm a professor at Regis University, a PhD in social psychology who studies racism. Frontline's record speaks for itself. They have fed families, empowered young people, organized around important public issues, created opportunities for Black, Indigenous, and other communities of color, and built meaningful connections throughout our region. Frontline has a remarkable track record of community service and engagement. The question before us is not whether Frontline Farming has been a valuable community partner. They clearly have been. The question is whether the city's response is fair, transparent, and proportional. Research suggests that when people hear concerns about racism, one common response is denial. That appears to be happening here. When a public system lacks transparency, lacks due process, or produces outcomes that disproportionately burden historically marginalized communities, citizens have a responsibility to ask difficult questions. Public institutions have an obligation to examine whether their procedures are operating fairly and whether forms of discrimination may be occurring. Everyone in this room can agree that the exploitation of Black labor is racism, a process threatening to strip Black farmers of years of labor, land cultivation and development, and community investment without a transparent and publicly accountable justification is racism. I'm not here to determine whether a buried electrical line was dangerous or if permits should have been pulled. Those questions should be resolved through a fair, transparent, and public process. What concerns me is proportionality. Even if we assume that the city is entirely correct, even if every allegation is true, we are still left with an important question. Does the loss of 7 years of labor, investment, cultivation, community building, land development, and food production represent a proportional response to the violations being alleged? To me, the answer is clearly no. Our legal and moral traditions recognize proportionality as a cornerstone of justice. When punishment becomes disconnected from the severity of the offense, people begin to question the fairness of the system itself. It is difficult for me to understand how the city's concerns justify a response that will erase 7 years of work by Frontline. This response is not proportional. It is unjust. And if a process produces unjust outcomes for black farmers while denying them meaningful transparency and due process, these concerns about systematic racism are reasonable and should be investigated and examined, and are more important to me as a citizen of Arvada than code violations. These actions appear racist. Frontline farming has earned the benefit of a fair process. Arvada should be extremely cautious before driving away frontline farming. You are not getting rid of a problem, you are giving away an asset. Please do not steal Frontline's labor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Molly Daniels.
Hello, I'm Molly. I've lived in Arvada since 2019. I'm here today to advocate on behalf of Frontline Farming and the importance of affording farmers the dignity of due process. The City of Arvada can and should amend the current outcome and work with the farmers towards a mutually beneficial future for the leased land at Majestic View Farms. Personally, I come from farmers on all sides of my family. I'm of Michigan cucumber farmers, Washington oyster farmers, and Louisiana subsistence farmers. I know intimately the demands on a farmer's body, mind, and spirit. Professionally, I come from food warehousing and distribution, and I've seen the challenges our food systems face up close, especially those related to chill chain and perishable goods. Coming from both a farming and warehousing background, I know the stress that's on those who make daily operations happen. There are often too many demands and not enough resources, including and most especially time. I've seen the ramifications of freezers and coolers going down, which they often do across all food industries, and how teams will get scrappy to keep things moving and ultimately get fresh food to the people. Food waste is heartbreaking when it's product on your shelves. It's even worse when it's food you've farmed yourself. Frontline farmers admit that they should have worked through some proper avenues on the instability of power issue. However, they should also be given grace. They had recently requested support from the Majestic Views team and the Vibrant Communities Director and leadership, and were not acknowledged. The quick and decisive moves from the farm team to keep fresh, perishable goods and keep them within the chill chain range and to keep the irrigation system running weren't by the book, but they were from the heart and informed by experience. If you talk to the farmers, they're also clear that the wire didn't pose a threat to life, as was outlined in the Arvada Press article. And frontline farming wantonly putting lives at risk seems akin to Renee Good being a domestic terrorist. It's an inflammatory storyline, it shortcuts critical thinking, and it defies what others can plainly see. So let's slow down. Now that I've pointed my finger, I'll admit that pointing fingers doesn't really get us anywhere but a defensive posture. So instead, let's work together and actively demonstrate that everyone is working with the best intentions to care for our people and steward our lands. And our neighbors have never been more vulnerable to food insecurity. So let's not add to that problem by closing a farm that's provided thousands of pounds of food for our community. I believe there's a better path, and I'm asking the City of Arvada and the City Council to work with Frontline Farming team in good faith. Let's build a collaborative future where community agriculture can thrive on public lands. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have John Rodriguez. After John will be Alexis Albanez, then Tony Rowlick, then Levi Cisneros, followed by Ronald Harden. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Council and Mayor. My name is John Rodriguez. I'm in my 10th season as a farmer and my 3rd at Majestic View with Frontline Farming. Arvada has been doing something unique at Majestic View, partnering with a nature education center and a farm to steward public land in service of this community. That kind of partnership requires vision, trust, and a real tolerance for complexity. For years, this collaboration has worked. This isn't just a farm, it's proof that urban land can do multiple things at once: grow food, educate children, support families using SNAP and WIC, create habitat, anchor a sense of place, all while coexisting with another nonprofit and the general public. The land isn't the whole achievement. Relationships are the core. 7 years of earned trust, deep knowledge of this particular soil, and genuine roots in this community can't simply be transferred to a new tenant who will start over from zero. Frontline has more to contribute to the land and to the city of Arvada. I ask the city to do what it takes to resolve a conflict with a partner of 7 years that has built something worth keeping and nourishing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Alexis Albanez.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council as well. Hi, my name is Alexis Albanez. I'm the co-president of Mile High Farmers. Mile High Farmers is a grassroots organization of farmers, farm workers, and farming advocates in the Denver metro area who have a passion for agriculture, a commitment to social, environmental, and economic justice. Over the past 6 years, the co-founders within Frontline Farming, Jason, Damien, and Fatima at Majestic have provided education, increased the amount of food produced in multiple communities, built community, and good stewardship to the land. All three co-founders were a part of Mile High Farmers. Fatima was the former president of Mile High Farmers, who was able to keep thriving through her leadership and endless work she accomplishes for others as well. Damien was co-chair of the Justice and Equity Committee. I have witnessed him talk with community and in other spaces about how we can have equitable food systems and food access. And Jason was the former vice president who has a great ability of making friends and connections in community so that we can help each other out and share knowledge with each other. Frontline farming means building community, staying with community through the hard times, teaching each other, sharing knowledge, building connections through food and cooking. It matters to keep the organization on the land because over the past 6 years, they have community members who buy the CSA every year. And, sorry. I have also looked in this particular area where the farm is, and there's not an easy way to access food because you actually have to drive to the store. I've driven multiple times around that area, and it's like the farm is like very essential of being there. Before Frontline Farming was on the land at Majestic View, food was not being produced at the level it is being produced now at Majestic View. If the organization has to leave the land, there's a high possibility that there will be a large decline in the amount of food that is being distributed into the community. One community member has stated that since Frontline Farming has been at Majestic View, they now are able to receive 80% of their food from the farm. In the year 2025, it was reported that nearly 10% of Jeffco residents feel insecure in their ability to consistently provide food for their families.
Ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Tony Rawlick.
Good evening. This will be a little different. I'm going to be quick. All right. First, as a kid, my grandparents had a small farm. I worked on it from when I was probably 4 until my late teens when my grandfather died and stopped working. The experience was amazing. It shapes your life. It shapes your relationship with the land, with animals, food, with labor, and it's intense. So I got to support Frontline, all right? And hopefully you can work it out. The second thing, Mark Breeze, Patty Shannon, and Mike Rawlick. I think they brought up great topics. What's going on between staff and Avalon is very disturbing to me, and I hope you deal with it properly. Thanks. See, less than a minute. Yeah.
Well done, Mr. Rawlick. Positive example. All right. Next, we have Levi Cisneros. And let me be clear, it is your 3 minutes. You can use it however you choose.
Hi, council members and Mayor Simpson. My name is Levi Cisneros. I am a part of an asset-based community organization called Frontline Farming. I am the operational engineer and mechanic at Frontline. I'm reading, which was submitted to you as well via email by Kurt Struhler, the master electrician, who writes the City Arvada council members. I hope this message finds you well. I am writing to share some information regarding a temporary electrical installation at Frontline Farming, which was brought to my attention by Fatima Ahmad from their team. Recently, Frontline Farming reached out to me in concern of an electrical line that has been installed temporarily by a contractor to support their farming operations while their main system was undergoing repair. Upon inspection, I observed a 20 amp circuit which was run from an electrical panel using a direct burial 12-2 NMB wire. This wire is laid out at varying depths along the side of the building and then continued along the walkway leading to Frontline Farm, ultimately connecting to a GFCI receptacle. This setup was created solely for temporary use, ensuring the farm could continue to work until the permanent system was restored. Importantly, the breaker was switched off when installation was not in use, further minimizing any risk. My professional opinion, this direct burial wire installed for temporary purposes did not represent any risk of electrical shock to the public. The wire was properly buried so it was inaccessible, safely out of reach from any public contact. The precautionary approach help ensure that the installation meets safety standards during a brief period of use. Thank you for your attention of this matter. Best regards, Kurt Struhler, Master Electrician. And I have 40 seconds left. I want to say I've never seen an organization care so much for people. Fatima Ahmad, Dr. Damian Thompson always have students come and represent year after year. Kids, teens, youth come back or try to come back, and we have to open up to other teens and youth to help. But they love us and we love them. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Roland Harden. After Roland will be Karim Garby, Christina Call, Judith Burke, and then Chase Jonas.
Good evening. It's Ronald Harden. Thank you. My name is Ronald Harden, and my family and I have been Arvada residents, and specifically Scenic Heights residents, since we first moved to Colorado in 2019. We are homeowners and have great pride in the uniqueness that makes the Scenic Heights neighborhood so special. A lot of what motivated us to own a home in our neighborhood started with our instant love with Majestic View Park. Our house is a very brief stroll to Majestic, where we almost walk daily, and a few years ago my wife stumbled upon a flyer posted on a bulletin board outside of what we now know as Frontline Farms operations. And we found out that they also promote an organization rooted in volunteer work and community work. We were very excited when we previously found out that Frontline Farming's contract was extended, only to find out and be very disappointed that their contract was cut short halfway through. There are so many things to love about Frontline's organization being in Arvada, but my favorite is the fact that they allow the community to participate. They are amazing educators, and it is clear that they care about our community and their responsibilities as farmers. It is truly beautiful to see all the various age groups on their farm and how much pride they take in the work that they do to date. We were fortunate to take a tour ourselves on the farm where our son was also a participant. We learned about the different things that they grow, their future expansion plans, and we even got to eat some of their vegetables and spend time in their garden room to make our own bags of tea that I still have. Our son enjoyed the experience so much that he signed up for a horticulture class at his middle school as one of his electives this past year, and to be honest, I didn't even know what horticulture was. He was the one that selected it himself. I'm an engineering background. Had it not been for our experience with Frontline, I'm confident to say that our son would not have even considered signing up for that class. Arvada heavily promotes a community-centric lifestyle, and Frontline Farming should be included in that same pride. I can personally speak for what they have done for our family, for my family, for the Scenic Heights neighborhood, and for the Arvada residents, and I'm finding out that also all of Colorado, so thank you. In a world where the average American has little to no interest in agriculture, it makes it that much more important to keep Frontline Farming in our community so that they can continue to be continue to make their positive impacts. My household is a perfect example of the various benefits that the organization shares with our community. I strongly encourage those with the authority over their contract to actively participate on the farm to see firsthand the benefits that they are giving back to our community. And since I have 30 more seconds, I will just say thank you for letting me speak today. Thank you for letting our community speak on behalf, and it has been a pleasure to get to know this Frontline Farm organization, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Kareem Garby. And I do apologize if I mispronounce anybody's name.
You got it right. Hi, Mayor Simpson and City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I promise that I won't make you gabble me away, but I do want to see you use it at least once tonight. My name is Kareem Garby. I work for Colorado State University as an extension agent. So my job is to create various educational programming about a lot of subjects relating to horticulture. And my specialty is insects. I really, really like bugs. And as a scientist, I think I can provide a bit of a different perspective on the significance of frontline farming, at least their Majestic View location. We partner on several projects. One, I manage the beehives at that Majestic View location, which represented an investment of like a couple $1,000s actually as a joint investment between CSU and Frontline. Bees are expensive. And we use those bees to, one, just increase crop pollination on the farm, but also to teach various classes about beekeeping for very cheap or like no cost. I know that there's other organizations that teach beekeeping, but they're usually several $100s for classes. And so I think we charge like maybe like 20, maybe $50, but it's often free. You know, if this lease is terminated and I can't find anywhere to put those beehives, I may have to euthanize them, unfortunately. I partner also with Frontline on a variety of educational programs. We teach a couple of youth summer camps where we teach kids about beekeeping, but also the importance of native pollinators, of aquatic invertebrates, about just insects in general, soil science, bird watching, and these programs are some that may also be discontinued if we lose that lease. And it's a very reciprocal relationship. I've enlisted Fatima and Jason to teach some of my own classes. I collect plant and insect samples from their farm to use in my other classes. And then lastly, we've just started a long-term soil health study looking at the types and the number of soil microinvertebrates that can be returned to the soil with some of these regenerative farming practices. Really cool things that no one thinks about, like they're called forktails, bristletails, springtails, a huge diversity of soil mites, nematodes, mycorrhizae. I digress, but there's a lot of really cool stuff happening in the soil at Frontline because of their regenerative farming practices. And you can destroy soil microbiota in a single day, but it takes years and years and years to build that. And if they're not farming that land, one, that life is going to go away, and two, I can't really do anything with just 2 years of data. It's a long-term study. And you know, I hope the city will reconsider the decision to terminate the lease based purely on the principles that other speakers have brought forth. But you know, as is often the case, those voices aren't heard. I hope that they'll reconsider, at least on an academic basis, seeing the scholarly relevance of this farm. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Christina Call. After Christina is Judith Burke, then Chase Janice, and then Dr. Janine Duran, and after that is Crystal O'Neill.
Hello, fellow council members and Mayor Simpson. Thank you so much. My name is Dr. Christina Call. I'm sociology faculty at Front Range Community College at Westminster campus. I'm also a recent Fulbright International recipient, and I am here to speak on behalf of Frontline Farming. I teach, in part, one of my many duties is to teach environmental sociology. And one of my strategies for students is to engage students in a very active learning option. So this is hands-on teaching. And so we focus often in environmental sociology on a topic of food systems and its relationship to climate crisis. And while I can personally turn around and lecture all day and tell students about all the information and give a bunch of visuals about what's happening in our food systems, including any problems or concerns coming up regarding big agricultural conglomerates or even how maybe even to share what localized farming looks like or regenerative farming. I can sit and say this all day, but really the best way that students learn is experiential learning. And so what ends up happening is I take my students as one of a capstone project, if you will, to a field trip to Frontline Farming, and I've been doing this for quite a few years. And one thing that I have found is that, I'm just going to sidetrack for 2 seconds. A lot of people here have been talking about soil, and one thing that Frontline Farming has been able to share with students, not just at the farm itself, but also they come to our classrooms at Westminster. This has been discussed earlier regarding how the reach is far. It goes beyond Arvada. And so in this case, one of the things that they taught us is there's a difference between dirt and soil. Right? And in this case, it has spent years cultivating and creating soil here in Arvada at Majestic Farms. And so that is just one teeny little bit of information that they get to learn while they are out there working the farm, right? So students often after class or even years later will come back and email me or talk to me and tell me how much this has impacted their own educational career. Like I said, I can talk all day, but it's their experience on the farm that matters the most. And so I just want to briefly share real quick an example of what a student shared on that, how they love to be able to contribute to their community, and the fact that the goal is food sovereignty for all, and makes me want to be more involved because of how much good that can do for so many people. So to be clear, Frontline Farming's goal, obviously in values, is collaboration and connection, and that has been going on at Majestic, and then I would also let you recognize that this is what they're teaching the students as well. So I appreciate the time, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Judith Burke.
Mayor Simpson and council members, thank you for this opportunity to speak, and thank you for your service to the Arvada community. My name is Judith Burke. I'm a retired registered nurse who lives at 2835 West Parkside Place in Denver. My third floor condominium overlooks the Sisters Garden, one of the farms managed by Frontline Farming. I am here to respectfully request that you reconsider your decision to terminate Frontline Farming's lease with Majestic View. I grew up on an Iowa farm. I am now a gardener. I know how much sustained time and energy is required to be successful in either endeavor in the Denver metropolitan area. For 8 years, I have been privileged to watch the frontline farmers at work in the Sisters Garden and know them to be competent, committed, and responsible stewards of the earth. I received the May Frontline Farming's newsletter when I was in Montgomery, Alabama, on a civil rights pilgrimage with my church. Reading the news was painful. My initial reaction was that I was reading about a situation that was like the years of injustice inflicted on Black people. I was also aware that I was learning about one side's perspective on the situation. When I returned to Denver, I read everything on the council's website. I saw the photos. I do understand that you may have cause to terminate Frontline's lease. I also understand that Frontline has apologized for installing the electrical line. I ask that you accept Frontline's apology, forgive them for what they did, reconsider your decision to terminate the lease, and move forward to forge a mutually beneficial relationship. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Chase Janice.
Good evening, mayors and members of the Arvada City Council. My name is Chase Janice. I'm a fourth-generation Coloradan, a registered member of the Ogallala Lakota tribe, and a graduate candidate at CU Boulder's Masters of the Environment program. I volunteered with Frontline, and I've worked with them in my graduate program to learn and develop skills as a sustainability professional. I'm here to ask the council to reconsider its recent decision to end Frontline Farming's lease at Majestic View Farm. A visit to the farm reveals not only the immense work required to operate it successfully, but also the passion, knowledge, and love invested into the land itself. The results of that labor have a direct impact on this community. I have seen the lines of people seeking fresh vegetables and rescued food that would otherwise go to a landfill. This is food in the stomach of children, seniors, people with disabilities, and working families struggling to make ends meet. For many, Majestic View Farm is the difference between dignity and hunger. If you have never gone hungry, it is difficult to understand the shame and uncertainty of not knowing where your next meal will come from. Many of the people who rely on Frontline's food likely cannot be here tonight because they are working to secure that next meal. Perhaps the land is considered valuable real estate. The view is, after all, majestic. But the council must consider not only the future, but also the past. I urge you to recognize the risk of repeating patterns of land dispossession that Black, Indigenous, and other people of color have experienced throughout our nation's history. If Majestic View Farm is replaced with apartments or even converted into a traditional park, Arvada will lose something truly unique. You will lose a service that feeds your people and a partnership that can continue enriching the city for years to come. Majestic View Farm is a rare example of genuine community and generosity. Losing it would have a real impact on the residents who rely on Frontline farming to fill the gaps in their food security, as well as the hundreds more across Colorado who are fed by what is grown there. Respectfully, I ask the city not only to renew Frontline Farming's lease, but also to commit to building a long-lasting relationship with the farmers whose work so many of your community depend on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Dr. Janine Duran. After Dr. Duran will be Crystal O'Neill, then Albany Thompson, Jordan DeBoe, and Jennifer Johnson. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Dr. Janine Duran, and I'm speaking today not only as one of the co-chairs of Frontline Farming, but also as one of the capstone advisors in the College of Health and Human Sciences at Metropolitan State University, as well as one of the board members of the Denver Department of Public Health and Environment. Throughout my career, I have served as a college dean, professor, workforce development leader, and mentor to students preparing for careers in public health and human services. My work has always centered on one question: how do we create meaningful learning experiences that prepare people to serve their communities? From that perspective, I see Frontline Farming as much more than a farm. It is a living classroom. Their youth programming is designed to support young people as learners, leaders, and whole humans. Frontline Farming introduces youth to the foundations of farming and food justice while ensuring they experience joy, curiosity, safety, and respect. Every season, students, community members, and volunteers learn about agriculture, food systems, environmental stewardship, leadership, and community responsibility in ways that simply cannot be replicated inside four walls through programs such as the Young Growers Summer Camp, serving ages 5 through 13, school-based and front-range education, the Black Teen Cultivators. They have mushroom growing, flower arranging, and farm immersion programs. All programs which have benefited hundreds of Arvada residents over the years. Reading about soil health or food justice in a textbook is valuable, but planting a seed and harvesting produce and seeing that food nourish neighbors creates lessons that last a lifetime. As educators, we know that hands-on learning transforms lives. It builds critical thinking, teamwork, problem solving, and civic engagement. These are exactly the kinds of experiences we should want on public land that serves the community. We also know that long-term educational programs require long-term stability. Relationships with schools, colleges, volunteers, and community partners and governmental agencies are built over years, not months. When that stability is disrupted, students lose opportunities, educators lose trusted partnerships, and community loses an investment that has taken years to cultivate. I believe public land should support community education, especially when it advances health, sustainability, and workforce development. Frontline Farming has demonstrated that it can steward this land while creating opportunities for young people and families to learn, grow, and contribute to the community. Tonight, I ask that you look beyond the current dispute and consider the broader legacy we want to leave for future generations. I support a path forward that includes a 99-year lease.
Ma'am, I am so sorry. It is time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Crystal O'Neill.
Good evening, Mayor Simpson and the City Council. Thank you for allowing me an opportunity to speak. I'm here for community, and based on the earlier proclamations and awards, it sounds like the council is interested in community also. I'm a Lakewood resident, but my community does not cease to exist when I cross 26th Avenue going north on Kipling, nor does it cease to exist when I cross 51st Place as I cross into Arvada. We're Jeffco strong and Colorado proud. And frontline farming's place in our community is absolutely vital, and you guys have heard all of the reasons why here. I started my relationship with Frontline Farming as a CSA customer, and then I started volunteering with their no-cost grocery that they host at their other farm, Sister's Garden, which you've also heard about. I've come to know the people behind the organization. These are the people we want in our communities. They aim to serve and to lift up those who are most in need through the nourishment of food. But their contribution to our community is greater than just the food. They also nourish our souls as you look to their mission and talk to their people. I, for one, have become a better person by my interactions with Frontline Farming. I ask the City Council to please reconsider the cancellation of their lease and help Frontline help our communities thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Albany Thompson.
Hello, Mayor Simpson and City Council members. I'm Dr. Albany Thompson, a resident and homeowner in District 2 of Arvada. I live a short walk from Frontline Farming's Majestic View location, and so it's always been important to me to support this local business in addition to supporting my local food network. The single share CSA has allowed me and my husband to feed our friends in addition to ourselves for the last several years. We plan our meals, our garden, and our travel plans around this CSA every week. The farm has also made space for people like myself to invest in the land alongside them by hosting volunteer opportunities, which has served to ground me in the space and the community. My husband and I have learned much through our interactions with Frontline Farming. We've learned about new ingredients like chichimasai, new recipes like pozole, and new growing practices like how to identify and remove chokeweed and how to compost our food scraps. This is the level of community support and engagement that is just a baseline for Frontline Farming, not even to mention the thousands of pounds of food that they donate to the community and the educational events that they host. In contrast, the way that the city representatives has interacted with the farmers regarding their lease has resulted in me no longer trusting that due process will be upheld in this city. The dishonesty and bullying that has gone on has left a stain on the reputation of both the city and the Majestic View Nature Center that will take years to erase. To close, through this process, Frontline Farming has not stopped educating me. They've shown me how to support the oppressed in my community, and they've motivated me to speak out against discrimination and marginalization. Please grant Frontline Farming the 99-year lease that they are asking for, in addition to their 3-year infrastructure transition period. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jordan Dubow.
Hello, City Council and Mayor Simpson. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Dr. Jordan Dubow. I'm an Arvada resident living in District 2, and I'm proud to be here in support of Frontline Farming and in the hopes of granting them back their lease. My wife and I are Arvada residents who live just a short walk away from the farm. We've been CSA members since our first summer here, and it has been an absolute privilege to have this farm so close. The CSA gives us delicious and fresh vegetables, and the produce is really high quality and locally grown, and they teach us about the ingredients and give us recipes to use them. It might sound like just another CSA, but this is something for me to look forward to every week when I think about how I'm going to cook with that produce and what new recipes I can try. So it brings a bit of joy to my life. And it's more than just the produce. The people are kind and caring and friendly. They love what they do, and they spread joy to everyone they interact with. Frontline farming is one of my favorite parts of living in my neighborhood. It is a unique and meaningful differentiator that I feel very lucky to have. My number one ask to the City Council is to save the farm. Please use your power to help grant them the lease they deserve, work collaboratively with them, and give them a chance to resolve the infrastructure issues. It is important to me that the city tries to do this. But my being here tonight is not just about saving the farm. The more I got to know the farmers and their story, the more horrified I was at the treatment they received. I believe there are people in power over the land who have been dismissive, dishonest, and ultimately cruel. As an Arvada resident and a customer and friend to Frontline Farming, I can't just sit at home and accept that. This treatment doesn't do justice to the years of hard work they've put into the land and all the good they've done for their community. I still believe that this can be repaired and made right. Please do whatever you can to work with Frontline Farming on this, as the city's actions up to this point have hurt the trust of residents like me. And as long as I live down the street from the farm, it will continue to impact me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jennifer Johnson. After Jennifer, we have Abby Durricky, Karen Deoweto, Charles Grant Walker, and Sarah Clow.
Hi, thank you, Mayor Simpson and the City Council for being here tonight and hearing everyone out. I'll start with ditto to everyone who's been supporting Frontline Farming tonight. I do, though, have a little different perspective. I have been living in the city of Arvada for 10 years, and I vote in every single election. There can be one thing on that ballot, I turn it in, and now so does my now 20-year-old child as well. So I care very deeply about what happens locally as well as nationally. I want, as an Arvada resident, I love Majestic View Park. It is very much a jewel of our city. It is an amazing little green space right in the middle of the city. And when I discovered it, I was thrilled. I love to look at birds, and I know that the farm creates a biodiversity that is just, unparalleled, and especially in an urban environment. And I am a trained social worker. I spent my life serving others, and I'm also a fundraiser. So I've raised money for nonprofits for the past 25 years here in the Denver metro area, as well as Arvada. And I want to say that from a practical standpoint, not only have you heard tonight all the amazing work that's happening at that farm, it's an earned income stream. For those who can buy the food, that is an earned income that keeps the farm serving others and serving those who can't afford to pay. That is so critically important for the diversity of our nonprofits. It's what we preach to them, to have multiple funding streams. And I encourage you on a very practical level that's what also supports their work, is having this land and how well they're using it every day and enriching it as well. And it enriches our community. And I thank you for your time. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Abby Durricky.
Good evening. My name's Abby Durricky. I've been an Arvada resident for 15 years, and I'm here tonight to ask you to reverse the decision to terminate Frontline Farming's lease at Majestic View. I want to start with what I've experienced with Frontline Farming from living here. They're unequivocally an asset to our community. I'm proud to tell people that they have a farm in Arvada that produces food for the whole Denver area. When I see someone from even another part of the metro area posting on social media about this great community-supported agriculture, I'm excited to say that Frontline's biggest farm is in my city and near my neighborhood. I'm also proud to say that I have made personal friends with some of the farmers and founders, and just every interaction I have when I go there refreshes me. You've already heard about all of the good things that Frontline does. They produce thousands of pounds of food each year and donate a lot of it to food support organizations like Arvada Community Table. They train new farmers and new generations. They offer volunteer opportunities, and they put on educational programs. And this is exactly the kind of organization we need in Arvada and across Denver Metro, especially in the current economic and environmental climate where many people feel disconnected from land, nature, and food sources. Fresh, healthy produce can be hard to come by in some areas, and supply chains are fragile. Even if that process was not followed by Frontline and the permitting of the electrical wire, which we've talked about already, the farmers have already apologized and remediated that. And it looks like the city's response does not match the seriousness of the offense. That one single substantiated violation does not warrant a termination of the lease and displacement of the farmers from the land. The city hasn't been consistent or transparent in its communication and enforcement regarding this issue. And before any permanent decision is made, a fair, transparent process needs to be followed. And finally, I want to just name something directly because Frontline Farming is a food justice organization specifically focused on leadership and access for women and people of color in our food systems. They are led by Black and Indigenous farmers working against a documented history of land loss and displacement for communities of color in agriculture. The city of Arvada has publicly committed to racial equity and building a more inclusive community, as we've talked about earlier tonight even. And those commitments should mean something outside of just the words said in this chamber. And when a Black and Indigenous-led organization loses land over a fixable issue without a transparent process, the council has a responsibility to ask hard questions about whether, even if unintentionally, this action reflects the very patterns that the city has said it wants to dismantle. Frontline Farming has acted in good faith, and I'm asking you to take this seriously and work with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Karen Deoweto.
Good evening, Council. My name is Karen Deoweto. I live at 4816 West 61st Place in Arlington Meadows. I wanted to acknowledge first that while I am a candidate for Adams County Commissioner, I'm here tonight as an Arvada resident, and while I have this moment, I would like to encourage everybody that no matter how or where you vote, please do. And next, I would like to just say that I found tonight's comments very inspirational, and the work that Frontline Farms is doing for our community is just outstanding. And thank you for being here and standing up for the community and sharing the value that it brings to you. And as a third-generation engineer, as an environmental engineer, I'll share with you some words that I've heard my whole life, but you may not have. And it's that if it doesn't come from extraction, it comes from agriculture, and agriculture grows our community. So we should maintain any sense of agriculture that we do in this urban area, and I would encourage you to take the words that have been spoken tonight seriously and to heart. But I'm here to talk about something that is at the end or the beginning of that very cycle that we've heard so much tonight, and that's composting. So I know that the city of Arvada is working diligently to consider adding a compost portion to their single hauler waste program, and I am here in support of that. As an environmental engineer, I've seen how small practical decisions can leave a substantial impact over time, and composting in Arvada is one of those decisions. A significant portion of what we throw away is organic material, including food scraps, leaves, and yard waste, and that does not have to be in a landfill. When we compost it instead, we reduce waste, create something useful, and increase longevity of existing landfills. Adding compost to our existing program is practical. Arvada has already done the hard work of creating a citywide waste collection system, and adding a compost cart builds on that success and gives residents another tool to reduce their environmental footprint without making their lives more complicated or without adding an extra subscription. In many cases, including at my own home, residents will have less trash than can reduce their trash cart size, saving anywhere from $5 to $10 a month. And once composting is available, I fully expect my own bill to go down by over $120 a year. I also believe that this aligns with the values of our community. Arvada residents care about stewardship. We care about our parks, our open spaces, and the kind of city that we're leaving to the next generation. This is about being the kind of community that makes it easy to do the right thing, and we're making decisions today that will benefit our community tomorrow. I appreciate your consideration of this issue, and I hope that you'll bring this forward in your future discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Charles Grant Walker. After Charles, we have Sarah Clow, I apologize if I get it wrong, Ashley Sawtell, Scott Major, and Nick Gruber.
Thank you, Mayor Simpson, members of the council. I am Grant Walker, Charles Grant Walker. I live at 14110 West 89th Loop in Whisper Creek here in Arvada. I'm here to urge you to vote in favor of, to support, and to commence with the Climate and Sustainability Action Plan. Everything that Mr. Darlon Chang said, ditto. Everything that the two high school students said, one of them a recent high school graduate, ditto. Everything the 10-year-old student and his 7-year-old brother said, ditto. Everything that has been said in favor of regenerative food production, ditto, because that's absolutely critical for a sustainable community. And I'd like to also make the point that climate change is not the future. It is the present. And I'll share with you figures that I'm sure you've already heard. The climate and human mortality crisis impacts human beings through several primary avenues, according to the World Health Organization. First, extreme heat. Heat waves account for an estimated 546,000 deaths every year. Air pollution, outdoor air pollution from fossil fuel combustion contributes to approximately 2,500,000 deaths per year. Infectious diseases. Warmer, shifting climates are expanding the transmission ranges for vector-borne diseases like malaria, dengue fever, and diarrhea. The World Health Organization actually estimates that between the year 2030 and 2050, climate change will cause roughly 250,000 additional deaths every year from undernutrition, malaria, diarrhea, and heat stress. So I'll finish by quoting one of the women that you honored with the Juneteenth celebration. We are going to be defined by what we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Sarah Clow. Okay. I am sorry. Clow.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Simpson. My name is Sarah Clow, which we've covered, and I am a regenerative food systems consultant, the COO of a food systems nonprofit, and an eater deeply concerned with all of our ability to access fresh food. In an effort to save everyone's time, I will keep this short and would like to start by lifting up all of the voices that have already been heard demonstrating Frontline Farming's excellent stewardship of Majestic View and the incredible contributions to the community. I am here to make two things clear. Number one, as a consultant, I have worked with Frontline Farming on various projects for 6 years. Their professionalism, communication, systems level thinking, and passion for their work is unparalleled. Being in deep relationship with community is paramount to Frontline. I'm asking the council to reverse the decision to terminate the current lease and to make space for the conversations that need to happen in order to remedy the issues and keep Frontline on the land. You will not find a better farming organization. Number two, as a food systems professional, I need to share with you, Mayor and council members, that we are at a pivotal point in our history where all farmers in the United States are struggling. We are at serious risk of no longer growing food within our borders. Foreign investment, climate change, reduced federal funding, tariffs, aging farmers with no options for succession. I can go on and on. Having a successful, community-supported professional farm who continues training new farmers and provides nutrient-dense, fresh food to the community is unique and should be cherished and protected. It would be a great loss to the city and community of Arvada to lose frontline farming. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Ashley Sawtell.
Hello, City Council members and Mayor Simpson. My name is Ashley Sawtell. I appreciate the opportunity to present my perspective as a Majestic View neighbor who walks by frontline farming almost daily and as a CSA member since 2019, and as a mother. I have a photo from 2018 with my now 9-year-old daughter standing at Majestic View Farm on empty, unproductive land. In 2019, frontline farming started without trucks or machinery, and much of the work that was done by hand. Today, Majestic View is thriving with almost 2 acres of crops, a greenhouse, and countless community programs. As a mother, as a neighbor, I'm concerned with the trend in our country as it relates to food access, rising food costs, and declining connections to local agriculture, which is why productive urban farms should be treated with respect and as a community asset worthy of preservation. Over the past 7 years, my children have learned where food comes from, who grows it, and why access to healthy food matters. Thank you, Frontline Farming, for feeding our family and for feeding our community. During harvest, over 80% of my family's food comes from this farm, and not just through the produce that they are giving and providing us, but through other community agriculture programs that they're introducing to us, like Boyd's Farm, bison chairs, meat, lentils, mushrooms. Our whole food source is because of frontline farming during these months. To me, this isn't just a lease dispute or about a land issue to hand off to city officials. It's a potential loss of a community asset that produced 25,000 pounds of food last year alone, not just for CSA members like me, but for WIC and SNAP folks, and thousands of pounds donated to Community Table. It's imperative that council members find out more about the city's process in handling this decision. Was it equitable? Was it fair? City officials are setting a precedent for how Arvada treats its community agriculture partners. Terminating a 7-year partnership over an attempt to connect irrigation to water crops sends a troubling message to the organizations and farmers we hope to attract and retain. Removing the farmers who transform this land and replacing them with others who will inherit the benefits of their labor is not the answer. It does not honor the legacy of the agricultural easement that was entrusted to the city, nor does it reflect the stewardship that this land and the people who care for it deserve. The question I'm asking tonight is simple. Before choosing termination, did the city ask, how can we support your efforts to improve public land and feed our community?
Sorry, we are at time.
You.
Thank you. Next, we have Scott Major. After Scott, we have Nick Gruber, Cassandra Neese, and then Ann Katzberg, and then Brett Ridley.
Good evening. My name is Scott Major. I'm a longtime Arvada resident and also an educator in Jeffco Public Schools. I'm here tonight to speak in support and solidarity with our group of students and others you heard earlier about the Sustainable Action Plan for the City of Arvada. I wanted to share a specific example, just in my work with students, of why this policy is important and how it can be helpful. As one of my roles, I'm supporting our school's green team in a middle school, and so I work with younger students, and one of the projects that they championed and they brought up was bringing composting into our school. And so we've heard from Frontline Farms about growing food, and I've seen the opposite side of that, where in a middle school, we did a food waste audit, and we were wasting 75 or more pounds of food every day at lunch. And if you extract that out to every school in the city or in the county or in the country or the world, and think about how much food waste there is, what we realized once we started trying to compost in our school was that we were relying on volunteers. We still are relying on volunteers to come take our composting, and we're working with local nonprofit organizations to bring our food somewhere other than the landfill. So what I've realized and what my students have taught me is that without policies, without infrastructure, without the support of municipalities and our school district, we're not going to make a dent. And as soon as the students and as soon as the staff and the community members who think these things are important, as soon as they're gone, those things go away. And so we need the policies, we need the support of the city, of putting those things in place that are going to make those policies last, so that when people are growing food, we're not throwing it in the landfill. We can have sustainable communities. So that's one example. For me personally, living in an apartment complex, I try to recycle as much as I can. I know that most of the things that I put in the recycle bin probably also end up in the landfill. So there's all kinds of examples of ways that if we had those infrastructures in place and those policies, that we could start to have a bigger community impact, because a lot of individuals want to make a difference, but it's really hard without those things in place. So thank you for your time, and I would recommend that you pass the climate action policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Nick Gruber.
Mayor Simpson and members of the City Council. My name is Nick Gruber, and tonight I'm speaking in support of Frontline Farming. As a chef, I've been partnering with Frontline Farming for years, buying quality produce for my menu for farm-to-table events at the Mercury Cafe, at Windfall Brewery Company, which I am still the chef at. I feel a responsibility to take the risk to help support local farming. I also buy from Boulder Farmers Market co-ops as well. Even though it may take a dent, it's worth the risk. As a fellow urban farmer, owner of Produce Denver, an urban farming company in Denver, I understand what it takes to build a productive farm with limited infrastructure and resources. I'm proud of Frontline Farmers for what they have achieved in the past 10 years, not only focusing on food production, but also educating our youth, building community, supporting other growers, creating access, and responding to community needs. Alone, just growing food is hard enough, but they go way beyond, and that's a valuable thing for our urban farming organization. For almost 20 years, I've witnessed difficulties in farming in cities along the Front Range. I've seen dozens of farming organizations lose their land due to development. I've lost 5 properties. Go Farm just went bankrupt last year. That's one more organization that we lost. I've seen dozens of community food producing organizations cease operations due to non-renewable of leases or because of lack of resources. I believe the future of farming is through private and public partnerships. The U.S. loses an average of 63 farms every day, totaling around 15 to 25,000 farms a year. Farmers are retiring and aging out of their family members, moving to urban areas for a better life. This is why cities need to support agriculture more than ever, because it's supporting more than just the food. It's about educating our youth. It's about building community. This is why I'm asking you today to take the risk to help to support your community farm. Please talk to the city managers, convince them to help support agriculture. Because this means that 25,000 pounds next year will not go to those who need it most. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Cassandra Neese. After Cassandra is Ann Katzberg, then Brett Ridley, then Dolores Ramirez, then Cody Eggert, then Meg Cayley. Oh, Cassandra left? Okay. Thank you very much. I will note that she made a remark that she was in support of frontline farming in the lease. Ann Katzberg. And also, if there is anyone remaining in the court or the overflow rooms, we do have seats available in chambers now, and you are invited to come join us if there's anyone remaining. I know, I'm thinking Ann left as well. So Ann was here in support of the Climate Action Sustainability Action Plan. Brett Ridley, are you here?
I'm here.
All right, welcome, sir. If you need an extra moment, please take it.
I'm Brett Ridley. Obviously, I am a bit disabled. That is unfortunate. I would like to spend a couple of 30 seconds or so just engaging in your spirituality, because Frontline Farms is more than just an organization. They're a tremendous partner in being, they're just a spiritual part of my life. So 30 seconds, please. Thank you. I appreciate it. Please just register my support for everything that has been said in regards to Frontline Farms. There has not been one negative thing said about them. And I also want to put a high exclamation point after what Levi Cisneros read in terms of the electrical line that was the problem, the issue that created this whole mess. I think you ought to really look at that letter and think about what he said. Maybe it wasn't clear that he had a master electrician approve the temporary system that was in place, and
Sir, I'm going to give you a few seconds to wrap your thoughts, okay? Time has expired, but I'll give you a couple extra seconds.
Oh, it's okay. Just
Here. Okay. Thank you, sir. Next, we have Dolores Ramirez.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Dolores Ramirez, and I serve as the executive director for Provecho Collective. We are a statewide organization that works along community organizations, local governments, public agencies, and Colorado systems partners across Colorado. I'm here tonight because Provecho has worked with frontline farming for many years, and I want to speak to what I know firsthand about Frontline's contribution to communities. Over the last 7 years, Frontline has transformed this site into more than a farm. They have built a community asset. They have produced food, engaged volunteers, provided educational opportunities, everything that you've heard already many people say, and that extends well beyond Arvada. In my work, I have seen many organizations start programs, but what is much harder is to build that trust, that consistency, and that long-term stewardship. And Frontline has demonstrated all three. I recognize that managing public land is complex. Cities have competing priorities, operational responsibilities, and difficult decisions to make. And I'm not here to weigh in on the details or assign blame, but what I am asking is that the council carefully consider the value that has already been created through this partnership in a time when local government is being asked to do more with limited resources. Partnerships like Frontline Farming represent the kind of community investment that leverages volunteerism, philanthropy, and local leadership to create a public benefit that government alone cannot create. When a community organization spends years building programs, infrastructure, relationships, and public benefit on public land, that is an investment that is worth preserving. Even when disagreements arise, successful partnerships deserve every reasonable opportunity for collaboration, for problem solving, and long-term planning. The strongest communities are built when government and community organizations work together, not simply as landlord and tenant, but as partners pursuing shared goals. From what I have observed over the many years with Frontline Farming has been exactly that type of partnership that you look for. I respectfully encourage the council to pursue a path forward that recognizes Frontline's contributions, protects the public value that has been created at Majestic View, and prioritizes a collaborative solution that allows the work to continue serving the community for many years to come. Thank you for your time and your service to Arvada residents.
Thank you. Next, we have Cody Egert. After Cody, we will have Meg Cayley, then Patricia Ridley, then Mark Jelinski, and then Kareem Garvey.
Good evening, Mayor Simpson and members of council. My name is Cody Egert. I serve as a commissioner on the Mayor's Denver African American Commission, and I'm also the executive director of Greater Denver Cares Mentoring Movement, a Black-led organization serving youth ages 8 to 18. I'm speaking today on behalf of my organization and from what I personally witnessed through my commission service. Thank you for this time. I'm here to ask you to keep Frontline Farming on the land at Majestic View. I'm coming to you from Denver, as many of us are. Majestic View sits on Arvada land, but it serves families throughout the entire metro area. The fact that yet another Denver organization travels here to gather and fellowship tells you something important. This farm's reach extends well beyond Arvada's borders. It is a regional community asset and not just a local lease. Through the Mayor's Commission, Frontline Farming has been far more than a farm. It has been a gathering place. The commission has held our annual Denver Black Heritage Barbecue events there. We've convened town halls, commissioner meetings on that land, with more planned. Frontline has provided community. Having provided a space for community, having ground where we can gather, fellowship, and feel rooted is rare and precious. Frontline has made that possible. The farm is feeding our young people right now within my summer programming. This summer, Frontline has donated food boxes that are feeding 50 of our youth in our program alone, fresh and nutritious food. If the farm is displaced, that supply goes with it. Frontline is a woman and people of color led food justice organization. For our communities, this is about who gets access to land and healthy food, things historically denied to Black and brown families. I understand the city has raised compliance issues, and I'm not here to dismiss them, but the choice in front of you tonight is not between safety and the farm. The choice is between fixing what's fixable and shutting down something this community depends on. An electrical installation has a solution, a reporting requirement has a solution. 7 years of feeding and convening this community should not end over problems that have answers. So I'm asking the council for a clear, doable next step tonight. Direct the city manager to pause the termination and work with Frontline on a long-term lease rather than shutting things down by November. And I ask each of you to meet directly with Frontline, review their timeline, and recognize this farm for what it is, a public benefit that strengthens food security, equity, and community across the region. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Cody Eggert.
That was me.
Oh, that was, sorry. Apologies, I usually flip it, but I guess I missed that one. All right, next we have Meg Cayley.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. My name is Meg Cayley, and I'm the founder and executive director of Sprout City Farms, an urban agriculture nonprofit based in the Denver metro area since 2010. For context, we've built 4 farms over the last 16 years, and we currently manage 2.5 acres across 2 community farm sites at a public school in Denver and a public park in Lakewood. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight in support of Frontline Farming, and in particular, a continued long-term lease for Frontline at the farm property at Majestic View. Also, ditto to everything that everybody has said tonight. I will try to present some new parts of the story. I've seen firsthand how long it takes to establish community-based agriculture projects, especially those that operate through public and community partnerships like we do. Over the years, it's taken a lot to demonstrate what community-rooted agriculture can look like. I think you've gotten a pretty good picture painted for you tonight of the impact on the community of this amazing organization. These things take years to build. It's not simply a farm. It's a platform for food access, education, community building, leadership development, belonging. There's so much that goes into these projects. And because of the need to build relationships, which move at the speed of trust, long-term land access is crucial for projects like this. Look at this community response tonight and think about what has been invested in the way they have prioritized and served their community. We've seen a lot of organizations come and go over the last 20 years, like has been cited already, in the urban agriculture movement across the Denver metro area. And I want to say Frontline Farming is one of the few that has been successful long-term. That really needs to be highlighted. And it's not just about this farmland being available to anybody to lease. It should continue to be stewarded by those who have invested in building out this beautiful site. 7 years of building soil, installing major infrastructure, creating educational programming for local youth and farmers in training, getting to know their neighbors, distributing half the harvest to families experiencing food insecurity, and building collaborative partnerships with countless other food justice organizations. I want to highlight also the urgency of our food access work. Just last week, Denver Department of Public Health and Environment released the results of their 2025 Food Insecurity Survey, which shows we've officially surpassed the highest rate of food insecurity that we saw during the COVID pandemic. Of those surveyed, it's now at 37%. So please consider the impact to the community of terminating this lease. Talk to the city leadership and seek mediation with Frontline.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Patricia Ridley.
Good evening, Mayor Simpson and council members. My name is Patricia Ridley. My husband and I live in unincorporated Jefferson County up in the foothills. We have been the benefits of Frontline Farming for more than a year now. I just want to come back to what the kid said. He said we had no winter this year. We have no water. I go to the grocery store. They say there's no peppers. There's no cucumbers. We have no water. There's no water in the Colorado River. Yet here in Arvada, we have a beautiful garden with water, to grow organic vegetables right here in our own community. So I beseech you, one small problem with an electrical wire, can it come to the end of something so wonderful and beautiful? I pray not. So I'm not a resident of Arvada, but I'm really hoping and knowing that the people here tonight will look forward to working with frontline farmers to continue their work at that farm. They are our neighbors. God bless.
Thank you. Next, we have Mark Jelinski. After Mark, we will have Kareem Garby, then Derek Hammer, then Honey Niehaus, and then Brent Redley.
Thank you, Council and Mayor. My name is Mark Jelinski. I'm a resident of Arvada District 1 at 8215 Garland Drive. I currently serve on the Arvada Sustainability Advisory Committee. I'm registered professional engineer in mechanical and fire protection engineering. I've spent a long time improving the built environment of the Front Range and Intermountain West. And first of all, I'd like to say ditto for all the comments regarding frontline farming. I am here to address Council tonight regarding the Climate and Sustainability Action Plan, the KSAP. My overall concept of this, my overall comment on this plan is it is not a prescriptive ordinance mandating particular technologies or restricting development and deployment of future technologies. It is a roadmap and guardrails to encourage Arvada to do what it is already doing, guide future decisions, and identify stretch goals where feasible for sustainability action and climate action. Some examples from the built environment strategy, since I'm a built environment subject matter expert, BE 101.01, quote, in alignment with the facilities master plan, install solar and EV charging infrastructure at city facilities that are electric and solar ready as funding becomes available. This is guidelines and guardrails. This does not mandate solar and EV throughout all city facilities. This is in alignment with facilities master plan. For facilities that are already and as funding comes available. Another good example is BE 02.01. Continue to adopt and implement code updates that increase building efficiency and sustainability and be responsive to funding for opportunities to exceed minimum sustainability requirements during building code updates and implementation. Again, this says to continue to adopt code updates. Of course, the code updates themselves are indeed restrictions and mandates. We have codes, we need codes. This is not a new task, but rather a continuation of what Arvada needs to do anyway with guardrails. Arvada has taken a huge step in this direction already by adopting the Model Low Energy and Carbon Code. It is not a stretch code. This is the Model Energy Code for the state to reduce the patchwork quilt arrangement of a bunch of different codes throughout the state. Really, in conclusion, what I'd like to say is that KSAP is intended to be a set of guidelines and guardrails. Please support the adoption of this plan, use it in your future decision-making process, and be a proactive leader in the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kareem Garby. Okay, Kareem has left. In his notes, he said he is pro the frontline farming. So, Derek Hammer. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I am an Arvada resident. I live at 13937 West 65th Drive, and I am here in support of frontline farming and having the termination of their lease rescinded. First, I want to say, normally I'm up here having to dig into details, and there have been so many details, so just ditto to everyone that came up and provided all of those, so thank you to all of the previous speakers. I will just say that what we've seen here tonight is a true demonstration of something that I believe deeply, which is that this stuff that is rooted in community and compassion is what enables others to do things like build connections and build kind of a communal democracy that we want to build together. And so we've seen members from inside of our community, outside of our community, all come together because of frontline farming, and that's the kind of infrastructure that I believe we need here in Arvada. Going further, just looking towards the future, I think that this is the type of organization that that is a cornerstone type organization that provides for two very important pieces for our future. One is food security. We've heard many arguments along those lines tonight, and so just ditto that. Second is also just reckoning with our history of racial suppression and discrimination, and so uplifting organizations such as Frontline Farming, keeping them rooted in the community, I think is demonstrably tonight something that has bridged a lot of communities and brought us together and is a foundation that we can build upon. And removing that foundation is something that will harm us in the long term. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Honey Niehaus. And after Honey, I have three more. They are Brent Ridley, Yoli Olvera, and Lo Kawolok. I apologize if I got that wrong.
Thank you, Mayor Simpson and council members. My name's Honey Niehaus. I don't live in Arvada, but I was born and raised in Wheat Ridge and a proud graduate of Wheat Ridge High School, 1966. I'm a heartbroken supporter of Frontline Farms. Arvada's hasty decision to cancel the Frontline lease feels cruel, unfair, and just plain tragic. I was glad to hear at the beginning of this meeting that Arvada supports diversity, equity, and inclusion. Please show us that you mean that. Don't let your staff kick Black and brown farmers off the land that they've built for 7 years. Please investigate the process that your staff has taken in the city's name. Help them make a partnership with Frontline over the long term. 99 years sounds like a good number. Help them mediate. Find a solution other than just get out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Brent Ridley. Okay, Brent has already gone. His comment notes that he is pro Frontline Farms lease. Next, we have Yoli Olvera.
Good evening. Good evening, whoa, okay. I'm not used to mics, okay? I'm just a little guy. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Yoli Litza Chihuitoli Clanencio Olvera, but most people call me Yoli. I'm a resident of Boulder County, not Arvada, which just goes to show how far Frontline Farming's outreach and impact goes. I'm going to be very honest with you. I'm a 13-year-old on summer break, and I shouldn't have to do this. I shouldn't have to speak to the importance of a BIPOC-led and staffed organization to adults who have promised to run the city of Arvada justly, yet here I am. Frontline Farming has always been a center for marginalized groups to come together and prosper. Since the very beginning, I have watched Fatuma, the executive director of Frontline Farming, grow not only the beautiful idea of frontline farming at Sister Gardens, but grow connections within her own community. I know her as Fati, my aunt, in everything but blood. And I know she brings power, respect, and love with her when she leads Frontline Farming and expects nothing less from the affiliates of Frontline Farming. I am a resident of Boulder. Oh, I already said that. What is happening at Majestic View does not uphold these principles, and it shows. There are troubles with communication, scheduling, clashing within sharing of land, and problems with the events overlapping. This leads to the community that Frontline Farming supports struggling to receive the food, educational opportunities, and community-led developments, as well as the power, respect, and love I have mentioned earlier. To truly have a stronger relationship with all the people of Arvada, marginalized people included, it would be in the council's best interest to grant Frontline Farming the 99-year lease, 3-year grace period, and to commit to work with Frontline Farming and all the people that they serve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Finally, we have Lo Kawalak.
Good evening, Council and Mayor Simpson. Thank you for your time and consideration today. My name is Lo Kawalak. I'm a mother to 2 beautiful teenagers and a registered midwife of 22 years. I'm also a co-foundress of the nonprofit organization Community Roots Midwife Collective out of Longmont, and I am proud that our organization has the pleasure of partnering with Frontline. The issues that are unfolding at Majestic View are important to me because I understand how crucial it is to have healthy, sustainable access to food for our people. I deeply value the responsible land stewardship, knowing that the sustainability of our people heavily relies on the health of our earth and our relationship with it. It is paramount that we think ahead to our generations to come and center ways of life and organizations that will safeguard their future. As a midwife, I am honored to walk the thresholds of life and death. It is an experience we share as humans across time, culture, geography that deeply impacts our lives. I often compare the work I do as a midwife to the work of a farmer, tending life through the uncertain seasons and cycles. The process demands great care, flexibility, presence, dedication, and humility. I have been a supporter of Frontline since its inception because of the ways that they care and this care that I'm speaking of. I was present alongside the organizations when they first broke ground at Sister Gardens. I have seen Frontline walk with integrity in each step of their growth, walking closely with community and partnering organizations to create an organization that is devoted to growing beautiful food and being sure that food is accessible to some of our most vulnerable populations. Frontline is not only feeding and educating our communities, but they are preserving culture. A Black-led organization, Frontline's mission is unique and their lift is heavy. As they represent the global majority and work to tend and share spaces that people of color have historically been dismissed and erased from, their work is urgent. Frontline is working hard to nourish all communities well into the future while safeguarding life-promoting practices centering equity and sustainability. Not only have I had the gift of receiving quality produce from Frontline and attending cultural gatherings with my family, Community Roots has received a great amount of support in our partnership with them. They've shown up for us, supported our events, fundraisers, and our board of directors. They have been a delight to work with, and their actions have shown their commitment to open communication, accountability, and community support. Council members, I'm happy to know you've had the opportunity to hear all of this and to receive that timeline of what's been happening. I'm asking you to take into account the original legacy of Indigenous land stewardship across this nation and why it is so important to protect equitable access to land for our farmers and our communities. While it's unfortunate there's been a communication breakdown, there's a clear path forward here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I had 2 additional folks turn in sheets who did not wish to speak, but they wanted to be on the record. They are Ariel Woolridge, who supports Frontline Farming, as well as Allison Hall, who supports Frontline Farming. This is all the signups I have for the public comment portion of this evening's agenda. Is there anyone else in chambers who would like to give public comment at this time who has not gone at this time? All right, I see a few hands. So let's go you, and then we'll go you, and then we'll go you. And what we will ask you to do before you leave is we will ask you to go to Ms. Rush and fill out one of these white sheet speaker forms so that we have it for the public record, please.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Todd Nicotra, 5050 South Syracuse in Denver. You probably recognize me at this point. I work for Avalon Bay Communities, the proposed developer of the Welby Gardens site that I know you're familiar with. I was here in council chambers 2 months ago for the very late night or early morning hearing, depending on how you look at it, that ended at almost 3 a.m. I'm here tonight to reiterate our request for a reconsideration. I've spent a lot of time reflecting on what happened that evening and morning, and I've watched the video and heard the feedback from council as well as from members of the public. And what I heard in that hearing was we need more information. This is not a no, this is a not yes yet. And we've taken that seriously. And over the last couple of months, we have researched and come up with additional information that frankly is quite compelling. I won't get into the specifics of it right now. My colleague Andrew is going to provide some additional comments in a moment, but I will tell you that the additional information that we have is meaningful and could make a difference. And so I respectfully reiterate the request for a reconsideration. I think that the additional information that we have will address specific concerns from council, from the public, and it will further demonstrate how our proposed project, complies with the criteria for the CUP. Now, I've heard this evening and at the last council meeting some individuals urging council not to proceed with a reconsideration. And the reasons I've heard are that it would be a bad precedent and it would be just a redo of what's already been done. I respectfully disagree with that conclusion. We were specifically told at the hearing to gather additional information, which we have done, and we want the opportunity to provide that information. Additionally, I would like for you to be able to hear more from our supporters. The reality is, by a mistake, supporter letters were left out of the public comment packet. We've shared this information with you, but it's meaningful. There were individuals and organizations who wrote letters of support that accidentally were left out of the public record. In a 3-3 tie, right, in a 3-3 vote where things are that close and voices are not heard, that can be meaningful. That can make a difference. My point here tonight is this is not simply a redo. This is a chance for new information that responds directly to requests that we heard. It provides for more public input, and frankly, I just think this request is warranted. I thank you for your time, and I'm glad I finished in under 3 minutes.
I know, I was going to have to cut you off. There we go. Well done. Ma'am, I believe white shirt with the hair? Hi.
Thank you.
I like it. I like it.
The naturally curly hair. Good evening, everybody. Council, Mayor, thank you so much for listening to these comments. My name is Beth Sanchez. I am a community member. I have done contract work for Frontline Farming. I have taught yoga at Frontline Farming. I primarily teach yoga. As my life's work, I am an avid gardener. I am dirty because of that. I am an elder, child-free woman who has thousands of green plants screaming for me every morning, and I get to it. And I want you to know that the work that is done at Frontline Farming and throughout the entire metro area and throughout the world that has to do with plants and food production and the making of beauty and the reduction of heat in urban environments is nothing short of totally sacred work. And I'm emotional because today I learned that there is no more water in the Rio Grande River in New Mexico. These are my ancestral homelands. There is no more water in the Twin Lakes in Colorado. Grand Lake is halfway dried up, and the data centers are not even built yet. Okay? For whatever reason, I'm a resident of Denver, by the way. I live in the Sloan's Lake neighborhood, and for whatever reason, I travel west a lot for the purchasing of plants to volunteer and spend time with the farmers at Frontline Farming, and I can imagine and see the land, and I hope you all do too. Wheat Ridge, Lakewood, Arvada,
traditional agricultural grounds for the emerging city of Denver. And if you allow yourself to be imaginative and expansive in your thinking, you will also perhaps know that 60 million years ago, the land that we now call Colorado was once in a place we now call Chile. In the vast expanse of time, 99 years is nothing. It is a miracle that frontline farming exists. It is a miracle that people of color continue to resist and innovate and create and fight for space and nourishment and love. And my God, you all have the opportunity not only to, work out this small issue of electricity, but to be incredibly courageous and to take advantage of the opportunity and the historic moment to be visionaries in a landscape of emerging hatred and cruelty, environmental destruction, white supremacy, and be bold and take real action to not only do healing, but to prevent future harm. And I urge you to do it, and I urge everyone to do it, and to be in touch with the sacredness, I know it sounds odd, but it is true, of parsley and tarragon and roses and radishes, and to learn from the plants and to love them and support all of the beings that live together on this land.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I know we had a couple other hands. So I know I called you next. All right, because I was going 1, 2, 3. All right. Come on.
Hi.
Welcome back.
I had signed my paper, but apparently didn't get to you in time. I'll make this quick. Talking about the lease situation.
Name and address for the public record.
Sarah Cowan, 6246 Holman Street, Arvada, Colorado native. Yay, woohoo. Does that help? Sorry, trying to make it a little more levity in here. In this, I understand, actually walking in here and hearing about the situation, I wasn't actually thinking about saying anything, and then it really resonated. So here I am. Woo! So in terms of the land lease that actually sounds like it was revoked over, let's be honest, and I'll just say it out loud, it is an ancillary loophole of silliness. I'll just put it out there. And let's be honest, it's actually not about the loophole. The request isn't just about changing the zoning. It's not about just one building. It's not about changing the farmland from what it is that the community has built. This is actually changing from an R2 to a light industrial. That's not a light change. And if you've ever done any zoning, I guess you guys have because you guys are on your seats, changing from a light industrial to an R2 is actually more challenging in order to do it. It's a heavy decision. Jeffco has already deemed it as an R2. And so actually changing that in that capacity, it's not about today. It's not about tomorrow. If you make this change and actually support the lease to this and to the terms of the change, what happens when that company potentially goes under? You changed the life of the community that is being built around it, the communities surrounding it. So truly, I'm asking, what is the measurable community benefit that actually justifies this change? Truly, you have a lot of community that showed up tonight. That's amazing. So in that, what is the actual measurable community benefit in changing it? So that's my big request. And then outside of that, when and if you guys do approve this, what actually does it send as a message to your community for future requests? That's all.
I have a quick follow-up question, which I never do. Are you here for one of our hearing items?
Yes.
Oh, okay,
But
so.
I had signed my paper.
Oh,
and-
I apologize. So
I know,
public testimony for hearing items will be during those hearings.
I know I had signed my paper and sorry.
I know, that's okay. We will have the hearings here soon. So I apologize. Does anybody have public comment related to items not on tonight's hearing? Yes, sir, come on forward.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Andrew Johnson, 5050 South Syracuse Street, Denver. I work with Avalon Bay, and we specialize in bringing housing to communities that need it. I would like to provide an update on the progress we've made since appearing here on April 21st, when the motion to approve our conditional use permit for the Welby Garden site resulted in a 3-3 vote, and as a result of that vote, no majority was achieved to either approve or deny the application. That evening, council encouraged us not to interpret the outcome as a rejection of the project, but rather as a request for additional information. Specifically, council expressed interest in understanding whether retail uses could be viable on the site. In response, we have undertaken significant additional work. We commissioned multiple market demand studies from reputable retail brokers with extensive experience in this area. We also evaluated how potential retail uses would affect traffic and how those impacts compare to other uses that are permitted by right and could be developed on the property without any public review process at all. We also heard concerns from council and neighbors regarding emergency access and a desire for more robust emergency access. In response, we revisited our site access strategy and identified additional emergency-only access opportunities, fully allowable under existing easements, that measurably improve emergency ingress and egress beyond what the city staff and the fire marshal had already determined to be an acceptable and workable solution. In addition, we've prepared an exhibit illustrating a traffic management feature at the Easley Road entrance to the Welby Garden site that we are prepared to accept as a condition of development. Most importantly, the additional information and project modifications before you today were not available to council at the time of the April 21st hearing. We have taken seriously the feedback we received from council and the community and have worked to develop solutions that improve the project and provide additional information for decision makers. We are not simply bringing back additional studies, we're proposing meaningful changes that measurably improve emergency egress, address traffic conditions, and directly respond to the information council requested during the hearing. We believe the public, the applicant, and the council all benefit from having this information considered as part of a complete review process. Accordingly, I respectfully request that council make a motion this evening to reconsider the Welby Gardens conditional use permit application, schedule a public hearing to review the additional information and project modifications that have been developed, and complete its consideration of the application. Thank you for your time and your consideration. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in chambers who would like to give public comment at this time for any items not on this evening's agenda? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion of this evening's agenda for the 3-minute portion and simply say thank you all so much for being here, for sticking with us. It's been about 3 hours. I'm going to call a 10-minute break. I think we all need to stretch your legs, go to the bathroom, and then we will resume.
Let's do it.
Call everyone back to order. Thank you all so much for being here, sticking with us this evening. I appreciate everyone who came for public comment. It is always really, really important when we have these community conversations where we hear from people, whatever the issue may be. Knowing the passion is there is a huge part of helping us be the best representatives we can be. Now, with this particular topic that we had on hand, I do know that there was a lot of passions and there's a lot of confusion on the issue. We had we knew we were going to be talking about this, or at least hearing about this a lot tonight. So our team did go ahead and put together a bit of a statement. I would like to invite Mr. Ryan Stevenson, our community and economic, that's Jessica's title, our Vibrant and Community Neighborhoods VCN Director, to go ahead and give us a little bit more information.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first, I want to acknowledge the many people who care deeply about frontline farming and the work they've done over the past 7 seasons through food production, education, volunteer opportunities, and community engagement. Frontline has had a meaningful impact for many of our community members, and we recognize that the city's decision is personal for many members of the community. Because of that, it is important for me to say that this was not a decision the city arrived at lightly. I also want to be clear that the decision was not made to expand children's programming, to construct new facilities, to repurpose the farm site, or sell the property. The city currently has no plans to use the leased farming area any differently. Rather, the decision followed an extended period of documented lease compliance, operational and safety concerns. Those concerns were addressed through meetings, through site visits, through emails, verbal conversations, and a formal notice issued in May of '25 that provided an opportunity to correct identified issues. City staff continued working with frontline leadership throughout the following year in an effort to address concerns and maintain a productive working relationship. A significant factor in the city's decision came this past March with this discovery of an unauthorized electrical installation connected to city-owned infrastructure that crossed portions of the outdoor classroom and nature play area. After investigating the installation, city staff determined it had not been approved by the city, had not been permitted, and did not comply with applicable electrical code requirements. This unauthorized installation was a serious safety hazard because it was a live electrical wire that was unencased and at points partially buried. It was only discovered when a staff member nearly struck it with a pickaxe. Had the wire been struck, it could have been fatal. This is not a situation the city can, in good conscience, ignore. Ultimately, the city determined that it could not continue the lease relationship while meeting its responsibility to manage public property safely and in accordance with the lease, with the terms of the lease agreement. At the same time, we recognize the value of frontline farming's work and the impact this decision has had on those who support the organization. That's why the city is allowing frontline farming to continue operating through the growing season ending in November of this year to provide time for transition and continuity. We understand that reasonable people may disagree with this decision. We respect those viewpoints. For those seeking additional information, the city has published a webpage that includes background information, a timeline of events, supporting documents, and answers to many of the frequently asked questions. Thank you, governing body.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. And I'm going to go ahead and make a bit of a statement myself on this one. You know, we as a council body have received numerous emails on this topic and phone calls, constituent outreaches, as well as the very obvious demonstration tonight, which was compelling in many ways. However, even though the City Council hears from you, it's important to note that we are a body of laws and systems The comments tonight were directed to asking the city council as a body to intercede in a decision made operationally. City Code Section 2-211 gives the city manager or his designee the powers to determine leasing arrangements. This is not something that sits with the city council. And that power that belongs to the city manager is also to terminate when conditions are present and when it is in the best interest of the city to do so. This is an operational decision, and I understand that when it comes to our heartstrings, sometimes we would like for our elected officials to intercede. However, we are a society of laws. We do not change those laws when it feels good or when it is convenient for us to do so because it pulls at our heartstrings. Separation of powers is, in my personal opinion, one of the most important protections against abuse of powers that we have. And for that reason, I do not believe it is appropriate, and I do not think that this council believes it is appropriate for us to disregard our own systems, our own laws, our own charter, which is the constitution of this city, and to attempt to interfere with the city manager's determinations here. I will say that the city team has kept us apprised of the ongoing issue for a long time. They have been providing us with regular updates, and we have, sorry, I'm trying to keep my thoughts together as I go in real time, so bear with me. But we also, we have been kept apprised of everything, and we understand that there are conversations in the public, but we trust our team. We trust the facts of the matter here. We have liabilities for the city grounds that we have to protect, and safety is paramount. It is possible to believe in the mission of an organization and appreciate the good works and the values that it has contributed, while also recognizing that we can never, ever shirk on our responsibilities to be responsible stewards of the city land and of the safety of the people in our community. In fact, I think those two things go hand in hand together. Both matter. So for these reasons, the City Council will not be interfering with the operational decisions of the city manager's authority and interfering with the frontline farming lease. And I know that may be disappointing to some, but this is the way it needs to be. So with that, I will move our meeting along. We have a consent agenda this evening, and I will open the two items on the consent agenda. They are R26-042, a resolution accepting an annexation petition for annexing certain land into the city of Arvada, Revival Industrial, a 5.3980 acre parcel of land approximately located south of State Highway 72, east of 15350 State Highway 72, in the city of Arvada, County of Jefferson, State of Colorado, finding said petition substantially compliant with CRS 31-12-1071, and setting a public hearing for July 21st, 2026 at, is that sounds like first reading, but no? Okay, sorry. July 21st, 2026 at 6:15 p.m. for City Council to determine whether the area meets requirements of CRS 31-12-104 and 105 and is considered eligible for annexation, as well as R26-043, a resolution authorizing an agreement by and between the City of Arvada and Adonia Transportation Solutions, LLC, for traffic signal and intersection improvements at West 64th Avenue and Easley Road at West 63rd Avenue and McIntyre Parkway, project number 24-TC-01, in an amount not to exceed $1,231,762. Councilmember Levison.
I'd like to reserve the motion if there's no further discussion.
It's consent agenda, so take it away.
I move that items R26-042 and R26-043 be approved. Do I have to say anything else? Just be approved. Okay.
All votes are cast. Oh, you know what? It still passes, so we're going to leave it. So that passes 6-1 with Councilmember Levison being a dissenting vote by error. That's okay. We're still good.
Councilmember Lovington, I have made the mistake before, so don't feel alone.
Yeah.
Just we'll take a couple extra seconds before we press the button next time. No worries.
It's okay. Call State Senator Daugherty and ask her the story about one time after midnight when she was voting. It was, so yeah, don't worry about it. It happens to the best of us. All right. We have 3 resolutions this evening. It is R26-044, a resolution adopting the amended fee schedule for the waste hauling program pursuant to Chapter 90, Solid Waste of the Arvada City Code, and authorizing the 4th Amendment to an agreement between the City of Arvada and Allied Waste Transportation doing business as Republic Services of Denver for residential solid waste collection services, thereby increasing waste service fees. Ms. Rhodes, I believe you have this item.
Good evening. Thank you, Council. I'm joined here by our team to answer any questions that you may have. But this resolution before you updates our fee schedule for the solid waste and recycling services provided by Republic, as well as for the services provided by the city, effective July 1st, 2026. The adjustment to the solid waste and recycling services fees is a combination of pass-through of service price change from Republic Services and an increase to the city program fees. This adjustment increases the amount that the city customers will pay for their waste and solid recycling services provided by Republic Services in the city. For the pass-through, Republic Services has the ability in their contract to request a price increase annually, no higher than a ceiling of 3.5%, provided they can demonstrate that the National Water Sewer Trash Index increased by more than that amount in the previous 12 months, which they have done. For the city fees, the recommended city program fee increase is for 5 cents to support the fund program revenue. That revenue would support excuse me, I lost my place. These revenues for the city program fee increase of 5 cents pays for items such as salaries and benefits for our city team members who support the program, mattress recycling contract, and our annual bulky item and leaf recycling events, as well as other normal expenses associated with running this enterprise program, including modernizing our billing systems. So depending on cart size, customers can expect their monthly bills to increase anywhere from 48 cents to 80 cents per month. For those receiving cart services for a cart, depending on whether that's a 35-gallon trash cart or up to a 95-gallon trash cart. For those who just received the minimum program service, they will see an increase of the 5 cents. And again, all of these will be effective July 1. So tonight's action, I would just want to be clear, doesn't include changes for the recycling credits or for adding new composting services to the contract. As a reminder, the city team is continuing work on these items per direction that we received from the City Council at our April 28th workshop. So this includes working with our legal teams to prepare a master services agreement with the Climate Action Alliance, who's responsible for administering the extended producer program. And again, just as a reminder, this helps us ultimately provide a credit to our customer to provide recycling services for free. For composting, again, we're trying to advance a scope of work for drop-off sites in the very near term. And then in our RFP for our next hauler contract, we're including options for curbside composting services. We anticipate that we'll be releasing that RFP towards the end of this year. So with that, the Arvada team recommends that the City Council approve R26044. And we'll take any questions that you might have.
Thank you. I will open it to council questions or action. Councilmember Pfeiffer, you were first.
I can make the motion if there's any questions, but if there is.
Mr. Griffith, do you have a question?
No, I don't have a question. I guess maybe this is the wrong time for a comment, but I just wanted to say that much I appreciated the effort that staff has gone through for this. I think what was just outlined for anybody at home that's still wondering what this means for your trash bill, and this maybe is the question, just for confirmation, if you're not currently enrolled in the trash service and you have the minimum, it's a 5-cent increase only. And that 5 cents, you still have access to the bulky item drop-off, which I use quite a lot. It's an amazing service. And the mattress, if you have a mattress in your basement that you don't want and you're trying to figure out what to do with it, that 5 cents also goes to that. And I think for those customers out there, like myself, that don't use the trash service but are enrolled in the minimum, those are incredibly valuable assets, and I really do appreciate the use of those things. So just wanted to make that clarification for anybody watching.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Mormon, you have a question?
No, I do not have a question. I just have a comment. So
All right, let's go ahead and get a motion on the table, and then we'll do comments.
All right, I move that Resolution 26-044, resolution adopting the amended fee schedule for the waste hauling program pursuant to Chapter 90, Solid Waste, of the Arvada City Code and authorize the Fourth Amendment to an agreement between the City of Arvada and Allied Waste Transportation, Inc., DBA, Republic Services of Denver for residential solid waste collection services, thereby increase waste service fees be approved.
Here we go. Mayor Pro Tem Mormon.
Thank you. No, just really quickly, I want to express my appreciation to the team and to Republic Services for all the work that you've done on this and recognizing that, yes, this is an increase, but I want to just call out the fact that the 3.5% increase is pretty minimal considering what's happening with that index, which is much, much higher, and just goes back to the work that our team has done with Republic Services to negotiate that agreement. So thank you for that, and continue to keep our pricing, while it's an increase, much lower than it could be, and I know that it has been in other cities. So I just want to call that out. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, all votes are cast. That passes 7-0. Thank you very much, Ms. Rhodes. All right, next we have R26-045, a resolution authorizing submission of the 2026 Annual Action Plan for the 2026 Community Development Block Grant CDBG funding. And Ms. Espinoza, I believe you have this item.
Thank you, Mayor Simpson. Good evening, members of council. This matter is related to the city's Community Development Block Grant, which is a grant we received from HUD. The City of Arvada is required to complete a 5-year consolidated plan as part of the federal Community Development Block Grant requirements. This 5-year plan establishes a unified and strategic vision for economic development, housing, and community development actions. The 5-year plan is carried out through annual action plans, which provide a concise summary of the actions and activities that will be used each year to meet the 5-year goals. It is time for the city to submit its 2026 annual action plan to HUD. The city will receive $460,479 from HUD in 2026 to support services for low to moderate income households. The city is proposing to use those funds to support the following activities. The first is $69,071 for public services, $92,095 for general CDBG program administration, and $299,313 for the Gold Strike Park project. The Essential Home Repairs Program is also funded using CDBG. There is enough prior year funds to support Essential Home Repairs Program through the 2026 program year, so it's not necessary to use the 2026 grant funds for that program. The city did seek public comment on the annual action plan. The annual action plan was available for a 30-day public comment period from May 15th through June 15th of this year. The city held 2 public hearings, one on May 12th and the second on June 3rd during the Arvada Housing Advisory Committee meeting to encourage the presentation of ideas and viewpoints concerning the community needs and proposals for the 2026 annual action plan. Comments received from the public were included in the plan. The city team recommends approval of this resolution.
Thank you. I will accept council questions or a motion. Councilmember Pfeiffer.
I'll make a motion if there's not any questions.
I don't see any other lights.
I move that Resolution 26-045, a resolution authorizing submission of the 2026 Annual Action Plan for 2026 Community Development Block Grant funding be approved. Sorry, it's getting late.
All right, all votes are cast. That passes 7-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Next we have R26-046, a resolution authorizing the release of the second half of previously approved advanced funds to the Arvada Center in the amount of $812,000. Quickly, Councilmember Levison.
Thank you. Before council begins the consideration of the next resolution, I would ask council to recuse me from voting on this resolution. I am currently employed by the Arvada Center working a few hours a week. Although I wouldn't receive a direct substantial financial benefit from the outcome of the resolution, my employment with the Arvada Center potentially creates a conflict of interest under the City Code of Ethics. For that reason, I would like to be recused from voting on the resolution. Thank you.
Councilmember Griffith.
Thank you, Your Honor. I move that we recuse Councilmember Livingston from the aforementioned Resolution R26046.
All votes are cast. That passes 6-0. Councilmember Levison, you are recused. Don't go far. All right. We are officially open. I believe Ms. Scheck has this item.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Last August, the City Council approved Resolution 25-070, which did 3 things. It appropriated approximately a 1-year advance of the city's cash contribution to the Arvada Center to help bolster financial sustainability after a tough financial season, to be repaid over a 10-year period. If it released half of those funds to the Arvada Center at that time. And finally, it directed and funded a consultant study of the organization to review many aspects of their operation and required the Arvada Center's CEO report back on the findings prior to the release of the second half of the advance. And that's why we're here this evening. It's been my pleasure to support the Arvada Center leadership team on this study. I helped with the consultant selection. Dawn, Linda, Brian, and myself met with the consultant and the Arvada Center's leadership team, and we were consulted on the recommendations. The results of the study were presented to the council by the consultant at last week's study session. There were several recommendations included in the final report, and that is included in the packet. And those recommendations center around 4 main themes: invest in organizational infrastructure, activate the facility's underutilized assets, strengthen contributed revenue capacity, and build for long-term financial resilience. As I mentioned, the full report is in the packet, and it is the staff's opinion that the Arvada Center has complied with the council's intent in last August resolution. The current and future CEOs, presidents and CEOs, Philip Sneed and Noel Delage, are here this evening, as are we, if you have any questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Ambrose.
I'll reserve the motion.
Mayor Pro Tem Mormon already beat you to it. He asked me before. Sorry.
Rude.
Any questions? I see no questions. I see no other lights. Mayor Pro Tem Mormon.
Thank you. Now my screen went away. Give me 1 second. I know. I move that R26046, a resolution authorizing the release of the second half of previously approved advanced funds to the Arvada Center in the amount of $812,000 be approved. And may I make my comment now in support of that? As Deputy Manager Scheck pointed out, that this is the second half of the agreement that we started a year ago with the Arvada Center, and I serve on the Arvada Center board as representing the city on that, and I would like to say that a couple of things that has happened, I think, as a result of the work that we have done in our city, and especially call out Philip Sneed and his team and the work that they have done, and the work with the consultant. I think we all got the opportunity to see the report from the consultant, and I think a couple of things stick out in my head is, one, how they emphasized it was very hard to find comparable organizations to compare us to in baseline because of what a unique gem, I would say, that the Arvada Center is for us. And it's not just for our community, but the Denver metro region and beyond. And it is truly a cultural and economic asset to our community, and that really came out, I think, very strong in that report. And I think, you know, yes, the Arvada Center has had some financial challenges, and we recognize that, and that's the reason, part, why they came to make this request of us a year ago. And I think the steadfastness of the Arvada Center's team and the work that they have done has really started to pay off in responding to that, and that has been shown especially in this last year. We had a stellar year at the Arvada Center, and that is so much in part to the leadership of that team at the Arvada Center. So I want to express my gratitude for all the work they put into that and to celebrating the 50th year at the Arvada Center. All of that said, and I think it's important to recognize that stellar years don't happen every year, and we need to really face that reality. And so we still have to make up a significant amount in our reserve to put us in a very healthy place as a nonprofit. And so this advance that we are approving today as the second half will really help us to do that, to finish that mission that we had set out a year ago. So I request that we approve this today in support of that and helping them continue on their trajectory and helping them to get more financially stable, and especially take the recommendations that have been made and embraced by the staff and be able to implement them so that we can continue on that pathway. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pfeiffer, you were next.
So a couple things. I'm going to talk to the new and old CEO real quick. You don't have to come up, but you know, I'm cautiously optimistic. I'm a skeptic, and I've been around a while. I will support this. I wasn't supportive in the summer because you have complied to all terms and you have delivered in good faith. Where I see a challenge still is the implementation and the action. You know, these are words right now. Let's see action. Let's see movement. Plays aside, yeah, that ebb and flows, but you know, philanthropic support, increasing those donations, showing an assertive effort needs to continue. It can't just be, well, we advanced you this money, now, yay, we're good for 6 months. So I would still look at coming back to council and, especially for our new CEO, and talking about your first 90 days and telling us what you're doing to keep that relationship going and not let off the pedal of what the previous CEO has done. He has it floored right now, so you have to take over the wheel while he's flooring it. So, yep, in 90 days, I'd like to see something. Maybe staff can figure out a good 10-minute little briefing of what you can do at one of our meetings. But I do agree, you've delivered. The report was very, I wasn't using the word fascinating, but that's not the right word we're supposed to use. It was actually, but I thought it was genuinely interesting, and it showed that we do have that gem. And I hope good success in the upcoming years. And right now we're hitting a big anniversary mark, so we're looking forward to great things. So therefore, I'll be supporting it this round.
Councilmember Ambrose.
Thank you, Your Honor. I am voting yes for this. I really appreciate it. Above and beyond, you know, the fulfillment of the agreement, I just want to remind Arvadans what a resource this is for the community, in that the majority of the kids programming are Arvadan kids. You know, this is a huge, huge anchor in our community, especially on the east side of Arvada, where a lot of schools have closed down, where, you know, this is really helping to be an anchor in the community in a really great way. And I know, like, the majority of the shows are not Arvadans, but that's also intentional. That's great. We want to be a regional resource that draws in people to be able to do that. So I think it's a great mix of, we are a regional resource of bringing in for the shows, but we are so community-centered and having all these great classes for our residents and our kids. I just really am appreciative of the tremendous work of the outgoing CEO. Really, really thank you for all the work, and I'm excited for everything you're going to bring in. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, and thank you for all that has been done. When this came before us, I did express some reservation. I voted yes, but I was holding my breath, and you proved me wrong, so I am glad for that. But I have to say to Mr. Pfeiffer's comments, ditto. You don't need to hear them again. I wish you well, Mr. Sneed. I'm really excited for you in your retirement. And Ms. Mohel, I look forward to working with you into the future. So thank you.
Councilmember Griffith.
Thank you, Your Honor. Simply like to say that, and reiterate here, this is a regional asset, and I think it's obvious, this conversation that we're having, how much the city cares about the arts and culture in Arvada. I'd like to put some emphasis on the fact that we don't have an infinite number of resources to contribute to that. So this is a call to action for anybody at home, any of our community members. Come out and support the Arvada Center. Don't be like me. I've lived here for more than 11 years, and I had just recently gone to a play last year. It was amazing, and I'm going to now take my family back every year because I see what a resource it is, and this is less than a mile from my house. Go visit the Arvada Center. Get your family involved. Go see the art shows that are there. Go see the plays. Go to the camps. There's camps for children. There's amazing programs at the Arvada Center, and it's up to the community to make it work. City Council, right now, we're approving some additional funds, but we can't do that forever. We need people to come out and support the Arvada Center, so please do that.
Thank you. I will just quickly highlight for the record, this is an advance upon contractually obligated funds. It is not new funds coming out of the general fund. The Arvada Center will be contractually paying this back over time, back to the taxpayers. So just wanted that point of clarity on the record. I will also be supporting this motion, so it sounds like you're going to have a 6-0 unless somebody surprises us. Mr. Griffith, I do need your vote. And I will just strongly echo Mr. Griffith's statements. Thank you, Mike, for saying those. This is such a community gem, you guys. I always tell everybody you get the quality of one of the Broadway tours, but at half the price with a better seat. And free parking. Oh my goodness. It is such a fabulous institution. The shows are incredible. My daughter has been dancing there for years. We do the summer camps. It has a community treasure to it. It's a gathering place for people from all different backgrounds who appreciate the arts, whether it is fine arts with painting or theater or music. The Colorado Youth Symphony rehearses there and performs there. This is a true asset to our community. So if you have not checked it out, if you are unfamiliar, arrange a tour, go in and visit. You'll be blown away. I have taken mayors from other cities there, and without fail, what they say to me is, how the heck did you get this in your community? My community would die to have something like this. So let's not take what we have for granted. Go check it out. It's really, really special. So with that, I will call the vote. That passes 6-0. Thank you, Mr. Sneed, for your very long service with us and this city. Ms. DeLange, we look forward to working with you into the future. All right. Moving forward, we have no first readings this evening. We do need a motion to cancel the... Oh, let's bring Rebecca back in, yes. Yay, I'm just breezing along. Becca, I could have sent you home. She's like, I probably would be fine with that. It's 10 o'clock at night, everybody. All right, welcome back. All right, we need a motion to cancel the August 4th, 2026 City Council meeting. That is National Night Out, and City Council members would like to go be with our community. Councilmember Davis.
I move that we cancel the August 4th, 2026 meeting so that we can attend National Night Out.
Wonderful. That passes 7-0. Thank you very much. We have 3 hearings, and thank you all for being so patient tonight. We have 3 hearings this evening. Let's get to it. We have, beginning is our project for the QuikTrip 4234, a rezoning with a concept plan and a major modification for a 9.47 acre parcel of land located at 9295 Matterhorn Lane. There are 2 items underneath this larger project. They are CB 26-017, an ordinance rezoning certain land within the city of Arvada, lots 1, 2, 3, and 4, block 1 of Candelas 93-72, South Filing Number 1, from City of Arvada PUDBP, which is Planned Unit Development, to City of Arvada CG, which is Commercial General, and amending the official zoning maps of the City of Arvada, Colorado, a parcel of land generally located at the southeast corner of State Highway 93 and State Highway 72, ordinance number 4933. And then a major modification from the development standards in the Land Development Code, Section 3138, motor vehicle use standards to allow 10 pump islands for QuikTrip 4234, generally located at 9295 Matterhorn Lane, Arvada, Colorado. Mr. Spintana, Planning Manager, I believe you have this item.
Thank you very much. As you mentioned, this is an application requesting approval of a rezoning for 4 lots located at the southeast corner of Highway 72 and 93. From planned unit development to a standard commercial general CG zoning district. Additionally, as part of a site plan application for the QuikTrip facility, a major modification is being requested to allow for 10 fuel islands when the Land Development Code limits the number of islands to 5. Keep in mind that this is not an action on the site plan itself, only the single request for the modification. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the rezoning during their April 1st meeting. The Commission also voted 5-2 to recommend approval of the major modification. Notice for the hearing was provided through publication in a local paper, mailed notice, and sign posting on the property. We have received the sign posting log and mailing affidavit, and they are in order.
Senior Planner Julia Duncan and members of our engineering team are available to answer any questions you might have when the time comes.
Thank you. I understand we have the applicant in audience tonight to make a presentation. I will quickly ask anyone planning to speak on this issue to raise their right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, as well as the applicant? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, you're sworn in. I would invite the applicant forward now.
I'm guessing I use this to... Awesome. All right. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Amelia Steffen, and I'm an attorney at Foster Graham Milstein and Kalisher, located at 360 South Garfield Street in Denver. I'm here to represent QuikTrip Corporation in relation to the applications for a rezoning and major modification identified as items 10A1 and 2 on tonight's agenda. Before I introduce our team, I would like to give a big thank you to staff for working so closely with us on this project. Their collaboration has made it so that we're very excited to give you this presentation tonight. Here with me tonight from QuikTrip is McKenna Junty, who is able to answer questions about QuikTrip's actual operations. Also with me are Todd Hager and Aaron McLean from Galloway, who will speak to you about the rezoning conceptual site plan. And David Foster from my office is also here and able to answer any questions you may have. We'll get started with a few facts about QuikTrip. First, QuikTrip really likes to, or really does pride itself on actually becoming a part of the communities in which it enters. It creates about 20 jobs per new location in each community, and they really prioritize the promotion from within framework. I've been working with QuikTrip for a few years, and a lot of the real estate managers who I work with actually began as store clerks when they were in high school at a QuikTrip, and now they work in commercial real estate. So I think that's a pretty cool corporate structure that they have. Average store managers' salaries are over $100,000, and entry-level assistant store managers are $55,000. QuikTrip is a United Way member and also donates 5% of its profits to the local charitable organizations in and around the cities in which they exist. Another tenet of QuikTrip's offerings that make it different from other fueling and convenience stations is that they offer made-to-order hot food. They also offer basic groceries like milk, eggs, bread, and after late-night hearings like this one, our team we like to stop at QuikTrip, and they have grilled cheese, pizzas, veggie wraps, subs, which I think is pretty great and a very unique thing for a convenience store to offer. And so now on to the really fun stuff, our rezoning request, which is item for 10A1 on the agenda. The subject properties to be rezoned are located on the southeast corner of State Highways 72 and 93 within one of the Candelas ODPs. The properties were platted prior to QuikTrip's contracting for purchase, and they're currently zoned as PUD. The properties consist of lots 1, 2, 3, and 4 of Block 1 of the Candelas 9372 South Filing Number 1 subdivision. And with this rezoning, QuikTrip would be able to construct the fueling station and convenience store on Lot 1, which is the most northwestern lot on the slide. Our request is to rezone all of the property from PUD to commercial general CG, and there are not currently any development plans for the remaining lots 2, 3, and 4 that we are aware of. This slide just shows a little screen outtake of the ODP that shows that it's a PUD BP designation. in that currently the maximum height allowed by our PUD zoning is actually 85 feet. We are proposing to rezone to a straight zone district, if you will, from the LDC. And the rezoning criteria focus heavily on comprehensive plan compatibility and permitted land uses, but before we dive into that, I wanted to highlight that the CG district does still maintain pretty good setbacks, and the maximum height is only 45 feet in the CG district, so that's going to be a pretty serious reduction in height as compared to the current PD zoning. Section 8342 of the LDC sets forth the rezoning approval criteria in which our application must satisfy for you to grant an approval to the application. And so I'll go through them one by one efficiently, because I know we're here late. The first criteria asks about comprehensive plan consistency. And this rezoning application implements the property's neighborhood and community commercial designation that's in the comp plan by placing the property into a standard commercial zone district that's able to provide the neighborhood retail services that the comprehensive plan contemplates for this site. Next is whether the intent of the new zone district, if the application can support the intent of that new zone district. So one of the tenets of the CG district is to support neighborhood and area serving retail and service uses near locations with high volume vehicular access. Obviously, this site is located at Highway 72 and 93, which supports the use of a standard commercial zone district that can provide a service use and also cater towards motorists in a high volume driving area, excuse me. The third criteria asks about whether there are sufficient facilities and services to serve the property. This property actually already has the overlot grading completed and the internal roads constructed. So at this point in time, we do have sufficient facilities and services, and other site-specific utility details will be worked out during site planning. The fourth criteria asks about environmental impacts and adverse impacts generally. And it's not expected to result in significant unmitigated environmental impacts as stated in the staff report as well. The fifth criteria asks about compatibility with adjacent properties. So the rezoning is compatible with the surrounding development context, including the other properties that are currently in the ODP, the other vacant Candelas parcels. And furthermore, the property is located at the junction of two major roadways, which make it an appropriate area to put a commercial retail service use like a fueling station. That takes us to the end of our rezoning criteria, and then I'm going to have the Galloway team come up and give you a quick rundown of the rezoning conceptual site plan that is part of 10A1, and then I'll come back up and we can talk about the major modification criteria.
This one on the right? Cool, thank you. All right, good evening. As mentioned, my name is Todd Hager. I'm with Galloway & Company, and I will be talking about, I believe, the next 4 slides, which is the concept plan component of this rezoning. Make sure that's a good height. So as mentioned, this proposed site is on that northwesternmost lot that we're discussing today out of the rezoning. So the current site conditions, this is what we could pull from Google at the time. However, as mentioned, if you have currently been out there recently, you notice the overlot grading and the streets have been started to be developed. And then I'm going to spend a little bit more time on this conceptual site plan. So this conceptual site plan, as you can see, will show the C-store located in the middle with the canopy just to the north.
Throughout the design, we believe this is a well-functioning circulation for customers, employees, and also emergency service vehicles that would be accessing this site. And it does connect the future lot to the south as well, as you can see on that southeast portion of it. You'll see two solid lines towards the top of the property. That's going to be a proposed retaining wall, a tiered system. There is significant elevation change from State Highway 72 down to the site itself. It's going to be around a 12-foot average difference going into that site. That's why the retaining wall would be required. There's one dedicated access to that site specifically, as you can see, and then down to the south there's going to be a shared access as well. So that's a brief summary of what the conceptual site plan is with this application. And then moving on to, this is just from the traffic conformance letter that was pulled from the approved overall subdivision. And so I just wanted to highlight this really quickly and kind of go over some of those points. So some of the lighting is a little funky on this image. So one is the intersection of, the main intersection of 72 and 93. That's going to be obviously a full access intersection. And then moving down to 4, that's going to be a right in and right out only. And then moving up to 7, that's going to be a right in, right out only. And then I didn't include the details for 8, but that's going to be a full access movement as well. It's not going to be signalized right away. It just would have to be warranted to have that signalization once more development moves into that area. And then moving down to 5 is going to be a 3/4 access. So you essentially wouldn't be able to turn left south onto 93. So with that, that kind of completes my portion of the presentation. So I will hand it back over to Amelia to discuss the major modification request.
Awesome. The second piece of our application request is under item 10A2 on your agendas, which is for a major modification request to a site plan to allow for 10 single fuel islands as opposed to 5 double stacked fuel islands. In other words, under this use limitation in your code, we could have 5 double fuel islands, but because of some site constraints, we would like to have 10 single fuel islands. In all, either way, you would have 20 pumps. It's just in a different configuration. And this use standard comes from section 3138 of the LDC, which limits the number of service bays or pump islands permitted on a property based on the size of the lot. And working with staff, they explained to us that because of the way that the code is written and because there is no actual definition of what fuel island really means, that our best bet would be to do this major modification just so it's clear and that the city is comfortable with 10 single fuel islands as opposed to 5 double stacked fuel islands. LDC 8-3-11-4 sets forth the approval criteria for a major modification. The first criterion being compatibility with the comprehensive plan and intent of the zone district. Fueling and service station use is commercial in nature and is allowed as a limited use in the commercial general district. And the modification does not change the nature of this use. It just adjusts the site configuration to respond to the lot constraints while meeting all of the other code design requirements. The next criteria asks whether the request addresses a unique situation or incorporates a creative site design. And I think that this criteria speaks very directly to our situation. As stated in the staff report, the property has an irregular, long quadrilateral shape, making the 10 single fuel islands more appropriate for the lot shape than 5 deeper fuel islands would be. The fuel canopy will actually cover 231 less square feet than it would if we had the 5 double-stacked islands. It also is going, the linear setup of the 10 single fuel islands will improve traffic flow within the site, allowing a safer environment where we know people and cars are mixing. So that was another main concern of ours when doing this site design. In criteria 3 to 5, QuikTrip took steps to address each of the criteria on this slide that are, because they're all related to the compatibility and mitigation of any potential adverse impacts of this major modification. The most obvious impact of having 10 instead of 5 fuel islands is that the canopy is going to be longer along Highway 72. However, QuikTrip, we have been working with staff who identified a bunch of different mitigation ideas, the big ones being enhanced landscaping, especially along Highway 72, to screen the canopy, enhanced architectural design of the canopy, and an installation of a Welcome to Arvada sign, which is a big priority of our applicable sub-area plan. And although QuikTrip was not obligated to do all of these things, we are going to be doing each of these things with the enhanced landscaping, enhanced architecture on the canopy, and the Welcome to Arvada sign. And furthermore, the site characteristics and QuikTrip's general standards of operation will help mitigate the other impacts. As Todd mentioned, our site is graded down as compared to Highway 93 and 72 about 10 to 15 feet. So that natural drop in grade will actually help, the grade of the surrounding property will help to screen that fuel canopy, addition of the trees and additional landscaping. Also, QuikTrip staff sweeps the parking lot for trash and debris like 3 to 4 times per day because they really pride themselves on keeping a clean facility, and we understand that in this area that high winds may be a concern and there's a lot of open space surrounding us. So we do want to make sure that we're being good stewards of our own property, and that is something that QuikTrip takes very seriously and is a promise to mitigate any sort of human impacts through the use of a fueling station. To end, we just wanted to show you this graphic of what the difference is between 10 single fuel islands and 5 double stacked ones. And we are happy to answer any other further questions that you may have about this application. We're all available for questions.
Wonderful. I will now open it to public comment for this hearing item. I have a handful of signups this evening. The first is McKenna Genty. All right, please come forward. You decided not to speak? I'm one of the applicants. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, sorry. So no worries. Then we will take that one out. Mr. Mike Rollick.
We'll let this here. Good evening. I didn't know much about this, but we're looking at the other Candelas rezoning and just looking at the fact we have Barber Gulch. Number 4 is the stormwater, drainage, wildlife situation here. When we're looking at the other Candelas on the other side, we did a codex report. Prebble's Jumping Mouse is within less than a mile of this general site, and you got severe winter range for elk. There is a worry about wildlife collisions with cars, which kills people. Putting a QuikTrip right here, right next to Denver watershed land, Boulder open space land, and then land that's basically federal at this point because of what happened with the plutonium. you're going to have a lot of wildlife issues, and you're going to have a lot of people possibly stopping in later at night. But the Barber Gulch thing is interesting too, because I was looking at some issues where you actually had plumes coming off of gas stations. I'm not impugning anybody. It's just that things can happen. And this is from Division of Oil and Public Safety. This is 2026. Culebra Creek water contamination came from a gas station as well. So it's just a product line failure to happen in the ground. So if there's going to be anything put in here with gas station type equipment, I would hope that there would be possibly stuff in the ground that would kind of dam it up if there is some kind of plume. Obviously, plumes can happen. So you're looking at Barber Gulch when you're actually looking at the map for relief. You got about 6,200 feet where this would be, and within a quarter mile, you're down to 6,000 feet. So it really goes about 200 feet down within about a quarter mile or less, and then it goes into Lyden Lake. From there, it goes into Ralston Creek. So obviously, when we looked at the Preble Jumping Mouse, this would not be a situation. Barber Gulch does not have flowing water all year, but it still could be something when you look at wildlife habitat, as well as drainage problems and stormwater, as well as possibly leaks. And again, not to impugn QuikTime at all, but leaks can happen in general. Just want you to think about that. And as far as traffic goes, when we look at this going onto a highway, a state highway, we don't know that the state highway system has been a referral agency. And we found that in an email chain that CDOT does not want to get involved in rezonings. However, this would directly affect both 72 and 93. So this would be only a site development plan. So when you're voting on traffic impacts and not having CDOT here as a referral agency, there could be a gap there as well. I appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Beth Sanchez. I think Beth maybe has departed. She did not indicate support or opposition to the issue. And then we have Sarah Lovell, who I believe went during the open public comment portion of this evening's agenda, and we have found her sign-up sheet here in the hearings. So we heard her comments earlier. She clearly seems, I don't want to put words in her mouth, but my deduction was that she was against the issue. So with that, is there anyone else in chambers at this time who would like to give public comment on this topic? Seeing none, I will close public comment and I will open it to council questions and or action. Councilmember Davis, I think you were just a hair faster on the button.
Oh, okay, thank you. Given the worry about lusts, leaking underground storage tanks, and the possible containment, could you explain what kind of site containments you have, and if and what the tanks look like, and any monitoring you do for lusts?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is McKenna Genty, and I work as a real estate project manager for QuikTrip. And as far as our underground storage tank system goes, it's called a Warren Rogers system, and inside of the tanks there are a variety of monitors that actually report back inside of the store, and then they also report to our corporate office and facility support office locally. So whether it would be a decrease in liquid in one of the tanks or water seeping into a certain, there's various levels of protection to get into the actual tanks themselves, but if water were to even get close to our tanks, we have monitors and sensors that alert our facility support and our corporate office. And those are top priority calls. They are very rare. And in the few instances, and we do have over 1,200 stores nationwide, in the few instances where we have had releases, and it has been very few, and it's been very, very old stores in our Atlanta market, they have been immediately reported to the proper authority or entities, and those are all a matter of public record as well. And that's in all states that we occupy if we've had anything of that sort. And those types of things are dealt with our internal environmental team, and they are in charge of cleanup and then also reporting those types of instances. It's been very few and far in between. I want to say it's been less than 10 since we have operated, which is, I believe, 1945. And so that, hopefully that summarizes what you're looking for.
Sure, thank you. And then also, given the size of your canopy, have you considered in terms of sustainability, and if you've been here for the evening, you've heard some public comment on supporting our climate action and sustainability plan? Sustainability action plan? Okay, all right. One of the things I was wondering, does QuikTrip do any type of like solar on top of their canopies or something that's kind of sustainable and keeping with the environmental protections?
Yes, and I apologize for leaving out such an important part of our presentation tonight, but this site is EV charging capable. It's not on the conceptual site plan right now because QuikTrip has to talk to their partners who actually provide the chargers about which ones we're going to be able to get, and that determines the size and how they're set up. But that will be integrated into the site plan as we work on that with staff. So, yeah, EV charging. Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Mormon.
Great, thank you. I was going to actually ask about EV charging, so thank you for
Right.
getting to that. So it sounds like there's a good possibility that we would have EV chargers at that site then. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct.
Okay.
It's definitely in the works. Most of QuikTrip's new sites, we look at
Fantastic,
getting.
because I think it would be a perfect location for that.
Yeah.
So I really appreciate you thinking about that. I wanted to ask under criteria for environmental impacts, we received a memo from the City of Boulder Open Space and Mountain Parks, who are our neighbors to the north, and I really appreciate the letter from the point of, they had some concerns and then they had some recommendations to go along with those concerns. Have you had a chance to review that memo?
Yes, we have.
Okay, fantastic. So just to kind of start with the recommendations, and under lighting, they encourage minimize light trespass to adjacent properties and across Highway 93 by restricting overnight use, minimizing height, and by using hoods to concentrate light within the private properties. Is that something you'd be able to do?
Yes, and that is something that is accounted for in most of the QuikTrip sites already, because most of them do tend to be 24/7 services. So like we mentioned before, the site is actually graded below the surrounding streets, which is already a great way to bring down any sort of light pollution. Also at night, all of the lighting is actually down lighting, so there won't be anything coming up into the night sky, if you will. Also, because we're going to be having a longer canopy, that lends itself to a higher level of architecture, and with that, we also agreed to a higher level of landscaping. So there will be trees and shrubs that surround the entire property to really mitigate any sort of light pollution, if you will, at night, even though it would be very minimal.
Okay, great. I appreciate that, because I know that was one of the things they raised too, is the view shed concerns, and so it sounds like you would be addressing that through planting of trees, and also you're looking at using native plant materials as they suggested as well.
Correct. It will be all of the types of plants that are permitted in your code, so everything will be native low water plants, yeah.
Okay, and then weed management is huge too, so that was something that they had raised. And then on the trash piece, you mentioned that earlier, so I appreciate that, and the high winds, but also the animal proofing. Is there a possibility of looking at that, because we do have to be concerned about raccoons or even bears?
Yes.
And so is that something you'd be looking into? Because I heard you say you'd be checking the trash during the day, but at night would be the time we would get more of that wildlife impact. Would there be a way to have more wild animal-proof containers?
Yes, and I don't know if it's on this conceptual site plan, but there actually is a full trash enclosure that is like a wooden, metal, complete closed for all of the trash. And so during the day, yes, we have store clerks out there always cleaning and checking the trash, but then the dumpster space, if you will, is completely enclosed in a trash enclosure to prevent any sort of animal
Right.
engagement.
And I think part of the concern would be those individual trash cans that are on your islands that aren't inside that enclosure. How would they be contained, especially at night when your staff may not be out there monitoring and raccoons may decide to come and invade?
Right. So the trash containers that are at the canopy and that are on the exterior of the site, they're actually, the trash containers themselves are inside of a metal casing that is bolted to our cement, that's bolted to our, you cannot move the where the trash is contained from, if that makes sense. You actually have to unlock the metal container to then pull out the trash can in order to empty the trash.
Sure, but the opening at the top in which the customer is depositing trash in, is there a way, I've seen a lot of wildlife proof, where you'd actually, as a customer, you'd have to squeeze a handle and open it or something that a raccoon would hopefully not be able to do. Is there any measure that you would consider in doing that?
It's not something that I have seen us do before, but I'm not going to say that we wouldn't be open to looking at our options.
Yeah, I would ask you to look at that a little further, because this isn't in a very open space area, and so that would be a concern that I would have. So I appreciate you looking into that.
Understandable.
I think that's my questions for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Pfeiffer.
So I want to continue that conversation, and I'll give you a copy of this, just so you have. This is not just inner city. There's a wildlife preserve, not even 2 miles from here, that has over 650 head elk, have bear, have coyotes. Let me quote what the U.S. Fish and Wildlife say. There are 239 migrant and resident wildlife species in this area. So you need to take it serious on this part. So I'm looking at staff too. We're not familiar with it on this side, but on that side, we need to keep the animals from crossing the highways looking for food.
Right.
So I think we need to kind of do what the mountain towns do and encourage that we put all of the trash is in wildlife proof. There's a whole herd of elk just south of there, not even a mile from this location, maybe a quarter of a mile. I see them hit every day when I drive the highway, twice a day. There's always an elk or something hit on the side of the road. So you're going to encourage something to happen to come over. So I need to take that serious.
100%,
Okay.
and we do not want any visitors
I'm
either.
going to leave you this,
Right.
just so you have proof of something that's in the area
Yeah.
and take it serious.
Yeah, and thank you for bringing that up. We actually just opened or are going to be opening a store in Evergreen near the old El Rancho restaurant.
Yeah.
And I
And
believe that
and
they
the
have
same
very
issues. They have the same issues.
same issues, and we're going to, we can definitely even make it a condition if you would like to ensure that we have animal-proof trash enclosures.
I would like it as a condition, if
Yep.
you'd accept it.
Yeah, no problem.
The other thing in the condition is around lighting. I'd like to go back to that lighting question, because I don't think you heard the statement. They actually want us to turn off the lights overnight, that you're not to open 24 hours a day. So you answered that question differently than I think what he was trying to say. So what I would ask is there should be, so out in West Arvada, there is a protection to the night sky. You need to give me an idea of what you're going to do to protect it, because the neighborhoods in that area have minimal lights. There's very little street lights out there. And then we don't need a glowing beacon in the middle of a wildlife preserve, in the middle of nowhere, in a super dark area, just be lit up. So I'd like to understand the lighting, and I know this might not be in here, but there needs to be some real in-depth conversation around lighting control and auto dimming or reduce complete light pollution off the property. You're not going to get anyone out there at 2 in the morning. You'd get wildlife out there at 2 in the morning. So if you're going to be open 24 hours a day, I'd like to understand that lighting program.
Yeah,
and how you're going to protect the night sky.
Yeah, we can definitely work with staff during the site planning process and have an actual lighting engineer who knows what they're doing, work with them to ensure that those concerns are met and any adverse impacts are mitigated as to maintain the night sky.
So Jessica, when you look at those, can we just put that they have to dim down at night, or when you get into that with the lighting? or turn off or do motion or whatever, but
Mhm.
we really need to, you have a copy of the City of Boulder's ask?
We do, yes.
Okay, let's make sure you take that to heart, because I'm in alignment with exactly what they're asking. The other thing is, I didn't hear anything about CMV, so I'm sure you're doing diesel, and there's a lot of truckers out there. So what are you gonna do when the truckers need diesel? Are they gonna pull into your property with these 10 canopy? I'm trying to figure out what a CMV is gonna be doing on that property.
Understood. So this particular location is not designed to support high-flow diesel, which is like the big rig trucks. This site does have a decent bit of box truck vehicles in the area, and so we are able to accommodate those, which is another reason why the vertical canopy is absolutely more ideal in this situation. But as far as the larger trucks, they will not have the ability to fuel at that canopy that's shown.
Are you doing anything? I'm assuming they know better not to pull in there and create a problem.
Correct, yes. We typically, if we have high-flow diesel, there's a different way that we advertise that. The canopy that you see, it is not tall enough to accommodate a large high-flow truck. They typically know not to come into the auto side. They would be separate from that side of the store if that offering did exist.
Okay. Also, the connection, there's a bus stop on that corner. What is your plan to support that bus stop?
Todd, do we have anything on the bus stop?
It's like the one bus stop we have in our entire city almost, and at least with the western part of our city. So I'd like to know what we're going to do with our one bus stop. Sorry, that's sarcastic. Everyone knows I'm not happy with the bus service out here.
Okay,
But
that's not about you.
no, it's not about you, but it's for RTD who should be listening. But yeah, there's one
Understood.
bus stop, and there's people that actually do get on and off. And so I'd like to know how is this property going to support that bus stop? Because you're going to have pedestrians and
Yeah.
people possibly even parking.
Yeah.
There used to be a dirt, which was not official, but people did park there to get on the bus. So how are you going to handle that interaction with that bus stop?
I'll answer your question in two parts. First, this property is within a larger overall, well, what is currently the outline development plan. So I am not sure if there were any promises as to bus stop improvements or anything like that in that part of it. However, this is actually a common question that we get with a lot of our QuikTrip sites because we like to have them at corners, right? And that's where a lot of bus stops are. QuikTrip during the site planning process, we often do like to make sure that we connect or install sidewalks from those bus stops around and potentially through the property, just because QuikTrip does have such a robust convenience store offering that we also often have outdoor seating, picnic tables that people can sit at and eat their lunch or while they're charging their EV electric vehicles. So having that kind of outside space for even non-motorists who are in the area is a priority of QuikTrip. So to the extent that there are any sidewalk improvements or anything like that that would make a more cohesive, walkable area, QuikTrip is definitely open to dedicating any of those improvements during the site plan process.
With the elevation change, I would encourage a sidewalk from the corner into the property. Yeah, stairs or ramps,
yeah.
whatever the rules are around. But yeah, there needs to be connectivity from there down to the store.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I want to go over the movement again. People coming in and ingress and egress.
Okay.
I know that the Metro District actually built most of the infrastructure, and those lack of a better word, those what are we calling those lamb chops, whatever, pork chops, they're pretty good, because I think they discourage the left turn for the most part. But where I think what's going to be a problem for us in the city and for you all is certain movements. So westbound 72 accessing into the property and then exiting when I still want to go westbound on 72. How am I going to get on and off? And how do I understand that? Because 7 is a right in, right out. 4 is a right in, right out. 8 is a full movement. So I'm going to have to tell people to go to 8 to get over to your property.
So this was part of the master development of the subdivision that was approved and worked out. And we also have the developer in attendance today. So he may need to come up and address that specifically, as it's not necessarily in scope with the rezoning and concept plan for this QuikTrip site specifically, but for the overall, I understand that you're asking for that detail. But this was, I believe, Greg, worked out during this, or the previous subdivision in the movements that you see in front of you right now. So these are set and approved as of today, or as of whenever that was approved.
Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I would just agree with that. I think we're getting off of the criteria a little bit for the rezoning and the other matter we have on the agenda for tonight with these particular details, if that makes sense.
Well, when would I know about traffic? Because I'm more worried about crashes. They already have enough out there. And you don't think this gas station is going to cause a problem? So when in our process will I be able to address traffic?
I'll defer that one to our Director of Community and Economic Development.
We'll cover that during the site planning process. That's open to to a call up if that's what the council decides.
Yeah, so I probably will call this back up then. So you'll have to come back to us.
And just to add on to that, I believe there will be a traffic letter or something more with the site plan. There was a traffic conformance letter as part of this submittal. So hopefully during that review, it will relieve any of your questions as well. So.
Yeah, it's just more of the westbound 72, just so you can take note of it. It's not going to change how I vote tonight, but 93 southbound and westbound 72 is going to be your problem, and there's a lot of traffic count that goes that way. And I don't understand what chaos that's going to cause when somebody's trying to go southbound right after an intersection, trying to take an illegal left, when people are going 55 miles per hour through an intersection. So I'm asking it to be called up the minute you have it. I'm saying it now. So if it's approved. So I think there's more risk there. And I think there was a question around CDOT being referred to. I believe CDOT approved these access points, if I remember right. I mean, you wouldn't have done it without them approving it. So, but I think it's going to get into enforcement, and I'd like to understand it. So I'll stop on that topic now since it's not part of tonight's hearing. And that's all the questions I have.
All right. I see no additional lights, so I'll open it to council members for a motion. We have two different motions that need to be made. The first is CB 26-017. And Ms. Morris, would it be more appropriate to add the condition for animal-proof enclosures to that motion or to the major modification? Or is it all one motion, 1 and 2, though?
I think it's probably more related to the rezoning than it would be to the major modification, but
yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay. There's also a number of three other conditions that the staff have suggested to approval of this particular project. And I don't know if would you like me to reiterate what those are?
Please.
It's late.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think this is from the staff report. So the first one is additional landscaping above that required by the LDC to be incorporated into the site plan to mitigate any adverse visual impacts the canopy could have on adjacent properties. Second one is the project shall incorporate welcome signage to be reviewed through the site plan consistent with the Northwest area, Arvada sub-area plan. And the third one is the canopy over the fuel pumps shall have enhanced architectural detailing to mitigate impacts viewable from the right-of-way.
Excellent. So we can make a motion with a note including the conditions that have been outlined in this conversation. That way
Correct.
somebody doesn't have to just repeat them. Wonderful. Then I will accept a motion from anybody. Councilmember Pfeiffer.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you.
Hold on, this one's blank. Hold on. Okay, I think they're just separate. There, I found it. I move that Council Bill 26-017, an ordinance rezoning certain land within the city of Arvada, lots 1, 2, 3, and 4, Block 1 of Candelas 93-72, South Filing Number 1, from the City of Arvada PUD BP, which is Planned Unit Development, to City of Arvada CG, Commercial General, and amend the official zoning maps of the City of Arvada, Colorado, a parcel of land generally located at the southeast corner of State Highway 93 and State Highway 72 be approved on final reading number 4933 in order published by title, and that includes the staff recommendation as well as the trash cans being animal-proofed on the property.
And lighting, I didn't hear anything about lighting.
And lighting
on that.
to address
Yeah.
protecting the night sky,
Yes.
which will go through.
There we go. All right. Ms. Morris, that work for you?
That works for me. I think it's clear enough for the record.
Perfect. All right, then if council will cast their votes. All votes are cast. That passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Councilmember Pfeiffer, you have the major modification motion
And
as
then
well.
I move that the major modifications from the development standards in the Land Development Code, sections 3-1, 3-8, motor vehicle use standard to allow 10 pump islands for QuikTrip 4234, generally located at 9295 Matterhorn Lane, Arvada, Colorado, be approved.
All votes are cast. That passes 7-0. Thank you very much, everybody. All right, council, we have water rates coming up, and that one promises to be a exciting conversation as well. Do we want to take a 5-minute break, stretch legs, get blood pumping again, or does everybody want to power through? I see some nods. Let's well, I saw some nods. We have a mixed response. 5-minute break, everybody. Stretch your legs, come back. My watch is telling me to protect my sleep, so there we go. everybody. Good quick break. All right, before we enter into the next hearing, we realize we're coming up on time for our bylaws. So Mayor Pro Tem Mormon.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion. I move that we set aside our rule and allow us to go past 11:30 this evening.
All members of council will vote so that we can stay here late. All right, that passes 7-0. Thank you very much. I actually thought somebody was going to vote no, just to be sarcastic. All right, next I will open CB 26-018, an ordinance amending section 102-182, water surcharges of chapter 102, a lot of twos, utilities of the Arvada City Code, ordinance number 4934. Ms. Rhodes, you have this item.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Thank you for staying with us tonight to talk about this important topic. I'm joined here with my team, Amy Wilhite, our Water Resources Administrator, and Chris Gray, our Business Manager, to talk to you about our proposal for water surcharges. We recognize there's a number of components for you to consider in making this decision, and so again, we just want to be able to walk through some key discussion points, provide you a status update of where we're at since the Council declared a drought, and since we instituted the watering restrictions on April 15th. So we'll be providing some of that update this evening and then available to answer any questions that you might have. Some key points that we'd like to make is that we think this is a really important step for the possibility of a multi-year drought. While we've recognized and appreciate some of the recent rainfall, Amy's going to talk a little bit in the slides about where we truly stand. Surcharges are a tool for us paired with the watering restrictions that are in place to help customers understand the value of water and its importance during this time. And our team is prepared with your approval to make these surcharges effective on July 1st, which would remain in place for the remainder of the drought. And we would come back to the council and talk about extending that drought if we do enter a multi-year situation. These surcharges would apply to customers who can reduce the most, and where we're focusing on our outdoor irrigation for our residential customers and our irrigation-only meters, and we'll talk a little bit more about how we form that proposal for you. And we will share some comparisons for a typical residential bill impact that you could see depending on the level of conservation in place, and we can speak to questions you might have for irrigation-only customers. I did want to make an important note that we can talk about a little bit more, but we did add some clarifying language in your packet tonight that wasn't in there during first reading. And to draw your attention to that is we wanted to clarify that water surcharges would not be applied to customers with an approved water budget variance. And so essentially, this would only be for residential customers and irrigation-only customers that have not already worked with us to establish an approved water budget. So with that, I'll turn it over to Amy.
Thanks. Thank you, Jacqueline. Good evening, Lauren Simpson and the council members. I came to you in March to talk about the water supply situation. I'm just going to give you a little update here and then hand it off to Chris to talk about the surcharges. I just have 4 figures to talk about. The first one here is just showing, so the first time I met with you, we talked about snowpack and how historically low it was. Now we're looking at the stream flows, right, and the results of that low snowpack. This is a figure from Denver Water, and it's just showing the reservoir storage and forecasted reservoir storage into March of next year. And the top line is full, that's the dotted line, and then there's a dashed line that's average, and then we've got the 2026, so that's the black line there as to where we are, and then there are 3 forecasted options, looking at dry weather forecast on the bottom, there's a normal, and then wet weather forecast, and even the wet weather doesn't really get us up to average. I've heard from Denver, they have said that their snowpack would have to be 150% next season in order to make it to average. So we're still pretty far behind for this multi-year drought situation. Next slide. So the next slide is showing the U.S. Drought Monitor. It's gotten worse since the last time I showed it to you. We have the bullseye there. You see that's the area of extreme and exceptional drought. That's the area of like the watershed for Denver Water. part of our watershed is also in there for our water rights. I just want to remind you that we have 75% of our water from Denver Water and 25% from the Clear Creek Basin. Arvada's, right now, we're in a severe drought. A couple weeks ago, we were in extreme drought, so it's kind of bouncing back and forth between the two. And this last October through May has been the hottest season, like the hottest winter and spring season we've seen in 131 years. So it's pretty serious. This is more of a local issue here, just showing close to home, Clear Creek at Golden. These are stream flow stations. We're seeing numbers that we might have seen in 2002. Average stream flow, for instance, on June 5th was 708 CFS, and we were at 275. That is actually declining, so we may have actually hit our peak already. Snowpack right now is 0% of normal, or 0%. There's nothing left of the snowpack, really. And I want to mention from that last slide that our concern is really backfilling the reservoir. So right now, if you see our Arvada Reservoir, it's really full. And we're taking advantage of what runoff there is right now. We're getting everything we can, but come a couple weeks from now, it's going to be a really different situation, I think, for us, and we're going to be having a hard time keeping up with demand. But we'll be able to do it. So staff has been monitoring water use through this. We've been trending everything. We've been looking at a 5-year average trend of water use on a daily basis. We've got Power BI looking at all this information. We're looking at it in comparison with temperatures and ET and precipitation and trying to draw some correlations. This particular figure shows the middle line is that lighter blue line is showing the 5-year average that we've calculated, and then the target is a 20% decrease. That's our goal for the water restrictions, the 2-day-a-week water restrictions. That top line is showing what the actual is. So last month, we were about 5% over the 5-year average, and we want to be 20% below that. This month so far, we're 10% above the 5-year average. We'd like to be 20% below that. It's been very hot, so that is a factor, but it is something we're watching right now. I think there's some promising news the last couple days. We're seeing some increased conservation, but it's definitely a concern for us. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Chris to talk about surcharges.
So as we start talking about surcharges themselves, I wanted to provide some context about our single-family customers, who are one customer group that would be looking at having surcharges on their accounts. Typical residential water use does mean that there is some opportunity for water use reduction. So on the left side of the slide there, you'll see our current inclining block structure. We have tiered rates, and so those support low volume use for basic needs at that first tier, and then higher volume use costs more for outdoor use. So the more you use, the more you pay. On the right-hand side of the slide, you'll see a pie chart, and that is indicative of what a typical single-family customer uses over the course of a year. Most of a typical single-family uses their water for outdoor water use, and so that 55% is representative of that use. Most residential indoor water use will not be subject to the drought surcharge, so we are being aware that we are aware of and are providing some room for customers. So those first 12,000 gallons on a bi-monthly bill on the left-hand slide there, left-hand part of the slide there, would have no surcharge applied to them. And so that is 6,000 gallons per month, 12,000 gallons per bi-monthly bill. We believe that is sufficient for most residential customers to absorb their indoor use and also tree and shrub watering. Between 12,000 and 30,000 gallons, customers would see $1.10 per 1,000 gallons of a surcharge. And then over 30,000 gallons per bi-monthly bill, customers would see a $2.20 charge per 1,000 gallons. And those are in alignment with what Denver Water is charging to their residential customers. Their tier structure is different than ours, but those dollar amounts are the same. Our irrigation-only customers would see $2.20 per 1,000 gallons across the board. And that is also similar to what Denver Water is charging to Denver private irrigation meters. On the right-hand side of the slide, you'll see that 91,000 gallons annual water use that we referenced during our rate and fee conversations with you. And you can see that water use profile across a year. It stays below that 12,000 gallons in the early part of the year and the late part of the year. That's that average winter use, that indoor use. And you'll see it starts creeping up in the spring, hits a peak in July and August, and starts coming down in September, October. So that is a typical pattern that shows irrigation use. We've looked at the data for different types of customers, and irrigation does look different than indoor use or non-turf use. So this graph here shows you a water use profile across a year for 3 different types of customers. Customer A is the blue bars. That customer uses about 82,000 gallons of water per year. The green customer is customer B, uses about 118,000 gallons per year. And then the orange or yellow customer is customer C, who uses about 189,000 gallons of water per year. So you can see across the bottom of the graph there, the months. Across the left-hand side of the graph, the amount of water use in thousands of gallons. And that red dotted line shows you the 6,000 gallons, the 6,000 gallons per month, which would be the 12,000 gallons per bi-monthly bill that would be not receiving the surcharges. So similar to the last slide, you can see that profile of water use where early in the year, January, February, March, and late in the year, November and December, all 3 of those customers are keeping their water use, their indoor water use, well below that amount. You start seeing each of those different customer types start creeping up in the spring and then using a lot more depending on how large their yard is for irrigation season, then coming back down in the fall. This average family, this I would say somewhere between customer A and customer B, that 91,000 gallon customer who uses 91,000 gallons a year, we believe that 12,000 gallons will allow them to use all of their indoor water use and water trees and shrubs. So another slightly complicated chart here, I'll walk through it. The surcharge structure will reward conservation, but also adds up for high water users. So instead of 3 different types of customers in the colors, we're showing you 5 different types of customer uses with 3 different impacts. So bear with me, I'll walk you through it. We have along the middle of the chart there, 54, 75, 91, 150, and 300. That's indicative of an annual water use in thousands of gallons. So a very low water user uses 54,000 gallons a year. A higher water user uses 300,000 gallons of water per year. And so these are the impacts we'll walk through on what that would look like. A 2026 billing for that 54,000 gallon per year customer is about $500. And because that customer never reaches into the over 12,000 gallon tiers, they will not see a surcharge. And in fact, if they use 20% less water during the season, they would actually see a reduction in their bill from $499 to $473. At the other end of the spectrum is the customer who uses quite a bit of water. And so that customer, without any surcharges, their normal billing for an entire year would be about $2,400. With surcharges added, it goes up to $2,688. And if that customer actually reduces their water use by 20%, they'll actually see a lower bill than they would if they had done nothing differently at all. So it is, for many customers, in their best interest to use less water because they will actually see a lower water bill overall. So these proposed surcharges, paired with our watering restrictions, signal the value of water during drought. And Amy mentioned we've seen the hottest winter on record. We're seeing more water use over the last month and a half just because of that heat now. And we are really trying to encourage our customers to conserve on the 2 days that we have as a schedule. And what we are seeing is that customers are watering 2 days. Most of our customers are watering their 2 days, but they're watering more. And our request is for people to water less on their 2 days. For some context in the region, we took a look at 23 neighboring providers around the Front Range, 6 of whom have drought surcharges in place already or have increased their rates to address drought. And those surcharges range from $1.10 per 1,000 gallons all the way up to over $3 per 1,000 gallons. Those have been applied to a variety of customer types. So whereas we are looking at single-family residential and irrigation customers, many of these 6 others apply to all customer types: single-family, multifamily, commercial, irrigation, everybody. And they've had their start dates for their surcharges already in May to June. We wanted to stress that a drought surcharge is very separate from rate increases. And that's an important distinction because we are coming up on that time period where we've started conversations with you and workshops with you about rates and fees for our utilities. So water restrictions are addressing the current concern of our water supply because of the drought. And these drought surcharges are going to reinforce conservation during this drought. We would love to hope that it's a one-year thing, but in the planning world, we have to look at every drought the first year as potentially a multi-year drought, as Jacqueline mentioned earlier. The separate part of the conversation is our annual rate increase conversations, and those are about replacing aging infrastructure that's reached the end of its useful life. And so that's a long-term planning process versus a time-sensitive, in-the-moment process. The photo we have here is an aerial shot of our Arvada water treatment plant, and we are actively planning that facility's replacement. And we'll be talking to you more about that at the end of July and throughout the rest of the summer. But that's just one of the facilities that's on our list of projects that need to be replaced because they've reached the end of their useful life. At this point, I would also put a plug in for our Utilities Stewardship Advisory Council that we're standing up. So we will be holding 2 information sessions next week on Wednesday the 24th and on Saturday the 27th. We are going to invite 9 community members to work with us over a period of 5 years to have a back and forth conversation about what the utility is. We'll be helping our residents understand that. But also to hear from them what their experience is of our utility. How do they interact with us? What's their experience with us? What can we learn from them to help us do long-term planning? And also to help them understand what the trade-offs are as we share with you during these workshops that we have every summer about planning for all of these things that are aging out and need replacing with affordability and resiliency and reliability. So extending that conversation out to the community. So take a look at the city's website if you're interested. We'd be really excited to get a fantastic group of folks. We have been putting resources and tools for our customers on the city's website and also on our socials. So if you go to arvadaco.gov/drought, you'll see lots of information, what days of the week you can water. Your even and odd address numbers will help you understand when you can water and when you should not. We do have the Ion Water app for tracking water use. So the city has been over the last several years and continues to replace some of our meter technology so that we can almost in real time see what water use is. And that's great for our customers because if you have the app, I think several of you have it, you can actually see what your water use is. You can see if you have a leak, which is amazing. You can track your water use. You can set budgets for yourself. You can track your use against last year. So it's a really cool app. If you're not sure if you have the new technology, thank you, Mayor, for the Vanna White display. One quick way to know is if your meter lid is black and rubber and it looks pretty new, that's going to be a newer technology, and that means that you have that opportunity to use that Ion Water app. If you're not sure, just call us and we'll tell you if you have it, and we can help you figure out how to get the app set up. But it's fantastic. We use it internally to track customers' use as well. As a reminder, we do have water conservation programs through the Resource Central organization. They are a fabulous regional organization that helps utilities offer conservation programs. And we are looking at, again, increasing what we can give to our customers to help them manage their water use while having a nice looking yard. It's really hard in this drought, but there are ways to manage it. And as a reminder, we do have some CSU extension information. So if you're curious about how much you should be watering, depending on what kind of irrigation system you have, check out that link. It's on the city's site, and it will help walk you through what you need to know. I will turn it over to Jacqueline.
Okay, just one more slide before we would love to take your questions, but I wanted to manage some expectations around next steps if council were to approve this. One of the challenges is that you may recall we have multiple billing cycles, and on a bi-monthly billing cycle, even if approved and these go into effect July 1, many customers will not see these charges hit their bills until September timeframe. And so Again, we'll be pushing out through our communications team a lot of information about what to expect, but I wanted to acknowledge that that will not be seen on a customer's bill until September. Also, we've talked about how surcharge is just one tool to help us prepare for a multi-year drought, but I'm sure many of you are wondering, is this a requirement? What happens if we don't proceed with surcharges? We've talked about our Denver water contract. Amy mentioned 75% of our supply comes through that contract, and watering restrictions in terms of following water use reduction targets are a requirement of our 1965 contract with Denver Water, but surcharges specifically are not. So just to be clear about that, our team is recommending that the City Council approve surcharges to help us with the trends that the team has presented in terms of helping us meet those use reduction goals, but this is not a requirement from Denver Water that we're proposing tonight. The team has done our best to propose a structure that's in alignment with Denver Water and the other utilities that are embarking on this, so that is what you see before you. Finally, I think I want to talk a little bit about enforcement, because while we didn't have a specific slide on it, some of you may have questions about how the process is working for us so far, especially given that we haven't seen the reduction trends that we were hoping to see. And we continue to investigate any complaints we receive through our Ask Arvada system for waste of water. So far we've investigated over 188 complaints. That has resulted in 54 warnings, which is our first violation as a warning type, and have began issuing the second violation, or the $100 fine charge for customers. We are talking internally about how to ramp up those efforts, be more present and visible in the community, and we do rely on our community too to get the word out, help share information with your neighbors, so that we can together reduce our water use. I also want to acknowledge, when we talk about the variance process, we did support 229 water variance permits for our customers who were looking to do those new seed and sod installations back in May. We are no longer approving those. We're not recommending that. We've stopped those variances as of May 31st, but those 21-day variances, we processed a number of those to support our customers. So we are committed. Our internal drought task team is meeting weekly, continuing to review trends, talk about what we're seeing for our customer impacts and across our operations, but we just know we have more work to do. So with that, I'd love to open it up to any questions that you may have.
All right, I'll open it to, actually, we need to do the public comment first. Yep. So we have multiple signups for public comment this evening. I think some have had to leave, but I'm just going to call them in the order I have them. The first is Ann Schweitzer. Come on up, Ann.
We'll have to see if I'm still coherent. No promises. All right, so I have very brief comments. I would like to see us match Denver Water in the surcharge structure. I think that there's some discrimination against single-family dwellings, that I would rather have the surcharge be across the board for different types of usage. Second point is that we might want to consider using the surcharge dollars for a water recycling system so that we can help mitigate shortages in the future. And number 3, I'd like to strongly suggest that we hold off on further development in this time of water shortage. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Mike Schweitzer.
Generally a little less pleasant. My wife. Again, my comments are going to be relatively short too. I have an objection in general to every time there's a problem, issue, shortage, it hits our pocket, it hits our wallets. And I don't see how a surcharge is used as leverage or an incentive to conserve. I think other communications could be made. I think everybody in this community and in the state is aware of the shortage of water and snowpack and all the issues that have led to this, and the warmest winter ever, and all those things. I think that hitting us in the wallet is a bit of an insult. I think there were other ways, other communications that could have been made to incent our community and this city to conserve more. I see that the trend in the graph in one of these slides shows a rise recently in the beginning of June, but then it drops off drastically, and I checked on that today, and it's still dropping off. So I think the trends we saw with people possibly watering their lawns or whatever that happened in May and June, that's dropped off significantly. I don't know what the stats are today, for instance, but I think that the communication's made and that the community is aware of the issue, and I think there are other ways to incent the community to continue to conserve without hitting our wallets.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Matt Arvada. I don't see Matt here, but he says he is against the issue. Next, we have Christopher Johnson.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor Simpson. Thank you so very much for having the opportunity to speak tonight. I have multiple questions. As a single father and a resident of Arvada for over 15 years, and also being a sixth-generation Coloradan, we've watched our water have an issue for a long time. And there has not been much done to conserve our water supply as the snowpack is either high or low. Hitting, like the other gentleman said, hitting us in the wallet, it really is an insult. It's almost a pay-to-play type of situation. If you want to have water, you're going to have to pay this surcharge. These surcharges, my question is really, where does the surcharge go? What is the ROI on that surcharge? There's many different reasons why. Is this going directly to Denver Water, or is it going directly to Arvada? We want to make sure that if it is going directly to Arvada, what are we doing with those surcharge funds? Are we making sure that we can recycle the water? Are we going to invest in infrastructure? Are we going to make sure that we're trying to future-proof our city from having these type of situations come again? Also, interesting that Denver Water starts their surcharge at average winter at $1,500, but Arvada starts it at $1,200. Why is there a difference between Denver Water? If we're running on Denver Water and we're running by their standards, why are we not running at the same $1,500? Interesting question. And discriminating against single-family homes is really insulting. You've got multifamily homes, especially the single-family homes. A lot of us can't afford a lot of things now because of the economy, and we've started growing our own vegetables in gardens in our backyard. So you're going to penalize us for growing our own food to try and supplement our family? That's not a really good situation. How are they going to police this? Creating a snitch line? That seems really, really bad. Have your neighbor tattletale on you? That's not what we're here for. We're trying to grow community and bring community together. That just creates divide in community, especially if you find out that your neighbor is the one that snitched on you. I would ask that the council not go forward with the surcharges whatsoever with Denver Water. Thank you so very much for your time, and I appreciate you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mike Rawlick.
Before we start, this is the Denver Water. Can I bring this up so you can see it, or give it to? Okay. Perfect. So when we looked at the Denver Water resolution back in April, of 2026, they did say that they were going to speak with city councils or cities about what they were doing. Average winter consumption plus the 15,000 gallons gives you to the $1.10. Here we're going to be 12,000. But interestingly, yes, as has been pointed out, they just say residential. They don't break it down by types of residential. So I think that's fair. The math will work. If a multifamily doesn't use that water, except for maybe the irrigation account, which could be separate, then the math works. Math is math. It doesn't matter what kind of residence you live in. It just matters how much water you use or not. Yeah, this is a big deal, obviously. I was doing the math on Arvada Reservoir and Ralston. Arvada Reservoir right now has 1.625 billion gallons, and Ralston is 3.2 billion gallons. That's it. That's 1 year's worth of water. So we understand it's a big deal, but how do you get around this? We talked about the ROI, and Rebecca, thanks for that really awesome note the other day about the ROI. We're talking about urban renewal when we're talking about what we do with taxes. It's the same thing. What do we do with fees? Well, Mike, since it's not an actual hearing, Kimley Horn has a really good answer for taking PFAS and other things out of water, and they can actually take recycled water and make it potable again. Right now in this state, you should see this, but right now in the state, recycled water stays recycled, and it goes into the waste stream, goes into the waterways, and it goes for irrigation for certain places like Denver Zoo or golf courses. Well, we don't really do a good job. So if we're going to take money from people, what do we do for the future? How do we avoid this again? This is CDC also talking about turning it into potable water. It's a great idea because at this point, we're not beholden to what's going to happen, whether it's a long-term drought or short-term drought. That's a really interesting thing to think about. And then the last thing, guys, seriously, it's a big question. And you know, obviously with RVC, we're always looking for less density. But this is a very serious question. It has nothing to do with anything else. How do we approve any new development at all when the rezoning criteria literally says facilities and services, including sewage, waste disposal, water, gas, electricity, police, and fire, understand, will prior to development be available to serve the subject property while maintaining adequate levels of service to existing development. We're already in drought level 1. We're already actually severe drought. We were up in Grand County looking at McQuarrie Creek. It was 2 inches. They're in extreme drought up there, and that goes into Denver watershed through Windy Gap. We're there. We're in crisis mode, and at this point, I don't understand how you can ratchet up the bills on certain people that are already here and then approve new development somewhere else and say, well, gosh, we have the water. We just heard about screening and trees that were going to go in to help with the gas station. I just don't know how that equates with the fact that we don't have the water right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Tony Rollick.
Should have called me first. He's a hard act to follow. Anyway, I basically agree with most of what Mike said. I think if you're going to have a surcharge, and I'm not necessarily opposed to a surcharge, but A, it's got to go to everybody, because the way I see it, an apartment complex could be putting tons of water on their lawn, but if they only have 1 meter and break it up amongst all the apartments, are they escaping? It's got to be a little more equitable. Secondly, criteria 3 in our zoning code says, again, as Mike said, the water's got to be there. Well, if we're going to be in drought and you believe that climate change is real and global warming is real, we can't be putting another 1,000 houses up on 93 and 72 and saying, oh, Tony, you got to use less water. But this 1,000 houses and the millions of gallons they'll use, that's okay. It's a contradiction. And last, really got to, if you're going to enact surcharges, and I'm, again, not necessarily opposed, I really would like to know where the money's going. If it's just going to go into a general slush fund, I'm not happy. If it will be specifically said, hey, we needed to rebuild our sewer system, and we're going to contribute this to that, I'd be fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Joe Bogetich. All right, Joe seems to have left. He is against the issue. Aubrey Whitley. Aubrey also seems to have left. She did not signal if she was for or against the issue. Patty Shannon.
I will limit my comments since a lot of the points have been made, but I do have a little detail I'd like to cover. As residents, we're being asked to make sacrifices. We're limiting lawn watering to 2 days per week. We're adjusting our landscaping. We're changing long-standing habits to conserve water. And then I just heard in 2 weeks, we're going to have a hard time keeping up with the demand. That's pretty frightening. But as others have said, at the same time, the city continues to consider large, high-density residential projects that will permanently increase water demand. Think about that. The proposed Avalon development, because we've reviewed this, we know it's expected to consume approximately 20 million gallons of water every year. The proposed rezoning on the northeast corner of 93 and 72 in Kendall is estimated to use approximately 67 million gallons annually. So together, that's nearly 90 million gallons of additional water demand every year. So if current residents are being asked to reduce water by 20% because supplies are strained, how can the city justify approving developments that add tens of millions of gallons of new annual demand? At what point does water availability become a limiting factor in growth? What threshold would trigger a recommendation to reduce density, delay approvals, or reconsider a project entirely? Because if there's no threshold, then drought restrictions become a burden placed entirely on existing residents while growth continues without meaningful limits. I'm not suggesting that growth should stop entirely. I'm suggesting the water supply should be a primary consideration when evaluating future development. Before approving projects that will require millions of gallons of additional water every year, the city should publicly demonstrate how that demand fits within our long-term water supply during drought conditions, not just during wet years, but during dry years we are experiencing now. If water conservation is important enough to require sacrifices from every resident, it should also be important enough to guide our growth decisions. And one more comment I'd like to make. The wording surcharge understand the value of water. We really need to improve that messaging because it's demeaning and insulting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Valerie Leal.
Hello, Council. Will be really quick. I myself have been very careful in the way that I've been using water. I do have a garden where I do grow my own food that I allow myself to water during the week, but I do the 2 days a week. And I even go out every morning and look and make sure that no water's hitting the sidewalk, that it's all being directed towards where it needs to be directed. And unfortunately, this evening, I was sent a picture that in front of City Hall, the sidewalks are puddles because City Hall is not adjusting their sprinklers to the same level that me as a single family home user is doing it. So just as other speakers have mentioned, if you're expecting us to be extremely careful with our water usage and where it goes and how we use it, I expect the same from this building. I expect it across the board with every type of residential commercial that is using the water system and not making it feel punitive to only a subsection of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Is there anyone else in chambers who would like to give comment at this time? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion and open it to council questions. Councilmember Ambrose, you had your light on first.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you for the presentation. Could you go back to that slide that shows the water usage chart where it's showing people using more water despite drought? Yeah, that one. Why is this happening? Like, we are advertising, it's a drought. There are restrictions. Please conserve your water. Is it like a toilet paper pandemic thing? People are freaking out, so they're just like, and we've had rains too, so I'm just really curious why the initial approach we've had to these drought restrictions are not working. Like, what are we thinking here?
Yeah, we feel like we've done a lot of robust messaging, so folks know. And you'll see some times where we actually hit that target. Those are rain days.
Right.
So
Yeah, that's what
like,
I'm saying. It's like we're telling people it's a drought, and people are like, I better water before they find out. Like, I don't know what is going on.
I think folks just take a while to adjust, honestly. I think like that's one of the things that Denver Water is saying, that people are starting to adjust. They're starting to maybe changing behavior. The other thing to point out is in May and June, your percentage is a little different for your outdoor versus indoor. So we're really hoping that when the summer comes, there's more opportunity to save with the more outdoor use. But yeah, it's a little concerning.
Okay.
We were
Yeah,
hoping
because
to
I
see
mean,
more.
it's higher. You're saying, well, people have to get used, but it's like it's even higher than what we normally do.
Right.
It's like not. So I'm just like wondering if there's like a reverse psychology thing here, where we're like telling people it's a drought, and they're like, oh, I better water it now, or I don't know what the deal is. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not sure what's going on. I mean, we suspect that folks are using more water in the 2 days. Maybe
Okay.
that's what's happening.
Okay, so,
Yeah.
all right. So, yeah, I think we need to, like, review, like, what is actually effective to getting the targets that we want. And so that brings up my next question is, you know, in our policy review about getting to this 20% reduction, are surcharges the most effective tool that people have found, or are there other things that have helped incentivize the kind of behavior that we actually want to have happen?
We are already ramping up enforcement a little bit, so we've got some staff going out, and they've already seen quite a bit of water waste. So that would be another tool, is to have staff go out and actually report water waste. I think we had they started this week, and the last 2 days were 30 a day for one neighborhood. So
Wow. I mean, my question is more of like, there's, you know, policy studies of what public policy is and isn't effective. So is it sending out more people to catch the people who are breaking? Is that more effective, or are surcharges more effective, or is something else? That's more the question I'm asking of, like, you know, we're not the first, this isn't the first time we're going through a drought. We're not the first city that's going through a drought. There's different policies that have been tried in different municipalities, and I'm just asking, like, what has been the policy review as, like, surcharges are the most effective, here's the study that proves it, or something like that?
I don't have a study to reference, but it is a toolbox of multiple tools. Again, you see other agencies, Denver Water, Aurora Water, others that we benchmark that are using multiple tools to help signal the importance of conservation at this time. I also wanted to note that what we propose today is not new. We last did this in 2013, and while it was enacted and ultimately we didn't end up applying those surcharges, we ended up updating what's before you tonight based off of what was last approved in 2013.
Okay. My next question might be kind of hard to answer, because the last time we had to put in drought restrictions, I've read, was in 2002. And as you mentioned, we approved surcharges but didn't end up needing them back in 2013. But do we have a forecast of how much money the surcharges are expected to generate? Like, we don't want it. We don't want this money, but, you know, until people's habits change, what are we thinking?
So looking at the water use based on, last year's water use, we're anticipating between $2 and $2.5 million of revenue from the combination of single-family accounts and irrigation accounts.
Okay.
Thank you. And that's with conservation in place.
Okay. And so do we have a plan, because water has to go towards water things, so do we have a plan of what we will be doing? Like, will it go towards further conservation efforts of, like, turf conversions, or what do we have an idea of what the anticipated funds could go towards?
Yes, and to your point, to explain a little bit more to everybody, water funds have to stay within the water fund. So it is not these revenues have to stay within the enterprise fund, and so they would go back to water-related costs. So what we are looking at is paying our operations back for costs we've already spent for drought restrictions. So we've had mailings, we've had additional conservation program funding that we're looking to beef up to offer our customers. And so it would go towards that. We would also, and my mind is blanking here for a second. Thank you, load shifting. So as a part of our contract with Denver Water is required to get us water no matter what. And so they have to move water around their entire system to do that. Their north system, which is where we get our water, is very low right now because they've been constructing Gross Reservoir and because they also have seen less water come in from very little snowpack. So they're moving water from their south system to serve us. We have to pay the costs, the pumping costs for that. So it'll go towards that.
Okay, so there's like a real cost associated with drought
Yes.
that we have to use these
Yes.
funds for as well?
Yes.
Okay. So this is maybe a question of a personal, probably not too common scenario. So during the pandemic, I ripped out all my sod and I do not irrigate my lawn. And I look back on my water bills and the highest amount I have used water with 6 people, with 2 water tanks, with a veggie garden and a rose garden is 4,000 gallons a month. I'm nowhere near the surcharge amount. And it really is not targeting, I think it's targeting lawns. Like we're really trying to get at lawns, which I think is great because we live in a semi-arid alpine desert. Like we've got to actually live in that reality that lawn spaces are going to have to be more communal spaces and our residential areas have to match conditions. And I didn't rock anything, by the way. It's all like wildflower stuff, pollinators, bees. It looks ugly half of the year. I'm not going to lie about that. But, so my question is when you were, I'm not sure if I'm understanding this right, you were saying that if there is a 20% reduction on historical usage, there is something else that happens, or because you're saying there's like funds that get applied along with the surcharges or something like that? Like there's surcharges if you go, if you go over that amount, but if you have the 20% reduction, there's an incentive there. Can you talk about that a little bit more?
So I'll go back to the slide that shows the difference in bills compared to no surcharges, regular use, surcharges, and then if you reduced your water use. So if you look at the middle graph, that's our typical customer uses 91,000 gallons. Just using your normal water, you would pay $746 a year. Using your normal water and having surcharges on top of that, now you're going to pay $764 a year. But if you take your normal use and you actually cut it back by 20%, your bill is going to be lower than your normal bill. So I'm
Okay,
not
so
sure
that's
that-
just normal usage. You don't use as much, you don't pay as much. It's not like an incentive of like, if you further reduce 20%, you get something. No, it's just, you don't use the water, you don't pay as much money.
Yes.
Okay. All right, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay. I will also speak to something that you made me think of at the back of the slide deck. And this might be a little hard to read, but this is a graphic that shows different types of water use. And so this explains a little bit more about single-family residential accounts and irrigation-only accounts being the customers that we are focusing on with the greatest opportunity to reduce their water use. So you can see there are some red arrows pointing to single-family residential. Top right are irrigation-only accounts. In the middle, you see some outdoor use for commercial, and on the bottom, you see outdoor sectors. All of those customers, single family and irrigation, have the greatest opportunity to reduce their water use because it is on what we consider to be non-essential use, outdoor use. Multifamily accounts and commercial accounts either have newer fixtures or are using, especially for multifamily, they're using all that water in their own condo, in their apartment. Their property might have an irrigation account for their common area, but they don't have one for outdoors. So they have very little opportunity to reduce their water use. A business has very little opportunity to reduce their water use. A dental office can't reduce its use. A bank really can't reduce its use. Their property's irrigation accounts can reduce their use. So that's why we are looking at those types of accounts, because they have the greatest opportunity to reduce their water use.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Griffith.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, we can hang out on this slide for a little bit. I'm failing to understand why we don't want everybody to help out, indoor, outdoor, whatever you're doing. Let's all use less water, shower with a buddy, like whatever we can do. Why are we not doing that?
We can definitely take that feedback from council and apply this across all customer accounts. We focused on residential. If you look at out of our approximately 40,000 accounts, the number of residential accounts, and we started our focus there, but welcome that feedback from council if we'd like to include this across the board to all customers.
That's a very interesting graph there with a little like crust at the top that everything else is residential. That's single-family residential is all green? Yes. Wow, okay. Well, just from a spreading it equally standpoint, I like the idea that everybody's working on it, even though this is a very compelling graph, that it's very much largely single-family.
These are just number of accounts, obviously not linked to water use.
Okay. Yeah, correct.
Volume.
Yes.
But
yeah, but the number of accounts. I think, and we've brought this up before when we were talking about water restrictions and water rates, there's something that we're missing in the higher fidelity version of this, where we know that not every household looks the same. So you might have a lot of people living in a multifamily dwelling, and you might have one person living in a single family, the inverse of that. Councilmember Ambrose mentioned there's 6 people that live in her single family home. I personally know several people in my neighborhood that live alone in single family homes. So there's all kinds of varieties there, and they use water in very different ways. I wouldn't expect that the team has a administrative way to vet all of that and make it perfectly fair, but I do like the idea of it's just the same for all residents, regardless of what their house looks like, multifamily, single family. I'm curious, this is a question for staff from the planning side. This is a 130-year drought, is that right? I heard that earlier. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's been the hottest winter and spring.
Hottest
in
winter, and then
131
2002 is the last time we had a similar level of drought?
Yes, this is a little bit worse than the 2002 entering into it.
Right.
We don't know how long it's going to last, of course, but.
So it's reasonable to say this is an extreme outlier in terms of what we would normally expect for water availability. I understand that we make, we do our planning work, our long-range planning around what would be considered a normal or average amount of water availability, which is not what we're experiencing now. My question is, if we continue to experience years like this, when do we make an adjustment to the way that we permit new projects of all types because we have a different threshold of water expectation? When do we do that sort of analysis, or how are we doing that?
So Councilmember, we're going to start our comprehensive plan pretty soon. It's underway. And part of that process is that we are going to be looking at water and water scenarios as well as growth scenarios and climate scenarios. So we'll be looking at all of those things and having that discussion with you, with the Planning Commission, and with all the decision makers and the community. So that needs to be a conversation that we have, and it needs to be a decision that we can all land on.
Cool, thank you. I appreciate that. And my assumption and my hope is that this continues to be an outlier year, and then we have other more typical years in the future. I just want to make sure we're thinking about that, because it's a valid point from the public's perspective. We're paying more money, there's no water, things are doom and gloom, but this is an outlier year. This is not typical. 130 years or 20-something years going back to 2002. So I think those are my 2 comments. Rain barrels in Colorado are legal. They've been legal for like 10 years. Is that right?
Yep. You
But
can
only
have
2 of them?
2 55-gallon.
Yeah, so it's 110 gallons.
Yeah,
So
it helps though.
it's something. I mean, if you're at home, you want rain barrels, you can do that. I've had rain barrels before. They're great. The issue is that it's 110 gallons, and we're talking about 12,000.
And it needs to rain.
And it needs to rain. I think those are probably the extent of my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. Always learn something new. Could we go back to the graph that shows total versus target versus 5-year average? Similar to Mr. Griffith's comments, this is an outlier year. I can tell you that large spike that we're seeing into June, that could quite possibly be when we could start watering, because I think people were doing exactly what you asked us, was not to water our lawns, maybe water our trees. And I don't know where most folks live, but in my neighborhood, we have trees that are they're older than me. And so when you're watering them and you're watering them in the leaf area, you're watering a large area for an old tree. And that was the suggestion of the city, was to water our trees. So I think that's where some of these bumps are, is watering our trees. Something that I'm a little concerned with is we are comparing 1 year with a 5-year daily average. So the curves are going to be a little smoother than just shots in time for the same day. So it would be interesting to do a little comparison, because that 5-year daily average, that I think it's just a little misleading in terms of comparing use yesteryear to use right now. And then some of the things that I worry about having the snitch line, as someone referred to it, is what about folks who are watering maybe not on their day because, oh, well, heck, I'm going to go on a 7-day vacation. The way that my sprinkler system works, it will do every 72 hours. So I'm going to water today, and then I'll set it up to water again, and by the time it's supposed to come back on, I should be home. So there are going to be times when people are watering for reasons that we don't know, and I want to make sure that we are sensitive to that. I live in a neighborhood where yards were everything, and so my yard is huge. And we've done everything we can. We do the 2 days a week. We've made some impervious surface. So our impervious surface went up, which means our stormwater fee went up. So you're getting me coming and going. And that seems, we're doing as much as we possibly can, but you're getting me coming and going. So I think that is we need to smooth that out too. Let's see, what else? And are we using surcharges as a hammer or a deterrent? And so I think we need to be clear on that, and we need to be honest about, is it a hammer or a deterrent? And one question was, are we using this as an ability to make up for lost revenue because we're not selling as much water? So, right. I know that is not the truth, but sometimes that can be seen if we're selling less water, and that we use a surcharge to make up that difference. We said that the surcharge is about $2 million a year or a season if we do that. So I want to make sure that we let the residents know that is not what that is. But yeah, I'm a little concerned about this graph, and I want to make sure that we maybe improve some of our messagings, because I don't want this to look like, I don't want it to turn into neighbors telling on neighbors when we're trying to we're trying to build community. And I want to make sure that the equity is there too. Like I said, they have different lawn requirements in the Candelas, and I think it's beautiful and it's gorgeous. But we didn't have that 60, 70 years ago in the Alta Vista / Arvada West neighborhood. And so some of those folks are my age or older, and they don't have the resources to just change out their lawn. So I just want us to be mindful of that and really think about taking out the single residential neighborhood requirement, because it does really, it hits those folks the hardest, and not everybody can afford that, and we're raising rates and getting surcharges. I just want to make sure that we're being equitable across the city. Thank you.
Quickly, Councilmember Lovasone, you are next, but at 11:55, 56, we do need to take a break to reset the room, as we all require from Welby. The facilities are old and the power goes out. So I'm going to turn it over to you, but you may need to break in the middle of your comments, so just giving you a heads up on that.
I will try to talk fast. So I think money is a great incentive, as much as we don't want to admit it, to guide behavior, and that behavior, changing the behavior is the goal. I also think it would be better to apply it across the board. I think that would be the best option, even looking at the graph. Taking a look at this graph, just throwing it out there, that first bump is Mother's Day. We know how people like to plant around Mother's Day, so maybe that was it. Just wanted to have you say one more time, just a quick blurb on how water pays for water. Or I don't even know if we have to, I'm saying it, I guess. It's an enterprise fund. It's a fancy way of saying it. The money goes back to what it is. Water pays for water. It's not going anywhere but to water.
Yes, so if you think about your utility bill, we charge for 4 services: water, sewer, stormwater, and solid waste and recycling. Each one of those services is its own unique fund type. The city also works a lot with the general fund, which pays for things like HR and attorneys and finance and police. And the utilities are a very unique type of fund. So we are a government-run business. Per the state statute and constitution, we have to operate as such. So we charge fees for services. Those fees have to come back to that same fund. So we cannot take water fund and pay for streets. We can't take streets funds and pay for water. They have to stay within their own lanes. And so when we take in revenues from a water-related cost, such as surcharges, those have to stay within the water fund.
Perfect. Thank you. Just wanted to remind everyone at home, and there were some questions about the funding. I also wanted to mention that messaging request. It is about changing behavior, just throwing it out there, but we can't control the weather, but we can control our water. Maybe if there's a way to just put that messaging, a more positive message that we're doing this as a community. The youth spoke a lot today. We need to be thinking about them, and if we can change our behaviors, we're passing that along too, is these better practices. And then the last one, can we look into more of the enforcement? I was at a block party this weekend, and a neighbor had kind of vented when they're out walking and they're like, they're not supposed to be watering. I don't think it's their responsibility. Providing a clear process, like Ask Arvada, for folks that do feel comfortable sharing that is great, but I think making sure we're also focusing on that enforcement, because I believe that is our responsibility. So I think everyone, enforcement, environment, there we go. That was it.
They go by average water, or winter, I think that's what they're calling it, yeah. Their winter average, plus 15,000 gallons. Why didn't we do that?
For a couple of reasons. We don't use average winter consumption. They have a budget set up for customers, and we do a straight across the board usage. So they set it up as a water budget type of situation. So that's why they say average water consumption, which we do for winter, but they have that for their water as well. Our water is based on our inclining block structure. We did look at what it would take for customers to have sufficient water for indoor uses. And that goes back to this chart here, which is the 6,000 gallons at the red dotted line. And we calculated that for the majority of our residential customers, they can fit indoor essential use and tree and shrub watering into that 6,000 gallons per month. It was also something that we did back in 2013. So we looked at that. We calculated what it looked like now, and it was similar to what we did back in 2013.
But why should we be more restrictive than Denver? I get how you got your numbers, but I don't get if we're saying, well, we're doing what Denver does, but we're not. We're doing the $1.10 and the $2.20, but that's it.
And those dollar amounts are aligned with Denver Water, but that's the similarity.
But
that
none
is the
of the
similarity.
tiers are aligned.
You are correct.
So I'd rather follow what Denver, if we're going to follow Denver's dollars, then we should follow their tiers. So their tiers are saying average winter consumption, which you have a number, which is what, 8,000 bi-monthly or by 2 months, 4,000 a month or whatever?
On average.
We know what that is. We know what the average is. Why aren't we just doing that and then plus 15,000 gallons?
That for us would probably take a little bit more work with our billing system to figure out for all of our customers. So we can consider that. I think that might delay the opportunity to implement surcharges.
It always seems to go back to the system. Maybe we should visit IT. We should have IT up here talking to us more often. Yeah, because I would rather do that. I just feel weird saying, well, we're going to follow Denver, but kind of not. You know, the $1.10, it's not that much, but I still, even in 2013, I'm going to say what I said then, what I say now. If you have 5 children, or 2 children, or a single person, every house is using water different. And so if I have a family of 5 kids, and maybe there's 3 girls and 2 boys, and maybe the girls want their clothes washed more, or I can't control some of that. Or my boys who like to take 2 or 3 showers a day, which I tell them not to, but they do. I can't control that, but I should be penalized because I have a bigger family. That's what happened. It's okay for 2 adults with 2 kids, they get through with it, it's fine. But because I have 4 or 5 or 6 kids and even if you look at internal use only, I said, I'll let everything go to crap outside. And I do that, I'm still penalized because I have more kids. So I'm gonna have to pay more. So I've always had a challenge with this topic because I think it penalizes larger families for having kids. And even though that's not our intent, but that's what happens. Because I paid. I had 3 boys in the house, and it didn't matter. I went over and I had to pay. So, and you can do everything in the world to cut the water use down outside. So I appreciate what Shauna's doing. That's great. But I'm not doing the yard. I'm not turning my yard to dirt. I could turn off the lawn and do it once or twice a week. I could do that kind of stuff and kind of keep it kind of going through. But even if I let the trees die and everything else, you're still penalizing the internal use, depending on the size of the family and what it's used. So I would ask that if we're going to use the example, we should use the example. And so the example says that we should follow those tiers then. So I appreciate them handing that to us. And then the other thing is I want to go back to the city leading the example. We get the exception to work on things or the waiver, but there are certain things, and I'm not saying we're doing it or not, but there's certain things like Westwood's golf course should not be offering water to everybody. We shouldn't be testing our water sprinklers from 10 a.m. to 6. We might be able to do our budget changes. We can do our variance, but we shouldn't be letting the sprinklers go off at 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., period. I get that we may have a variance, but just the other rules just don't leave a good impression. Just like we just had somebody tonight say the front had water all over the sidewalks in front of City Hall, which is extremely embarrassing when we're having this topic right now. So, do as I say, not as I do, kind of fits right now, and it's just frustrating. So I want to support this, but I also don't know we have our act together as a city. Our billings is not aligned. We're not on tiered. We can't get our sprinklers in front of City Hall to do the right thing, and yet we're talking about penalizing people for doing exactly what we're doing. So I don't know how we solve that, but we probably should solve it fairly quick before this goes in effect. So I guess I don't have any more questions other than it sounds like no on the tiering, even though we're just going to copy what we did in 2013. Is that, because that's the same tiering of 2013?
That's the same tiering that was in 2013, and for us to put something into effect for July bills, this would be the proposal we're bringing forward to you.
So there's not a little algorithm you can say, instead of 12,000, we're going to do 8,000 plus 15,000. You can't, there's no back script in the billing. It's so archaic, we can't put in a different number.
It is a very old system. It will be coming forward to you in the next several years for replacement, but this is the system we have right now.
Oh, man.
And to speak to your concerns about City Hall irrigation and parks and golf, we meet with them on a weekly basis. They're part of our drought task force. So we can bring forward your concerns and say, this was noticed. Can you please, do what you can to manage those things? Our systems aren't perfect. And so we'll talk with them about what we're seeing, what we're hearing from you, and what they can do differently.
Okay, so the difference, I'm going to go back to this tiering, even though you probably can't solve it. The AW, so if I was thinking of their tiering, you've seen this? Have you seen this? If not, I can, okay. The average winter consumption is, you're thinking around 8,000 plus 15,000. So the surcharge wouldn't have happened until about 23,000 versus 12,000 in their world, in Denver's water.
In their world, whatever your average winter consumption is, so for us, 4 per month plus 15 would be 19. So you get the first 4 for free.
Oh, this is on a monthly basis?
So, yeah, Denver bills monthly. So tier 1 is your average winter consumption at Denver.
So they get 19,000 gallons a month, and we get 6,000.
They get 4,000, no surcharge.
Well, but, so when does it hit the okay, so when does it hit the $1? It hits the $1 at?
Average winter consumption plus 15.
Plus 15,
And then
okay.
anything over 15 is the 220.
Okay.
So they have different tiers than we do. Sorry, I know that
Oh, yeah,
went by.
could we put, or,
I just want to make sure we're all speaking the same language, that average winter consumption
yeah,
for Denver water, no surcharge. Everything above average winter consumption up to 15,000 gallons is surcharged at $1.10.
between
So for
average winter
us,
consumption there.
winter
So it'd be,
consumption is,
so in their case, or in our scenario, it would be 8,000 gallons up to 23,000 gallons would be charged at $1.10. Because the first 8,000 gallons would be the average winter consumption. And that would be no surcharge.
we're proposing 12, not 8. If we were following
Yeah,
this, it would be
that's
8.
why I'm clarifying,
Yeah.
is if we followed them, there would be a $1.10 charge for 8,000
And above.
gallons on a or 2-month billing. Up to 23,000 would be a $1.10 surcharge for everything north of 8,000 gallons, up to 23,000 gallons.
Yes.
But in our proposed, and your proposed is actually only charging it starting at 12,000, going up to 30,000 is where the dollar. Okay, so you just moved it up.
I think that's what we've been trying to say. You've
Okay.
got it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And then there's stop at 23. Ours goes to 30. Okay. Yeah.
Just trying to show it on.
Okay. All right. I just have to kind of think through it because we're different. We have to be different. All right. Yeah, there you go. Which would be in our translation would be 8,000. If we were to use that, it would be 8,000 versus 12,000 is where the dollar would start at the 8,000 mark, not the 12,000. So there's about a 4,000 grace, we'll say. Ours will go up to 30. Theirs would only go up to 23,000, and then it would go to the next tier. Okay. All right. Well, thanks for working through that with me. I had another question, but I can't remember. It's getting late now.
It's okay.
Okay. Well, I'm done for now.
It's okay. Mayor Pro Tem Mormon.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I guess where I'm at and on this, just trying to get to the finish line here for us. Wait, you wanted me to ask a question. I'm sorry. Let me do that first. So I think the question is around multifamily and what you are showing on one of those graphs in regards to multifamily. Is that per the multifamily building or per the individual units in the multifamily? That's the question. Okay.
It's as a whole sector, so that system-wide is what that pie chart is meant to represent. And hence why we're pointing to the fact that the outdoor use of a multifamily development, just like an HOA, will likely have an irrigation account, a private irrigation account. And so that fraction of their outdoor water use would be subject to surcharges.
Gotcha. Okay.
Whereas obviously in a single family, we just have 1 meter going into the home. So
Okay.
that's where we show the other seasonal trends.
All right. So the two things that I want to focus on in my comment are the graph we've been showing all night about the different lines. You know what I'm talking about? There. Okay. So there is a lot of variability, and we've been talking about that tonight, and noticing that at the end of this, we see it starting to come down and join the target, getting very close. And then you also had the comment that we're upping our enforcement in the last week, yes, a couple days. So I'm inclined to not support this tonight, and I would like to see how more enforcement and what this trend does over the next month, and kind of see where we land then, because this is only May and June. And I would like to then consider revisiting it, but I would really like to see how greater enforcement of our water restrictions now play out in helping us get closer to that target. Because you said we've got multiple tools in the toolbox, and as a scientist, I will say that if you're throwing out a bunch of tools, we don't know what's working, right? We need to really try to parse that out as much as possible, and so I would like to see trying what we have now as a tool and evaluating more its effectiveness before we start looking for another tool. And so that's where I'm at this point, and not ruling out the use of surcharges and seeing that we've used them before and they are helpful, I think, but I don't want us to be rushing forward into something without saying let's make sure what we're using now is we're using it in most effective way to get what we want before we start looking for more tools. It's late, and that was a long-winded way of saying it, but that's where I am right now.
Councilmember Pfeiffer, you wish to respond?
Okay, you woke me up. Thank you. You were spot on. So to build on that, I think if we go down that path, can we get the same chart but show what last year's line would look in here? Because what we're missing here in the 5-year, it's an average. So we had really high and really lows. I know somebody was saying that up here earlier.
It's daily. These are daily numbers.
Yeah, but the total 5-year daily average.
It is smoothed out because it is an average.
So I'd like to add 2025.
2025 looks a lot worse than this. Our use was very low in 2025 because May was wet, and so we'd be way above. So we have days where we're 46% higher. Do you want to weigh in?
I'd be happy to provide us follow-up each year.
Yeah, maybe
on
I'll
this,
break out the 5
so
years
you
versus
could
the
kind of
average.
see it broken out.
We have that data. We can.
Yeah.
So
we can
we're just
also
asking you to bring it
demonstrate our data dashboard. As Amy mentioned, we track other factors to do with temperature and weather conditions, and you can really see the trend with the rains bringing down. So you can start to visualize that a lot more.
Can we because if it's just an outlier, can we just hold out a little bit? Because the question then I started having is like, well, how long is this surcharge going to be there? Denver has an end date of April of next year. I kind of agree. Should we even be considering, more development when we're in the middle of a drought? Should we postpone those until April? it just starts teasing out a lot of other questions, and I don't know if we want to go there just yet without taking Randy's suggestion is like spot on. And then what I was also going to ask, and you reminded me, is if we get these extra surcharges, I think we could be creative enough to say that the water enterprise could maybe use some of that money for grant for people to xeriscape or extrascape their lawns, because other communities are doing that now, and they're using grant money from the city to reduce their water intake, at least their front lawn, not their whole thing, but maybe at least their front lawns. And I'm seeing that happen a lot out west right now, that everyone is doing that on their own dime. And it costs a lot of money, but maybe there's an opportunity here to purpose some of that surcharge, if we go down that path, some of that surcharge to be a one-time grant opportunity to reduce water usage.
Thank you for that feedback. I'd love to share two differences about the city and Denver Water. Denver Water did enact surcharges starting with May use, and they are on monthly billing. So I did want to just emphasize the difference with the city is that if we do decide to come back and do this later in the season,
it'd be September.
We will have missed irrigation season, and we will be on bi-monthly billing, so we will not see that effect for a full billing cycle.
We'll be in winter by then, and then the drop already
Correct.
happened.
It could still be effective for if the drought declaration is extended. We could come back and talk to council what that looks like next season.
But I do like that Randy's saying, there's a lot of self-compliance going on anyways, because you're kind of seeing it in this chart a little bit. We're close to the average on some key days and at the beginning, and people straightened out when we were messaging it. I think if we just continue to message the importance of conservation, I think there's a lot of people that will have self-compliance, just the fact that we're communicating it. I know in my neighborhood everyone's trying to do it, and I think that that's an opportunity to see what that does. I think Randy's right.
Thank you. And also thank you for the feedback on the additional programs for lawn replacement. We've already worked to increase our programs through Resource Central, including slow the flow evaluations to help with proper setup of your irrigation controllers, as well as lawn replacement evaluations and programs. So we'll continue to look at that. We can report back numbers of the use as we've increased the budget for those tools for our customers already.
Thank you. Councilmember. Okay, Councilmember Pfeiffer, you have the motion. I do think this conversation has gone on long enough. This is a hearing that has veered very strongly into workshop territory. So Councilmember Pfeiffer, you have the motion.
All right, so my motion, I don't, well, this is what I would like to say, and I guess we can just vote on it and you can figure it out. I would like to postpone this until, I need to pick a date.
You can do that, and that may be the best guidance for the city team. And I'm looking at Jacqueline as well.
I'd like to go like 30 days out. Would that be all right for?
That's our mid-July hearing. What date is that? Is that the 21st? Or?
July 7th or July 21st are the business meetings.
Yeah, 30 days out would be the 21st.
And we canceled the August one.
Yeah. Yeah.
There should be at least one other business meeting in August.
August 18th.
Yeah.
Can we postpone it till August 18th? And then that will give you time for your reporting, and then we can trend the rest of June and July, and then we'll figure. But so I'd like to postpone this hearing. Is that the right terminology?
You continue it.
Or continue it to August 18th's business meeting. That's my motion.
All right. There's a motion on the table. If all of council will cast their votes. Councilmember Ambrose, do you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you. I'll be voting against this motion because I think we should be adopting the surcharges as the city team is recommending. I think by waiting until August, we are missing out when everybody's going to be watering their lawns in a drought season. We already see what's going on right now is not working, and we need to change our policies. We haven't had a drought like this since 2002, and I think it really helps people deal with the realities that we don't live in Kentucky or New England. We should not be having lawns. Like, we really need to change people's behavior and have them realize what's going on. And it is discrimination against lawns. It is not against kids or gardens. And I feel like, you know, I have said it, and I'll say it again, I have 2 50-gallon hot water heater tanks. I had 6 people living in my house. I have 4 tomato plants and a lettuce garden, you know, that I use to feed my family. And I have a rose garden and 2 rain barrels. And since I have, oh, and then my front lawn is not dirt. It is wildflowers, which is good for, you know, the bees and butterflies and all of those things. And it looks nice this time of year from, you know, about May through October. It doesn't green up fast because it's not grass. But we shouldn't be growing grass in our lawns, and it is 60% of our water usage is residential lawns. And that's what these policies are designed to address, is residential lawns across all sectors where the water is being used because we need to conserve water. That is the reality of where we live, and we should be adapting to what the environment is in Colorado, not what we wish it would be somewhere else, to be able to use the water well and protect this resource. So I think we should be trying more aggressive stances to really conserve water, and we are going to be missing out on the ability to give another tool to the toolbox to the city team to be able to conserve water during the highest watering months we have in July and August by doing a continuance. So I would strongly vote against this and maybe try some other policy recommendations. As we figured out, these water surcharges are actually way more generous than what Denver has for it, and I think the city team has researched it well. So I would say vote no against this and go back to passing the motion.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes, I'm going to vote in favor of the motion. I see that we are dropping down as of the first week of June, and I think that the messaging is working. It might not be our messaging. I think Denver Water is doing a very robust TV messaging, radio messaging. I also get text blasts, but that's because I signed up. Not everybody wants to live like me. If everybody wanted to live like me, we wouldn't have homeless people. So I'm trying to give grace to everybody and make it equitable for everyone. And we do our part in our neighborhood, and you know, if we let our trees die, we get a code enforcement complaint. If we let our lawns grow too long, we get a code enforcement complaint. You got me coming and going. So I feel like if people are doing the best that they can, and they can see that in their water bill from year after year, let us not ding them with yet another charge on top of what is already a tough economy right now. And so it's my opinion that let's look at the data coming up for the next 45 days. I have a feeling that Arvadans are doing exactly what they need to do. This is an anomaly. We're comparing a month's worth of data with 5 years worth of data. And we can all make data tell our story, which are on either side. So I want to make sure that we are going to compare apples to apples, and water use for 5 years for each of the 5 years, and not smooth out the line with averages. Because if we did the average with just these data points, I don't think we'd see all of this. So I am going to support the motion. I would like to see what our community is going to be doing in the next 45 days. I think it's a great testament to our community. We are community-driven folks, and I think we are going to be successful.
Okay. Councilmember Pfeiffer?
Just real quick, I just think it's a good opportunity for the city to lead by example and do better communication around it, or additional communication around it. And then, you know, we're not getting rid of all the tools. You still have enforcement, and I think we need to focus on enforcement. You know, when I was looking at it, it's going to be, if you're in the 12 to 30,000, it's $1.10 for each 1,000 gallons, right? So it's only, what are we talking? I can't do math at this time of night, $18? You know, so the surcharge is only $18 that somebody may get into that other tier. Whereas I think we can probably get more compliance if there is an outlier that somebody goes up and has a conversation with them and say, from the city that says, we're trying to conserve water, this is the restrictions, and do it that way. Because enforcement, we're not taking away. It is what it is. So I think that's the tool right now we should be using.
Thank you. Councilmember Levison.
Thank you so much. This one was difficult for me, but I will be voting in support of postponing or, but I think there's an opportunity with this drought to continue the practices, even if we are not in a drought. The 2-day watering, the trying to change things to trying to have less lawns. We cannot change the weather. We cannot change our climate. We have to change our behavior. And a lot of the youth were speaking to that today. So I think it's, for me, more of changing practices over the payment. And again, not just with a drought, in the bigger picture. The other one would be setting an example. Looking ahead, I think, are there spaces that maybe we have our own very large lawns and parks or different things that we could continue to find better uses for that, whether it's wildflowers or different practices there. And yeah, so again, really difficult, but I'm going to continue pushing that we continue this even if we're not in a drought. We need to change our behavior.
With that, all votes are cast. That passes 6-1 with Councilmember Ambrose being a dissenting vote. Thank you both very much. Next, I will open the hearing on the Barber-Nichols Plant Expansion Number 2 for an annexation and rezoning a 1.793 acre parcel of land approximately located at 6290 West 56th Avenue. Just like with before, there are 2 pieces to this hearing, so I will open both. I believe a representative from Barber-Nichols is with us today, and I want to just quickly beg some privilege and thank you kindly and tremendously for your patience with us this evening, sticking here until 12:25 at night. I have literally aged a year during this hearing. So, it's my birthday now. So, yes, it is my 3rd year in a row for a council meeting on my birthday. So with that, I will open CB 26-019, an ordinance annexing certain land into the city of Arvada, Barber-Nichols Plant Expansion Number 2, a 1.793 acre parcel of land located at 6290 West 56th Avenue in the county of Jefferson, state of Colorado, ordinance number 4935, and CB 26-020, an ordinance rezoning certain land within the city of Arvada, Barber-Nichols Plant Expansion Number 2 from Jefferson County R2 to city of Arvada IL, light industrial, and amending the official zoning maps of the city of Arvada, Colorado, a 1.793 acre parcel of land located at 6290 West 56th Avenue in the county of Jefferson, state of Colorado, ordinance number 4936. Mr. Smetana, you have this item.
Yes, and I will keep it really short and just say that the Planning Commission did unanimously recommend approval of both the annexation and the rezoning at their April 1st meeting. Notice for the hearing was provided through publication in a local paper, mailed notice, and signed posting on the property, and we have received the signed posting log, a mailing affidavit, and they are in order. We have Senior Planner Chris Sandine here and members of our engineering team if you have any questions.
Thank you. I will now turn it over to the applicant. If you will raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, take it away.
All right. Thank you very much. Good morning to you. I appreciate it. And so my name is Matt Johnson. I'm Director of Operations for Barber-Nichols. I appreciate it. I'll just take a few minutes to go over who we are, what we do so you know who's in the Arvada area, and then a little bit about what we're acting for the expansion. And so real quick, for those who don't know, we're actually founded in Arvada in 1966 as a business. This is our 60th year in operation currently. And so very proud to be there. We are roughly within 2025 business sales, about $80 million and 220 employees. That has grown over this last year to about 250 and a little higher on the sales. Currently, our campus is roughly about 100,000 square feet. And we went through this similar process in 2020, 2019 to move into a new facility in 2021 as well. And so Been in Arvada a very long time and look forward to continuing to be in Arvada. What we do, we really enable the exploration of the universe and I can't talk at this time, enable sustainable energy and protect the freedom through turbo machinery or rotating components. And so what that looks like through the different business sectors that we have, we do a lot of work within the aerospace industry for pumps, rocket turbo pumps, cooling fans, high altitude blowers, things within cryogenics. The picture on the upper right-hand corner is the Hadron Collider. We make a lot of cryogenic products for educational research, cooling of magnets, lasers, and other things within educational purposes and science experiments. Bottom right is our energy. We do a lot of work now for liquid nitrogen, liquid hydrogen, the different energy sectors that are going out, which is very popular right now. And then defense industry. We make turbines and blowers for various military applications, from air applications to underwater sea applications. And so a little bit kind of pictures of the products. The top left is a 10-stage air turbine pump for the Virginia-class submarine we've made since the late 1960s that we developed with the Naval Research. We do a lot of work in the rocket turbo pump for the commercial spaceflight industry. Bottom left, we do other types of components, alternators, regulators, different things for underwater systems. And then also very proud, we do a lot of different things for space applications, cooling pumps for different space satellites. We do manufacture and design the oxygen space suit fans for Axiom, which is going to be part of the Artemis mission number 4. So a lot of very cool products that we're very proud to design and manufacture, obviously in the U.S., but here in Arvada, if you weren't aware of us. And so quite a lot going on. And so this project currently enables us. Right now we have 9 different buildings within our campus that range from our design activities for engineers to our manufacturing to our assembly activities for all of our different product lines. And so since growth, we've been growing quite steadily. What we're doing, asking for, is proposing that this new property, which is 2 lots down from us, we're going to construct a very similar building to what we did in 2001. It's a manufacturing and assembly building to enable us to consolidate our underwater systems product lines into this building in order to support our warfighters, and then enables us to grow the space and energy sectors within our other buildings. And so with that, we're trying to get annexation and zoning for industrial in order to enable us to continue to grow within the Arvada.
Excellent. I don't see anyone in chambers, but I still have to ask, is there anyone in chambers who would like to give comment on this item at this time? Seeing none, we will close the public comment portion of this evening's agenda. We had no signups. And I will open it to council questions and or action. Mayor Pro Tem Mormon.
I just have a question, and it's related to this map up here. So, excuse me, it's 12:30, so if I'm asking a question that you already explained, I apologize. Am I understanding correctly that the new building is going to house some of the things in the older buildings that you're drawing arrows from?
That is correct. So we have manufacturing within the middle sector, which is the orange from the manufacturing shop on item 1. We have overhaul and repair facilities that are in an alternate building, which is the number 2. And then at the very bottom, we have a separate classified space for assembly applications for the Navy that are all going to be consolidated into the one building.
So what will you be doing with the buildings you're moving from then?
So there's 2 proposals that are in place right now. So one is the expansion of our space applications, meaning outer space type of applications. And so the spacesuit oxygen fans, we do liquid oxygen cooling pumps for space applications, different things like that. So a portion of those buildings are going to be able to expand our clean room facilities for that. The other location is to enable a alternate torpedo system that the Navy is developing right now for, I'll say, electronification of heavyweight torpedo systems. And so that facility, which is now indicated as on the chart MK21 ATP, that's a classified area which this future torpedo program would use.
Okay. So you're not going to be selling or getting rid of any of the buildings you're moving from? It sounds like you're going to
No.
be utilizing all of them.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. I see no additional lights, so I'll open it for council action. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. You do all kinds of cool things there. I move that CB 26-019, an ordinance annexing certain land into the city of Arvada, Barber-Nichols plant, expansion number 2, a 1.793 acre parcel of land at 6290 West 56th Avenue in the county of Jefferson, state of Colorado, be approved on final reading, numbered 4935, and ordered published by title only.
All right. Thank you. All votes are cast. That passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Councilmember Davis, you have number 2. It's okay. You're good. I know, they don't put them on the same page.
I apologize.
So, you're good.
I apologize for the delay. I move that CB 26-020, an ordinance rezoning certain land within the city of Arvada, Barber-Nichols plant expansion number 2 from Jefferson County R-2 to City of Arvada IL Light Industrial, and amending the official zoning maps of the city of Arvada, Colorado, a 1.793 acre parcel of land located at 6290 West 56th Avenue in the county of Jefferson, state of Colorado, be approved on final reading, numbered 4936, and ordered published by title only.
All right. All votes will be cast. All votes are cast. That passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Congratulations on the expansion, the rezoning, also all the very cool things. I've toured the facility before. I can't wait to tour it again once the new building is up and see all the cool things you're doing.
Please do. We do a lot of very awesome things we're very proud of here in Arvada. So,
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and happy birthday.
We appreciate you. All right. With that, we come to the second public comment portion of this evening's agenda. Again, there is nobody in chambers left because it is 12:34 in the morning. However, is there anyone in chambers who would like to give public comment at this time? Officer? Okay, he says no. I will close the public comment portion of this evening's agenda, and I will open it to City Council for council reports, committee reports. Councilmember Pfeiffer?
I'm just going to say thank you for hanging out on these long nights.
Yeah, seriously.
I like to rearrange these meetings, but, unfortunately, that's not where we are today. But hanging out here with the staff this late and trying to get things over the finish line, I appreciate it.
I will echo that. Been hanging out with Ms. Rhodes since 9 a.m. today, and so we're carrying through. All right. Mr. Wick, anything from you this evening?
Our next meeting is July 7, so we'll see you in a couple of weeks.
All right. Climate action plan. Yes, we have the climate action plan. We are canceled next week for Colorado Municipal League. Ms. Morris, anything from you?
Nothing from me, Your Honor.
All right, we stand adjourned.